Okay, good morning everyone. So just gone 9:30. Apologies, and time for me to open this session of the Places for Everyone Joint Development Plan Document Examination. Can everybody hear me okay? Good. Good turnout today. For those who don't know me, I'm Stephen Lee, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, alongside Louise Gibbons and William Fieldhouse. I don't know if everyone's been here before. Good morning, long time no see. Just to remind a few housekeeping matters, a reminder please for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops and other devices to silent mode. Water is provided and will be replenished during adjournments. Please do not bring hot food or drink into this room. There are no fire alarm tests as far as I'm aware today, so if the alarm does sound, please vacate the building in orderly fashion following the green emergency exit signs. And the programme officers, Helen and Yvonne, will be around all day if anyone needs any assistance. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out on the agenda that was published last week. And today we're going to be dealing with the JPA 33 allocation, which is New Carrington. Are there some new, has everyone been here before? Some new people. Okay, so I'll go through, for your benefit, how we'll run the session. So I'll start each agenda item with some questions to the GMCA team. And when we've heard the response to those, I invite contributions from others. When you wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on its end, and I'll come to you, bring you in at an appropriate time. When I invite you to speak, please say you are, and if appropriate, who you represent. And obviously, if you could turn your microphone on, speak into it quite closely. I think sometimes it's better for the stream, and then turn the microphone off when you've finished. If you could please focus your comments on our questions or specific points made by others, that would be helpful. And each contribution should normally be no longer than a minute or two to ensure that they're focused and to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. Just my usual reminders that there's no need to repeat or summarise what you wrote in your representations or written statements. They're all taken as read. I've read them all. There's also no need to repeat contributions from others. So if you agree with something that somebody said, there's no need to tell me that or anything like that. Similarly, I think with New Carrington, obviously it's not the first time we've talked about New Carrington. Some of you are here today, it will be the first time you've been here, so that's fair enough, new points, but just for everyone's benefit, obviously bear in mind that we've had session on the strategy policy related to New Carrington. We've also talked about the site in relation to other strategic matters and distribution. So we're not dealing with like a blank sheet of paper, and so while not stymieing what anyone wants to say, just bear in mind, obviously people be mindful that a lot of this is already locked up in my head, and all of it will go together to form a view on whether the site or allocation is sound in the fullness of time. So, usually we will give GMCA the chance to sum up their position at the end of each item on the agenda. And again, what we've been trying to get to people is if you've got something you wish to say, it would be helpful to say it before we pass back to GMCA, but obviously now and again GMCA say something that needs to come back on, that's fair enough, but I want to try and avoid, particularly as we've got quite a lot to get through today, sort of round, going back and forth and around issues. In terms of action points, a reminder that while we are discussing the details of the sites today, this doesn't mean that we've made up our minds about the allocations. As we set out in our action point notes that come out after most of the sessions, our ultimate conclusions on whether each of the allocations in the plan is justified will depend on our consideration of a range of matters, including those relating to the amount of development needed, the spatial strategy in Greenbelt, as well as other site-specific issues. Therefore, even where we issue action points about sites after sessions, we may decide in due course that other or different or other main modifications are required to those we set out. In terms of today, we'll probably take a comfort break at around 11 o'clock, break for lunch at around 1, and then come back and have a comfort break about 3:30. I would like to try and finish at 5 by 5. There's a lot to get through today. If we do overrun slightly, that's okay, I think. But obviously, if we get close to the end and we're still going, we'll have to see where we are and how we want to proceed. But I'm hoping that won't be a factor. Before I go around the room, there are a few housekeeping points. Other housekeeping points from me. Matters arising. Hopefully you'll be aware that the GMCA published their suggested modifications to this policy on Friday, or rather we published them on Friday, we received them on Friday, and that was published as GMCA 67. Hopefully that people have seen those. If not, I'm sure Yvonne or Helen can get you a copy of those. That document will probably form the basis of how we'll go through the development requirements under that item on the agenda. We also received a statement of common ground last week between GMCA and Wayne Estates regarding peat, and that had some borehole information attached to it, which was obviously related to the statement of common ground, which again, hopefully people have had the opportunity to see. Thirdly, I understand that we have Sir Graham Brady MP attending this morning, who I can see on the screen. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Welcome. Who wishes to make a statement to the examination in the same vein as other MPs have. So I'll hand over to you when I've done introductions, if that's okay. And secondly, at some point today, we are expecting a colleague from the Planning Inspectorate to come along and observe proceedings sometime mid-morning, we think. So if you see me or my fellow inspectors speaking to him at some point, this will not be about the merits of any of the cases being made or arguments being made, and he will have no involvement in the examination or the decisions being made. I hope that's clear. Any other points, procedural points you wish to raise? No? Good. So with that, I will start, before I hand over to Sir Graham Brady, I will ask for to go around the table and get introductions, if I may, in the normal way. Starting with GMCA, thank you.
Good morning, sir. Christopher Katkowski, King's Counsel for the GMCA.
Good morning, sir. Caroline Wright, Strategic Planning and Growth Manager for Trafford Council.
Good morning, Sarah Todd, Trafford Council.
Good morning, sir. Adrian Fisher, Director, Trafford Council.
Good morning, Zoe Sherlock for Save Greater Manchester's Greenbelt.
Hello, Jackie Copley from CPRE, the Countryside Charity.
Morning, Marge Powner, Friends of Carrington Moss.
Good morning, Ross Harding, representing the Wildlife Trusts.
Morning, Paul Beckman. I'm a landscape architect and also a member of the Warburton Parish Council.
Good morning, I'm Lorraine Eagling. I'm representing myself this morning, but I'm a teacher in Trafford.
Good morning, I'm Craig Wilkinson. I own some land on the outskirts of the development.
Good morning, sir. It's Simon Pemberton from Lichfield, representing United Utilities.
Good morning, Justin Cole from Hive Land and Planning, representing Air Products.
Morning, sir. Ian Gilbert from Barton Wilmore, representing Redborough Homes.
Good morning, sir. Hannah Walker from Barton Wilmore, representing Peel Land and Property.
Good morning, sir. John Coxon from Emery Planning, representing Wayne Estates.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Jonathan Easton of Council, representing Wayne Estates.
Thank you all very much. Okay, with that, then I will ask Sir Graham Brady if he wishes to make his statement to the examination. I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, sir, and thank you very much. I apologise for not being with you in person. It's difficult midweek when the House is sitting. I should say, first of all, Carrington Moss is mostly outside my constituency, but is on the edge of it and has a very profound effect, and development there will have a profound effect in terms of impact on traffic and congestion and demand for services. And I go on to talk about school places as one of the particular issues. I recognise that the scope of this hearing is limited. However, it would be remiss if I didn't at least briefly draw attention to the incoherence of a regional authority proposing unnecessarily to develop thousands of hectares of greenbelt land, having itself declared a climate emergency. From a common sense point of view, it is impossible to countenance irreversible damage to the natural environment while maintaining ambitious commitments to protect and enhance those same assets. It is apparent that preservation of peat moss in particular is becoming more of a priority in environmental strategy. The fact that this green belt also contains significant amounts of peat moss is cause for a serious rethink. Add to this the sufficient supply of brownfield and other land to cover housing need without any greenbelt development at all, and I think it is incumbent on any regional authority to accept the need for a complete review of use of the new Carrington site. Aside from this general point, I would like to emphasise how this plan, and in particular the proposed Greenbelt release, contravenes specific aspects of national planning guidance. NPPF paragraph 141 requires that Greenbelt release is only justified in exceptional circumstances. It also requires a fully demonstrated examination of other reasonable alternatives. Neither of these criteria have been met by this plan. I've already referenced the availability of alternatives. There is a huge amount of previously developed land in Greater Manchester. Assessments of brownfield continue to show there is sufficient capacity to meet house building need without releasing green belt. The CPRE report in 2022 estimated that brownfield had increased in Greater Manchester since last year, as it had done since 2018. Paragraph 8.2.4 of the plan itself recognises that, quote, there is clear evidence to demonstrate that such sites have come forward in the past, and there is no reason to believe this will not continue. Yet despite this, there is continued supposed reliance on Greenbelt release to meet housing need. The conclusion is that this is a policy choice and not a requirement. It certainly does not qualify as exceptional circumstances, and it does not constitute a serious consideration of other alternatives. Another reason why this release does not constitute exceptional circumstances is that the housing need projections upon which the plan and release of Greenbelt is based are significantly inaccurate and overstated. With the release of the 2021 census data, this is now particularly clear. Projected household growth has been significantly overestimated for Greater Manchester. In the preceding 10 years, actual growth was 50,000 households compared to a projection of 101,000. The 2014 projections are anomalous in that all subsequent evidence demonstrates that projections grossly overestimated household growth. The recent publication of the 2021 census confirms this. Based on accurate housing need projections, there is enough land supply in Greater Manchester to meet housing need without the release of any green belts at all. This is fundamental to any objective assessment of whether there is an exceptional need to release greenbelt land, which in my view there is not. I referred to peat moss at the outset of this contribution. This is a point of growing importance, as demonstrated by the actions of Natural England, writing to the inspectors to raise concerns about the lack of regard for peat moss development in this plan, particularly, I might add, in the case of New Carrington. Natural England states that it intends to advise the government for the need to formalise the protection of peatlands beyond current provision, given that plans such as this show little regard for the importance of this type of habitat. This is another example of how the plan is outdated and demonstrates a continuation bias. Both the 25-year Environment Plan and the England Peat Action Plan are clear about the importance of peatlands to combat the effects of climate change and in the restoration of nature. It is astonishing that any regional plan would even consider the development of peat moss on this scale in 2023. There are also glaring inconsistencies with NPPF requirements regarding public services. Paragraph 142 requires that where release of greenbelt land has been deemed necessary, aspects well served by public transport should be prioritised. This could not be further from the case at New Carrington. Paragraph 4.72 of the plan itself states that the area is, quote, currently served relatively poorly by public transport. It is inconceivable that anyone with the knowledge of the area would consider this to be a site with sufficiently good public transport links to satisfy this criterion. It is similarly inconceivable that without significant investment, currently unmentioned, into public transport links, residents would have any realistic alternative to the use of a private car for all journeys. Remarkably, Transport for Greater Manchester has also confirmed that it currently has no transport improvement planned for the area. Over 4,000 dwellings are planned for this site, and there are no significant plans to increase public transport. The case is arguably worse in satisfying the requirements for school places. NPPF paragraph 95 requires that a sufficient choice of school places be available to meet the needs of existing and new communities. This area of Trafford already struggles to satisfy this without the addition of thousands of new households. School places are deemed a strategic red risk in Trafford. Despite this, the viability report provides for just £12 million of funding. This figure is utterly unrealistic. With an additional 4,300 dwellings, a significant proportion of which would be affordable family homes. It is entirely conceivable that this would create another 2,000 pupils to accommodate. It is, in my opinion, completely unrealistic to argue that this requirement can be met by anything other than significant expansion of existing schools or the building of entirely new schools. The current funding estimate is woefully insufficient for either. Flooding is the last concern I would like to raise. Carrington Moss plays a vital role in surface water, in preventing surface water flooding from the neighbouring River Mersey, causing problems. There is well-founded significant concern about flooding in the area without the prospect of the loss of increasingly vital overflow area. NPPF paragraphs 159 and 160 require the avoidance of areas of high flood risk, and where necessary, developments are made safe for their lifetime without affecting other areas. It is unclear from the viability report whether the complex drainage and decontamination costs necessary to ensure both of these requirements have been provided for. I hope that taken together, these points demonstrate that the plan for New Carrington is fundamentally at odds with NPPF guidance, as well as being deeply unpopular with the residents whose views have been shown little regard as part of the consultation on the future of Carrington by the regional authority. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if you're intending to stay or you've got other business, but if you're leaving any time, thank you for your contribution this morning. I'm sure a lot of those points were picked up by GMC at some point, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to respond to now? Do you expect to pick these points up as we go through?
No, a number of the points, obviously, we've discussed in the sessions before Christmas, and the other points were discussed during the course of the session today.
Okay. Okay, with that then, we'll move on then to the first item on the agenda, which is Greenbelt. Well, the first 4 items on the agenda are about Greenbelt, and I'll go through my questions on Greenbelt first in entirety before opening it up. Oh, sorry. And of course, as usual, I've forgotten.
That's fine, sir. I'm used to it.
That Mr. Gatkowski wants to introduce the site. I'm so eager to get on with it.
No,
so beg your pardon. I do beg your pardon.
That's right. I'll do a segue into the Greenbelt as well, sir, if I may. But just a few words by way of introduction. I mean, the site has so many issues and points that need to be discussed and will be discussed during the course of the day that I can't really do justice to it in the usual sort of brief overview that I do at the beginning of these sessions. It is a complex site, and there's no doubt about that. But the prize that stands to be won, if you like, by the planning system is huge. The allocation is, as you know, for some 5,000, I don't like the word units, 5,000 new homes and around 350,000 square metres of employment floor space, which, as you know, here is industrial and warehousing floor space. It is a allocation of strategic importance to places for everyone. It has a very, very major part to play in the plan as we perceive it. It is unique as a site in that it, although this isn't a competition, if you like, it satisfies 6 of the 7 site selection criteria. I think the highest we've had so far, not that one needs any more than 1 criterion to get through to make the cut, so to speak, but I think the highest we've had so far is 3. 6 of the 7 criteria are met here in terms of site selection. That's a unique combination for the sites in places for everyone. The only criterion which isn't met, it's easiest to do it that way around, is criterion number 4, proximity to town centre. All the other site selection criteria are met. The site itself the allocation itself is very large in anyone's book. It's over 1,000 hectares by way of the allocation. About a half of that, just over a half in fact, but let's say a half of that is not green belt. About a third of the site would be retained as green belt, and some, so 35%, and some 15% would be removed from the green belt. In relation to the green belt itself, the areas that would be removed, because of the scale, the size of the site, we are dealing here with, in terms of our assessment, with 6 parcels of green belt, and the range of harm to the purposes of the green belt, and it's primarily purposes 1 and 3. That's the role of the green belt in checking urban sprawl on the one hand, and the role of the green belt in preventing encroachment on the countryside on the other. So primarily purposes 1 and 3 are engaged here in our assessment. The range of degrees of harm are in that 6 parcels. 1 parcel scored a moderate degree of harm as far as we're concerned, 3 moderate to high, 1 high, and 1 very high. That's parcel 45-8. So that's the range of harm that we've assessed here. As for the other side of the equation, the exceptional circumstances, you'll understand that it's our position that the greater public interest does lie in removing the land from the green belt to the extent that we do that in this allocation in order to achieve the wider development that's proposed in the allocation. Now, the complexity of this site is such that there are a number of issues that warrant and will undoubtedly during the course of the day have individual sessions or subsessions, peats for example, coma zones for example, and so I'm simply going to say at this stage that to the extent that there are threshold tests which arise in relation to any of those issues, we are satisfied that those threshold tests are met. We'll come to this, for example, when we discuss peat later on. To the extent that there are other issues which are more matters which require mitigation, for example, transport, traffic, then we are convinced that there are solutions available to mitigate those impacts. I'll have to leave each and every one of those until the individual sessions, but our overview here is that this complex site offers the planning system a huge public gain, and that's what we seek to achieve through this allocation.
Thank you. Okay. Right, so I will start now with the Greenbelt. Is this a procedural issue, or just you're getting your sign in early for making rebuttal points?
I have a couple of points just to make on the statement that's just made. Is that
no
okay?
doubt we'll come.
Okay.
Well, that's an opening. Obviously, every point that's been raised, if I don't ask a question about it, obviously there'll be a chance for you to come back on it. So
okay.
just hold fire for now, I think.
I do have one particular question, procedural. Well,
okay.
It's not quite procedural, but I wondered if somebody could clarify the status of the various documents in relation to New Carrington. It was mentioned at the Timperley Wedge hearing that general policy gives way to the specific. So we assume that means that the New Carrington policy, JPA 33, overrides the general policies in P4E.
Well, I think when we get to the development requirements, and we go through the very long list of development requirements, and I think that's the point perhaps to pick that up, because it might be that's where the subtlety can be brought out.
Okay, because we're not really sure of the, where does JP Strat 11 fit against JPA 33 and the New Carrington topic paper and the New Carrington master plan. They're very specific, but we're not sure what status they have. Just
to be clear, what we're talking about, obviously when we're talking about the New Carrington strategy policy, and today we're talking about what's in the plan. The topic paper is evidence supporting that. The indicative master plan, as far as I know, is an indicative master plan. It has no. I'm not assessing
it's not
that.
A status, right? Okay.
It is before me, as in it's part of the evidence base, but I'm not assessing. All I'm assessing is the soundness of the policy.
Right.
the indicative master plan is somebody's idea of how development could come forward. It's not, but I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. You know, I'm only interested, if you like, in what is the policy saying.
Okay, super.
So, but I think any particular points of how does this policy relate to the other policy is probably best when we get to the relevant criteria. And if there's anything right at the end that hasn't been clarified, we can deal with then, I think. Okay, thank you. Right, so I'm going to move on then to the Greenbelt matters. Just for again, obviously, for people in the room, we've heard a lot about Greenbelt assessment and the GMCA position on planning balance and so on over the last few weeks about sites and before. So obviously it's quite familiar to us what the position is. We've got the assessment before us. We understand the degree of harm GMCA says exists and why they consider it to be acceptable to release. So if you like, those things are taken as well. I don't need to ask questions about those in particular. I will just pick up on a couple of points about, in this case, you've got two elements of Greenbelt release. There's an element on the east, next to adjacent to Sale West, and then elements more to the centre to the west. Are the cases, well, degrees of harm there different, but also the cases for release different? So if you like, could you separate them out as two separate entities, or is this taken in the round, as it were?
You could separate them out, but we consider this allocation needs to be looked at in the round. The considerations in play need to be looked at individually and cumulatively, but particularly it's not an instance, as far as we're concerned, where you would, if you like, take each parcel in turn and say, well, you know, where's the justification in relation to that parcel? Because the parcels are there for the purposes of the study. The overall question, though, under the framework, of course, is whether we've made good a case of exceptional circumstances, and that has to be judged for an overall allocation across the piece, to use one of my favourite expressions.
Okay, and in terms of one point I've got is that the one to the east, the Sale West point, and I'm going to use, for the sake of for people, I'm going to use the site visit map that I was provided with. There's obviously you have an area of Greenbelt, then you have an area of housing allocation, and there's another area of Greenbelt to these like finger of Greenbelt penetrating down between existing housing and what would be new housing. Can you just explain the thinking on that and whether that area of Greenbelt would be serving appropriate purpose?
So yes, I think, I mean, there's always a balance to be struck when you draw these boundaries between, on the one hand, finding sort of suitable features, but on another, retaining land that is important and that will be still retain Greenbelt purposes. And in this case, that finger of land, whilst it, you know, on the map it looks illogical, on the ground, we feel that's really quite important because it's an area of woodland. You have the Trans-Pennine Trail running through it. So it is an area that still achieves a number of Greenbelt purposes and therefore should remain undeveloped. And obviously we considered, should we take it out or should we retain it? But because of its importance, we thought that it should be retained. And so conscious that perhaps on the map that might look anomalous, but on the ground, in terms of the way that land is used, in terms of its value to the local community, our view was that should remain in the Greenbelt. And so that's the way it is drawn, the way it is. Thank you, sir.
In terms of, I mean, this might be going slightly beyond the Greenbelt matter into something more general, but just I think raise it now. So you would have housing a gap, albeit relatively narrow one, and then more housing, then, if you like, a wider expanse of Greenbelt. So would that in any way mean that the housing, if you like, the other side of that finger would be somehow disconnected and sort of sit isolated from the remainder of the housing development to the east, the existing housing development to the east?
Yeah, I think without going into sort of academia about concepts of development, but this particular side, I think this will crop up again. This particular side of the allocation, you can either see open land as a barrier, or you can see it as actually as a unifying factor. And I suppose we see it as the latter. And we would see that what we're trying to do here, because you can see to the south, actually, there's a number of parcels that, again, at first glance look kind of slightly unusual. But what we are seeking to do is get parcels of development interspersed with open land. And that is, and then most part that is heavily wooded. But as we'll come to later, there is then the opportunity for improved access, for open recreation, and so on. And so, yes, on the one hand, yeah, there could be perceived to be a barrier, but actually there are lots of routes through, and this area is widely used. And so, I think one of the things that we would hope this development would bring is improvements for public access to formalise some of the informal use of that area, and through that actually bring the two developments together. And of course there are linkages which, when we come to look at the detailed development, I'm sure we'll come to that in terms of transport linkages as well. Thank you.
And just for that area that's been retained, would that be covered by other, for want of a better term, protection policies? I know some of it's open space, say woodland. Are they covered by other designations?
Yeah, part of that, for want of a better description, finger of Greenbelt it also includes Danewell Park, so that will be covered under the open space protection policy in the existing core strategy, which will be retained. So yes, in short. Okay, and then yes, as you mentioned, you go down further south, and then you hit on your what's currently a policy map in the inset map, which we'll come on to. You've got the two areas identified as protected open space. So again, I suppose a question mark is why are they released from the Greenbelt if they're being retained, they're not part of the developable area, and if you like, they carry on, although it's a bit disjointed, but there's certainly the northern part, those two is sort of a continuation.
Yeah, it was to do with defining Greenbelt boundaries, and if we were to release those, retain those areas of land within the Greenbelt, you end up with quite a fragmented, disjointed boundary at Sale West.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of that's sort of flitting around a bit between thing and principle, but in principle, just to give you the opportunity, if you want to say anything in response to the comments that we've had both today and through written statements about alternatives. I know you've covered this before. There'll be different people in the room. I don't know if you want to just address the GMC position on how you've assessed alternatives.
Well, we discussed this relatively early on, didn't we, in the examination hearing. So if you're making it, which I think you are, the point that was made by Sir Graham Brady earlier on about alternatives, as we've discussed earlier, then in the examination hearing process, we obviously have a spatial strategy in the plan. We have development needs that we're convinced should be addressed by the plan with that spatial strategy. We have site selection criteria which enable us to sieve sites. There are a large number of the sites didn't make the cut because they don't or wouldn't meet the spatial strategy. Those that survived that process then had the site selection criteria applied to them. So we've, as far as we're concerned, but you will report to us in due course, we've been through a logical, careful process of considering alternatives. We've met the legal requirements in relation to that, which arise from the regulations concerning strategic environmental assessment, and we have met the policy requirements which arise obviously particularly from the framework and its tests of soundness, the test of soundness in relation to alternatives. And as you know, we find alternatives referred to under the test of justified. That's to say, have we got here an appropriate strategy? And you'll know that we're convinced we have an appropriate strategy. It doesn't mean there aren't all sorts of other strategies that might also be appropriate, but we've got one of them, and that's all we need. Taking into account the reasonable alternatives, Well, we've certainly taken into account reasonable alternatives. We've assessed them rigorously as far as we're concerned. But all of that was discussed, put in issue, of course, because a number of people disagree with the propositions I've just set out. That was all discussed relatively early on in the examination hearing sessions, and all of us will await what you make of the competing arguments. That's how we see it, sir.
Okay, thank you. I thought it was hopefully preempt, because I think it's being brought up, and may well be brought up again, so at least people in the room have heard your position and perhaps can respond accordingly rather than...
Yes, I mean, I think with great respect the position of all the parties on this, and obviously I can only speak for us, but it seems to me the position of everyone who has a view on this, whether it's aligned with the view I've just set out or whether it's fundamentally different, as of course in many cases it is, because there are a lot of people who object to the plan and take huge issue with the propositions I've just set out. But our various arguments are not going to get any better or worse, if you like, than the way in which they were discussed previously at these examination hearings.
Fine. Well, that's yes, fair enough. It's been raised, it's been dealt with. We move on. The other point I wanted to get into, one thing that's been put to me through written statements is that the allocation will effectively result in the merging again of Carrington, Partington, Sale and Warburton. Would your position be that the area of retained Greenbelt still continues to serve the five purposes? And I mean, respond to that point.
Yes, the large area of retained Greenbelt in the inverted commas in the centre of the allocation site, as far as we're concerned, would continue to perform the relevant Greenbelt purposes, and that's part of the justification for retaining it is because of that. As you'll know from our study work, and your in due course report to us as to what you've made of our study work, but our study work, as I mentioned earlier on in my very brief summary of this point, highlighted purposes 1 and 3 in the main, so sprawl and protecting the countryside, rather than purpose 2, which is the merging of towns. Didn't see the role of any of the parcels as being, and the harm to that purpose as being that much, if you like, in the great scheme of things. The highest we got, I think, was, there was a moderate, there was a significant, but most of them were relatively limited. So it is really the other two purposes that are particularly in play as far as the study work is concerned that we rely on. Obviously others may very well have a different opinion, but that's our position.
Okay. Let's cover a bit of the boundary and general purposes point. One aspect of on the agenda is the retaining Greenbelt within the allocation, and whether or not that is, I think the question was, would that be effective and why is it justified? I think this is not the only one, and Timperley Wedge, certainly in the ones I've led on, has that approach.
You seem to have drawn that.
Exactly.
Sites to
I think the discussion back then, way back then, was that preempt it. That there's no particular reason why that would be problematic in any way. It would still be a Greenbelt. It wouldn't suggest or infer any different approach in that area by being within the red line. Is that
absolutely
the same for here?
Yes? I mean, we have drawn the allocations red line around a very large amount of land, and within that very large amount of land, there's a very large amount of retained Greenbelt. The fact that the retained Greenbelt is within the red line of an allocation doesn't in any way change the rules, if you like, that apply to the retained Greenbelt. The retained Greenbelt is retained Greenbelt, or would be if this plan goes through, and it would be subject to the development management tests which apply to the Greenbelt. That's to say, you could only bring forward development on it if you met one of the very limited categories of development which are seen as being, to use the beloved double negative, not inappropriate in the Greenbelt. or if you wanted to bring forward anything of any substance, you would need to demonstrate very special circumstances. So the inclusion of retained greenbelt or greenbelt within an allocation doesn't in any way change the status and protection of that retained greenbelt, of that greenbelt land. The allocation policy here in relation to development, we'll go through each item, obviously relates to the areas of land which are allocated but not retained in the greenbelt.
In Timperley Wedge, there was I think one of the reasons for including it in there was the reference in the policy to being a rural park, or words to that effect, and so it was suggested it would help, if you like, by identifying that requirement of development, it helped to have the greenbelt within the allocation. Is there any similar argument here in terms of using that area as for compensatory improvements or anything?
Not in the respect of a rural park. Obviously, that's not part of the of this allocation
No,
proposal.
but generally, is there any reason?
Generally speaking, in terms of retaining or retaining the greenbelt area within the red edge of the proposed allocation, it's intended that is there for beneficial uses, and that the steering towards compensatory measures, particularly in those areas arising from the impacts of the development. Although obviously you can implement compensatory measures beyond the red edge as well, but essentially the retention of it within the red edges is to enable us to secure and implement beneficial uses accordingly.
Thank you. What I'm going to do when it comes to compensatory measures, just for people who've not had the benefit of being at other sessions, the GMCA, I think at our behest, have added a criterion to every allocation policy relating to that. So I think it's sensible to pick up that point when we get to it in the development requirements, if anyone's got any issues about that, rather than raise it now. So we'll park that point for now. In terms of boundaries, I have no particular questions about understanding boundaries. I believe there are people who may have concerns over boundaries. Looking at one or two, I may let them obviously raise their points if they consider them to be necessary. And the only other point I've got is that I'm right in saying a small element of, an element of greenbelt outside the site. Right. Make my map, which may be. Or am I thinking somewhere? Yeah, it might be a very small element. Am I right in saying there's any? Am I missing something there?
Do you mean a small element?
A small amount outside the green has been released as a consequence.
A small bit of land outside the red.
Yes, outside the allocation.
Released from the green belt.
It's a greenbelt addition, is that?
On my now very tiny map, there's a tiny bit. It is quite small, and it is sort of at the end of that. It might just be a possibility.
Yeah, I think it's to do with the school at Partington. So yeah, it was essentially an error on our greenbelt mapping, which has just been corrected as part of this process.
Okay, so the reason for release is it's a plotting error rather than a. Okay, but it's obviously because it's tagged on it. This is consequential. You wouldn't be doing it presumably unless you were releasing the rest of it. It would be an isolated. Okay. Okay. Obviously, that's not the full sum total of everything about Greenbelt. We've got loads of information there, but I think those are some of the things I just wanted to clarify in my mind.
With us before you turn it to the others, yes, indeed. Yep.
I will now open it up. So we'll go along the table. Start with so any matters relating to Greenbelt, if we get them all off your chests, and we can bombard Mr. Gatkowski with points to come back on. So CPRE, thank you.
Yeah, hello. As CPRE has voiced before, we don't think there are exceptional circumstances, both from the amount of need for houses and employment land, but also because of the harms arising from this site. We think they do outweigh the public good. The areas of land that have been identified to be released would, in our view, lead to difficulties. There's a slither of land to the west of Sale West area that's been identified for development that we think would be difficult to protect in the future. And overall, we think the way in which we agree with the level of harm ascribed to urban sprawl, but we think there is further harm in terms of the merging of Carrington with Sale West and with encroachment too. And of course, it's such a large amount of green belt land that's being suggested for release that we actually think there would be a harm to Purpose 5, regeneration of brownfield land, because if you release so much greenfield land onto the market, we think it then makes it unlikely that brownfield sites nearby would not be developed. We obviously would welcome improved access, but it should be noted that already the footpaths in the greenbelt there are very well used, and there's a functionality in terms of people utilising the green belt. There's an inner green belt that follows the length of the River Mersey, and it connects. So there's a recreation and leisure impact, but also a biodiversity one, which we'll come on to later. And I think by narrowing the green belt between Carrington and Sale West to, in one place, I think it's less than 1,000 metres. I think from a spatial and visual point of view, you are impacting on the overall green belt purpose. So from our point of view, it's an excessive amount, and those overall harms would, well, the benefits wouldn't clearly outweigh those harms arising. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you very much. Forensic Moss.
Thank you. I mean, just going back to the purpose of the Greenbelt strip at Sale West that you were mentioning and linking that to the alternatives, we did a lot of work on identifying alternative sites that could have been chosen for development in Trafford rather than using the Greenbelt. The answer that we got to some of them when we presented our list is that housing adjacent to industrial uses has the potential to cause amenity issues. Now, that's really astounding given that what's happening at Carrington, which is a medieval village that's going to be just overtaken by HGVs and 22-metre-high warehousing. But just going back to that strip of Greenbelt to the east of Sale West, or to the east of the site, to the north of Danewell Park, there is a field that is owned by Mr. Wilkinson, who's sitting at the end of the table. And that is an alternative site which would retain the Greenbelt boundary with the woodland. But that doesn't seem to have been considered. And I'll let Mr. Wilkinson talk for himself, but that's a site that we would not object to releasing from the Greenbelt because it makes sense. You would still retain the woodland boundary. And I think we also have to, when we're talking about the land here, we also have to think about the planned roads that are going to go across the Greenbelt, which will reduce the perceived separation. And let's be clear, there are 4 major roads that are being planned as part of this allocation. The only one that's committed at the moment is the Carrington Relief Road, but that's going to cut right across that Greenbelt land, that retained Greenbelt land. There's also a planning application in for an area known as Ackers Farm, which, when you bring that together with the roads, the Sale West Link Road, the Carrington Relief Road, and the other developments, it means there isn't actually. When you also consider, by the way, which we mention in our response, all the commercial businesses and sports organisations that operate in the Greenbelt here. So you have, running across that top, to the top of the site, you have Sale Rugby FC, then the Ackers Farm allocation, then Sale Sharks, who are renting the land off Man City. Then you have Danewell Farm, and then coming down you've got National Grid. So they're actually, and then you'd have the Carrington Relief Road and the Sale West Link Road cutting across as well. So the actual separation is going to be minimal if this allocation goes ahead. So we don't believe it will provide the purposes which have been described. I think the other key point is around the allocation being looked at as a whole. If each area, and by that I mean Carrington, Partington, Sale West and Warburton, were looked at separately, the site selection criteria would produce very different results. The sort of, I think there is there's clear reasons why we should do that with this allocation, given the amount of harm that will be caused. And then the other point I just want to make about the Greenbelt is that Trafford chose to remove some Greenbelt from this area that causes less harm, and they included more Greenbelt that causes very high harm. And we're not really clear about where the evidence sits behind that decision, but the allocation, parcel 45.8, I think it is the one that causes very high harm. We're also not clear why the introduction of 45.8 for development reduces the level of harm on the site below, which might be 45.6. I'll just have to open my Greenbelt. But, you know, I think there's, in the assessment of Greenbelt harm, the sites were, the sites that were originally in, site 45.6 had very high harm, and when site 45.8 was added on, it became just high harm, and we don't understand how that change can have happened.
Okay, thank you. Lorraine Eagling, sorry. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I just want to go back to a comment made earlier about the release of the Greenbelt is in the public interest, and that there's much to be gained from it. I want to point out that Trafford has the least amount of Greenbelt in Greater Manchester, with the exception of the city, Manchester City region and Salford City region. And as a resident of Trafford, I'm completely aware of that, acutely aware of it whenever I travel around. The little bit of when you mentioned before about the little finger bit on the side, on the east side, that is Danewell Woods, which contains, and the Transpennine Trail runs right through that, which is a very popular trail for walkers, cyclists and horse riders. That little thing, that tranche there, links to the north part where the River Mersey is, which is a continuation of the Transpennine Trail. So that's why the retention of that green strip is there, because it is also part of the Transpennine Trail, which is kind of protected. And as I mentioned, it's used by a lot of people, a lot of walkers, riders, cyclists. So to first of all develop the Sale West area, that part on the side there, as you can see, it will intrude upon that location and that feeling of greenbelt and that feeling of open space, which we don't have very much of as it is. It becomes a very narrow strip. And incidentally, that development is actually being, I mean, we talked about the development earlier on about not wanting to separate developments, But as you notice, you've got a relief road and a link road proposed to run through that. And then that will obviously cut then across the Transpennine Trail. Those link roads will interfere with the Transpennine Trail. Now, as you go into the Greenbelt area, the bit that's potentially being retained, as mentioned, a lot of that is inaccessible. As Marge mentioned, it's obviously the National Grid. You've got Manchester United training ground, you've got Sale Sharks, and so I'm not going to repeat what Marge says, but a lot of that is inaccessible. A lot of the area that's going to be taken away is accessible, has public rights of way. So anybody using the Transpennine Trail is going to be restricted by the developments. In other words, the area that we can access then is really, really restricted. Talking about sustainable travel, it is actually used by a lot of people cycling to and from work as well.
We're probably just...
You
go into areas beyond the Greenbelt, but even the last point was slightly on the cusp, because we're talking, that was as much as anything about it.
I'll come back to that later on.
We'll come back to transport matters.
But the main point being is that what is retained is not completely accessible by the public. You're taking away a lot of accessible Greenbelt in a borough that is deprived significantly of Greenbelt. And incidentally, the Greenbelt to the north of that, which is Urmston Meadows and Stretford Meadows, is there because it was originally a landfill. It's not really traditional Greenbelt as I would see it. So we are deprived, and more of it's been taken away.
Okay, understood. Sorry, Friends Carriage Bus, is that a legacy? Thank you. Mr. Wilkinson. And sorry, can you put, if you can remind people when you've finished to put your signs down so I don't get confused. Thank you. Mr. Wilkinson, thank you.
Hello, so I own a portion of land. It's 4.25 acres, 1.7 hectares at the northern edge of that finger of land that you commented on earlier on. My point is, if that could be removed from the Greenbelt so it could be developed, then that would be an option.
Obviously, when we talk with technical words about soundness and things, obviously there's the reasoning why you think that the allocation, obviously the boundary of the Greenbelt that's been drawn here is unsound in terms of your area of land, and the reason for that being is that.
Yeah, it just seems like it's being isolated from the rest of the Greenbelt, and yet it's in between two areas of housing, or an area of existing housing and the proposed area of housing. There is the ribbon of the Transpennine Way that runs to the west of our property, and there's Danewell Park to the south of our property, but there's our property in the middle that just seems to be isolated from anything one way or the other. I think it would be better if the Greenbelt boundary ran on the eastern edge of the new Sale West point, and then the Danewell Park and Danewell Woods area was treated as a separate element. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got obviously your statement that shows where that is, and
thank you.
I can understand when I have been to see the site, but if I go back, I can obviously pick these points out. United Utilities.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I just moved myself closer. Just dealing with my two hats that I'm sat here with today. In due course, I'll come back to United Utilities as a infrastructure provider. I think there's some criterion in terms of Greenbelt issues that I'll speak to around their operational matters, but in terms of their land interest, which is put forward for development, that was GM 45-7 in the Greenbelt assessment in the original 2019 assessment, and so we favour that assessment because the Greenbelt boundary in the later assessment that's relied upon is largely arbitrary and anomalous. There are various sort of examples of how it just cuts through fields, the middle of fields. It's not based on defensible boundaries, and we think that the evidence has shaped the quantity of the allocation rather than the allocation being shaped by the evidence. So we would invite you to look at the original 2019 assessment that identified my client's land interests as having a lower harm than some of the other Greenbelt land, And it's important to note, sir, that we continue to support the allocation and the entirety of the allocation, but the boundary that has been drawn and selected doesn't represent a logical one that is supported by the evidence that the GMCA have prepared. And we would invite you to go back to the 2019 boundary, which was defined in the earlier iterations of the GMSF and in the evidence base that supported it.
Thank you. I think one example you gave was pylons being used as a boundary. I mean,
Yes,
they're fairly visible.
Yeah. And so it's not just in our land interests. If you look at the land to the north, which is the Manchester United land, the actual boundary now cuts through the middle of the field, rather than going up to what would otherwise be a defensible boundary, which was assessed in the original assessment. And so it doesn't seem to me to be part of this plan, which is dealing with strategic matters, to say whether or not a green buffer should be kept. And it's a bit like the open space points. Some of the land that is later identified as open space is taken out of the green belt, which is fine, and we support that for different reasons.
Surprise.
But in effect, the master planning exercise has a job to do, and that is to decide where the development is within the site. And it seems to me that the judgments that have been made now are part of that master planning exercise rather than based on sound evidence.
You may or may not be aware of other, obviously, we've discussions about boundaries in other areas where GMCA have pointed out that there might be situations where, for what they consider obviously good reason, there isn't a clear physical feature or something could be strengthened. So, is there an alternative solution to your issue, which is to incorporate wording in the policy, which has been used, suggested elsewhere anyway, to talk about creating defensible boundaries in those situations? Is it necessary to always go to the next line?
Not always, sir, but normally you look at what is an existing strong feature and you use that. Now, in the instance of United Utilities land, but between the wastewater treatment works and the development land, there are a series of other uses which form a strong boundary. There are ponds and physical features that would prevent development, and we're dealing with a situation where their land in the Greenbelt assessment is identified as moderate high, which is lower than land to the north that is identified then for release. So, in effect, what the assessment is saying is, if the original boundary was retained, it would have an overall lesser impact on the Greenbelt than releasing land on the boundary that is now proposed.
Thank you. And Redrow.
Thank you, sir. We don't take any issue with the council's approach to exceptional circumstances support. What they say, our comments are on the new wording of point 27 in JPA 33, which looks at compensatory measures. Did you want to cover those now, sir?
I think we'll pick it up when we get to it. I think if it's.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was for all Greenbelt matters now.
No, I did say. That, well. I'm sure it must be my accent. I did say we'd pick up compensatory matters because they've added the point you've raised. It'd be sensible to pick it up there. So if you have some patience for that, we'll get. But as always, we'll get to it. Don't worry, sir. Thank you very much. And Wayne Estates, then.
Thank you, sir. Obviously covered quite a lot of ground there, so I'll try and keep things brief. Clearly, the matters of exceptional circumstances and the justification for New Carrington, and indeed the need to look at the site holistically rather than in parts. We agree with the GMCA's position, and clearly we discussed those matters under the strategic session in relation to Strat 11. So you have our submissions there, sir. Just to briefly pick up some of the points that have been made around the room in terms of the CPRE's points about brownfield sites nearby won't be developed, specifically in relation to New Carrington. I think that's contradicted by what we see happening at New Carrington with the brownfield parcels that are currently allocated in the Trafford local plan. They are coming forward, and parts of the site have come forward, and that transformative regeneration is starting to be realised. But there's no denying that the greenfield development is needed to bring forward the entirety of the site and the holistic regeneration and the transport infrastructure and the public transport infrastructure that's required as a whole. In relation to the Greenbelt assessment and the Greenbelt purposes, I think, sir, we broadly agree with the GMCA and the position that they've set out and the evidence base. I think what we've said, sir, and I won't go into it into too much detail because it's not an issue of soundness, but just, I suppose, as a point of reference, you know, we've undertaken an assessment in our Regulation 19 representations, and that's from paragraph 4.40 onwards, and then we've summarised that in our hearing statement, is that, if anything, the degree of harm in relation to those parcels has been slightly overstated. So clearly you have parties saying, well, the level of harm's been understated, but I think you have evidence before you, sir, which suggests that the level of harm is perhaps in those assessments being overstated. In terms of the retention of the gap in the Greenbelt, I think Friends of Carrington Moss were raising the point that, you know, there's certain development within that gap. Generally, those are types of development that you would expect to see in the Greenbelt, such as sports facilities and development that would typically comprise appropriate development within the Greenbelt. So that's a factor. And indeed, an extensive gap would be retained in any event between the settlements, and we don't consider, and again, our Regulation 19 representations have adduced evidence on this point, that there'd be any merger between those settlements, perceived or actual, and those representations point to the lack of intervisibility between the two areas. Clearly, the United Utilities have made some detailed points about the boundary of Sale West and the evidence there. I think, again, to point out, you perhaps have some contra-evidence in relation to those boundaries as well, because I think what United Utilities are suggesting is that the evidence suggests perhaps you might push that boundary slightly further to the west. I think what our representation set out is actually you could arguably push them further to the east, the other way, along the line of the 132 kV power lines which run along that boundary. But again, whether that's actually a point of soundness or a making the plan better point is one that no doubt the GMCA will pick up. Finally, the issue of strategic green spaces was raised. I think we intended to deal with that as a point of principle later, sir, because obviously that's not a Greenbelt issue per se. But
yeah, I raised it because I was thinking about why that area had been released, but if it's more about the justification for it being a protected green space, I think that's fair enough. We'll pick it up later.
Thank you.
Thank you. A couple more signs have gone back up. I think, is Mr. Bateman? Beckman, sorry, I can't see your sign. Yeah, thank you. And could you turn your microphone on, please?
Yep, thank you, sir. Yeah, I would like to comment, if I may, on the Greenbelt to the southern end of JPA 33, which is the Warburton section. And there was an original Greenbelt boundary, a very powerful one, which was the Valley of the Red Brook. That was removed when the land was designated as safeguarded land. This now leaves almost no physical boundary. There was an appeal against development here, and it seems to me that the JPA 33 proposals don't mitigate or change in any substantive way the evidence on which the Inspector Christina Downs based her appeal decision in 2021. This was an appeal that was strongly opposed by Trafford and obviously refused development. And on the same site, another inspector at the 2003 RTUDP examination concluded that extensive development of the site would be unlikely to be sustainable.
Sorry, can I just stop you there for a second? Because obviously if you're talking about the land that has been released already from the Greenbelt, I was point there about the boundary, but I think if we're getting into some of the more detailed issues about the form of development might take place on Partington West, that might come later, because I think there are issues around the wording in the policy, and I've got issues, I've raised issues in my site location criteria, which relate to heritage matters. So perhaps, I don't know if it might be sensible to park that for the time being, because if it's not purely about releasing, I understand your point about it was safeguarded land, and so it came out of the Greenbelt, but I think if we're going beyond that, it might be worth waiting.
Well, the point I want to get to is that at that appeal, we established more or less collectively that a 30-metre boundary of dense landscaping would be an appropriate boundary to the green belt, and that isn't obviously the case at the moment.
Okay, I understand that.
Thank you.
Okay, Red Rose, Simon. So let's have. But I do not want to get into a back and forth. So if you've got a point to make, I mean, obviously, I'm not. While people will raise things about planned applications, those are not before me. They're not things I'm debating. I'm not going to get into my colleague's decision about what they said or didn't say. I take the point, but I'm trying to avoid that too much. But if you just want to make your point very quickly.
No, sir, just that we have given you those conclusions in our hearing statements, and it was to make the point that we'll come on to the boundary and treatment of the southern edge of that land and the policies that the council proposed to control it later. That was
fair enough. Thank you. So I'll come back this way. Friends of Carrington Moss.
Just 2 points. The regeneration that was mentioned by Mr. Emery, I think it's important to recognise that 74% of the employment land has been given planning approval, and 23% of the housing land has been given planning approval. So those areas of land don't benefit in any way from the release of Greenbelt. It's not benefiting for quite a huge proportion of the development in this area, and that's why I believe that we should split the allocation into smaller areas. As I say, the Carrington, Partington, Sale West and Warburton. And I just wanted to pick up the point of lack of intervisibility as well. I think it will be very clear. At the moment, you can stand on Carrington 1, which is one of the public rights of way, and look over to Winter Hill. It's about between 20 and 30 miles away. In the future, we'll be looking at a housing estate and and several hundred HGVs an hour going down a road and 22-metre high warehouses. So the lack of intervisibility is not going to stay the same as it is today. The site between Carrington and Sale West will be almost fully developed between roads, housing, the sports grounds, etc. There won't be any accessibility.
Okay. Got that point. Thank you, CPRE.
Yeah, hi. I forgot to mention, sorry, before that the area to the south is very well used by horse riding. There's lots of stabling down there. And so in terms of public good from the area remaining as Greenbelt, that ought to be factored in. I mean, you'll see for yourself when you visit, although there are sports pitches that are an appropriate use in the Greenbelt, many of them, because they're owned by Man United, are fenced off and inaccessible. So it's not true to say it retains openness in a, what I would consider anyway, as open. It's not visually open and it's not accessible by the public. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, but in terms of what use is Greenbelt appropriate or not inappropriate, I should say, uses in the Greenbelt, they are not inappropriate use in the Greenbelt.
I think there's an oddity because it's Man United and because of the need for security. There's fencing and other built forms that you wouldn't ordinarily be allowed to have in the Greenbelt with a sports pitch. So it's an oddity.
Okay. There's quite a long list of points there. I will just, sorry, Mr. Cal, because I don't want to, even then everyone come back. Has everybody made the point they wish to make about Greenbelt? Thank you. Now, over to you.
No, that's kind, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Well, there are a lot of points that are being raised, but many of them are, if you like, just differing views from those that we've put forward about the extent of harm to the Greenbelt that would arise from the proposed allocation on the one hand, and the extent of, or lack of extent of, public benefit and the greater public interest, if you like, in making the allocation on the other hand. And, you know, we simply stand by the assessment that's been carried out in relation to those matters, and I'm not going to repeat it all now simply for the sake of saying, well, we have a different view. We do have a different view, and I gave the overview of it earlier on, and, you know, quite understandably and totally unsurprisingly, there are a number of people in this room who can see things otherwise. So we stand by the assessments we've carried out. But there are then a number of sort of miscellaneous points, if you like, or points which I can't simply just, you know, capture in that way. So just taking those in turn, I mean, the point that's been made about, particular point that's been made about harm to purpose number 5, that's to say to assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land. You'll know the way in which our study has approached this issue sort of even-handedly across all of the various proposed allocations. But there's a particular irony, of course, in raising the point here in relation to this particular allocation, because a very large amount of this allocation is not in the Greenbelt, but is previously developed land and is very ripe for regeneration. And the overall allocation, obviously, has as a core part of it the regeneration of that brownfield land, of that previously developed land. So it's a particularly, if I might say, a particularly weak point to raise about this particular allocation, because this allocation is a par excellence example of a site where, yes, there would be removal of land from the Greenbelt, but there will also be very significant, I mean, very significant indeed, recycling and regeneration of previously developed land, which is not in the Greenbelt. So I don't accept the point that's been made about Purpose 5. It's particularly poor allocation to have raised the point in relation to be quite frank. As for the assessment of alternative sites, I've said what I wanted to say about that earlier on. There was a particular point made there by friends of Carrington Moss about how is it that the assessment between 2019 and 2020 of parcel GM 45-6 has moved from 2019's very high harm to 2020's high harm. I understand that that's because the parcel size is a bit smaller in 2020 compared to 2019. I don't know whether there are other particular points that you wish to add.
Yes, in terms of the reduction of the assessment of harm, one, that parcel was reduced in size and changed, but secondly, parcel GM 45/4 was removed, so the gap widened between the proposed development and the proposed boundary of the other parcel for release. So in actual fact, between 2019 and 2020, the overall Greenbelt reduction, there was a 30% reduction in the amount of Greenbelt release across Carrington, and ultimately that resulted in some parcels being the harm being reduced from high to moderate, or very high to high in this case. So that's the principal reason why that assessment of harm changed.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkinson's point about his plot of land, we don't regard as a soundness issue in relation to the proposition that's in the plan, the allocation itself. I mean, it might or might not be a good idea, but it's not a soundness issue. In relation to the boundaries of the United Utility land, I'll just look to my left.
Yeah, we noted this in the reps which came forward. It's unfortunate. They do look like they follow it if it's quite a large site, but the boundary that we've drawn doesn't follow the pylon lines. It actually follows an existing pathway that is on there. I think we have to bear in mind here that Carrington is an extremely large site in the context of the places for everyone's plan. We have, where possible, and wherever possible, used robust physical and permanent features. There are, unfortunately, areas where those are very strong and existing currently. There are areas where they aren't quite as robust as what we would like. What we have attempted to do is pick the most appropriate boundaries wherever possible. So in the United Utilities case, it doesn't follow the pylons. It actually follows a very closely lined but not parallel footpath through the site and reflects the woodland pattern of the area in the vicinity as well.
Thanks. Just on that, you have to remind me. I haven't got complete recall of all 54 criteria. Whether there is anything in there about where necessary strengthening. Boundaries. Okay, thank you.
And there was just one final point, and I didn't catch the gentleman's name. Was it Mr. Bateman or not? I'm not quite sure. But the gentleman who spoke about various appeal decisions, or a particular appeal decision, I mean, obviously here we're plan making, and so the circumstances in deciding an appeal are very, very different from the circumstances which apply when you're actually making a plan and making decisions about whether to remove land from the greenbelt or not. The threshold tests are different in plan making compared to the tests which apply when determining planning applications and planning appeals. So we're in a different world with its own different rules, if you like, in carrying out this exercise.
Just one point I don't think you have picked up, and it's a comment made about a matter of principle, I suppose, about the overall allocations, but screen but about whether it should have been assessed, could have been assessed on broken up, if you like, and that would have changed and altered any the overall assessment of the allocation.
Well, given that the allocation is, over 1,000 hectares, as I've said, it has its various criteria and requirements. It is to be looked at as a whole. I mean, I don't consider it would be appropriate for one moment to slice the allocation up into various parts and say, where's the particular justification for this part as opposed to that part, as opposed to some other part. The whole has to be seen as a whole. I mean, that's its fundamental, the huge strategic importance of this allocation to the Places for Everyone plan arises from the entire entity, from the entire proposal. Yes, and I know that to my left there are things that wish to be said.
I think just in terms of whether the allocation could be split up into two parcels. I mean, yes, it could have. We don't believe that's an appropriate strategy to take. But I think it's also, regardless of whether you break it into 1, 2 or 5 component parts, the assessment remains the same. We are still assessing the impact on Greenbelt harm of releasing land from the Greenbelt. We would still be looking at exactly the same boundaries, regardless of whether it is one site or 2 sites. The gap between the existing development that's already there and the proposed parcels for release would ultimately end up in exactly the same conclusion because we are looking at the same proposal. So, yes, you could, but the ultimate outcome would be exactly the same as it currently is.
But I think, just before Mr. Fisher adds anything, so I had taken your point as being not, if you like, just the point about, well, because we're retaining Greenbelt, so to speak, in the middle, could we have looked at this as 2 separate allocations? I took your point as being a much wider point than that.
I think the point was made that if you
exactly.
take the 4,
if you take each of the 6
take the justifications
parcels,
for each of the parcels
exactly,
individually, would that result in a different overall justification?
So it's the point about there are 6 parcels in play in the allocation that we propose in this plan, and could one, if you like, microanalyse each of those 6 parcels? And the point that I'm seeking to make is that the huge strategic importance of this allocation arises from the whole allocation and needs to be judged in that way. It doesn't, frankly, it really wouldn't make sense to do it in any other way, because it's the overall offer, if you like, in the greater public interest, which is important here. I know Mr. Fisher wanted to add something there.
Yes, without probably elaborating too much, but I think that's our concern as the local authority, that it does need to be looked at as a whole, and there's a real social dimension to this, because you have 2 sort of historic overspill estates at Sale West and at Partington, each with actually similar issues but geographically separate, and you have a number of ingredients here. You have the brownfield land, as has been alluded to. You have the social deprivation and the opportunity for a combination of new homes and new employment. And together, there are, whilst geographically it's a very wide area, and geographically they might be viewed separately, thematically and overall there's a unity about it, and it that's I suppose conceptually is what we're trying to do in Carrington is put all of those ingredients together and create a new form of development that both capitalises on the opportunities that exist now, but also redress some of the existing issues within current communities as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do want to move on, probably after the break, but a few more things have gone up. So if we can obviously keep it brief and to points that haven't already been made. Wayne Estates.
Thank you, sir. Super brief. You indicated quite sensibly that you didn't have total recall of all the development criteria, and you asked a question about defensible boundaries. It's criterion 26, which says, as amended, where necessary, strengthen greenbelt boundaries to ensure they are defensible using existing landscape features where appropriate.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Beckman.
Thank you, sir. I don't entirely accept Council's comment about the land in Warburton. It's quite clear that the land to the west of Warburton Lane is isolated from the rest of the allocations. And given the previous history, which I won't go into, there is a significant problem. It does need looking at in more detail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Friends Carrington Moss.
Yeah, I just wanted to challenge the statement that's been made about this being looked at holistically and providing benefits. These are 4 different communities with very different identities. And in fact, there's another community in the middle, which is the community of users for Carrington Moss that are in the middle of all of this. We've got 2 medieval villages, Carrington and Warburton, and 2 very deprived areas of Partington and Sale West. And those should have been treated as very separate allocations, because the allocation at Partington doubles the Partington area with 2,600 homes. And one of the comments that's come back to me from both Partington and Dunham parish councils is that they don't feel that they've been consulted on what's happened.
I'm not going to get into that.
I know.
And also, we're talking about Partington.
Yeah.
Some of this is not about Greenbelt release, is it? Because we're
no, but I think.
And so again, I'm just going to remind everyone. I've got those points. When we get into location principle matters, I don't want to hear all that again.
No. So the site selection criteria, will we come on to talk about
well,
that?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That's under the next item. So that's why I'm stopping you there, because we've gone beyond this agenda item. But as I say, that point is now locked in. Thank you. Doesn't need to be made again. Is there anything you wanted to come back on that before I break?
No, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Right, okay. I'm going to break now then until 11:20, and then we'll come back and move on to site location matters and principle. Thank you. Okay, everybody, so 11:20, and so I'll restart. So we're going to move on now to the fifth item on the agenda, which is whether the site is a suitable location for development. And I think there are sort of almost 3 or 4 parts to this. One is, if you like, the general site selection criteria issues and whether it's a sustainable location. That's, if you like, the standard part of our questioning on these things. Then we've got, I have introduced on the agenda the issue of heritage into there, because there was a question I asked about how heritage had factored into the site selection process. It seems logical to bring that up to this point, although I know there's some suggested amendments to the policy which might be relevant to that, so we'll pick that up as we get there. And then I wanted to talk about the peat as a matter of principle issue, and then the COMAR zones, again, as whether or not the implication of that as a matter of principle. Is that okay with everyone? So, but in terms of the site location and site selection criteria issue, obviously, again, this is a little bit like the Greenbelt position. We understand the GMCA position. It's been set out. You've already explained, as far as you're concerned, which criteria you feel it meets and so on. So again, this is more, my questions here aren't going into every detail because I think I understand the position. This is just sort of things which I might just want some clarity on as we go through. So criterion 1 is about, site selection criterion 1, sorry, is about the, get the correct wording, land which is previously developed and or is well served by public transport. In this case, obviously, some of the site is previous developed land. It's been put to me through various measures that, A, obviously that's not all of the site, so it doesn't, not all of the site qualifies for that, so is that A, a fact, and B, the issue about well served by public transport. It's always been raised this morning in terms of Greenbelt release, and so I think it fits into that position as well in terms of site selection and how sustainable or how accessible is this site in terms of public transport, and whether whether it can be made accessible. Perhaps open that up, first point.
Right, so the first part of that in relation to the previously developed land part, I mean, there's a former petrochemical complex previously developed land. I mean, when you think about some of the instances when one argues about previously developed land and you're, looking for the remnants of a bit of car park somewhere underneath some scrub or whatever it might be, I mean, this is, the PDL hits you in the face here. So this is very clearly a site that has previously developed land within it. In order to meet the criterion, you don't have to have 100% of the site being PDL. That's not the point. As for accessibility by public transport, forgive me, I thought this might come up under. I mean, it's not the claim that we make against criterion 1, and I thought we would
could come up
this.
under, as with all these, it could come up under many points. So touch on it now, and then if we need to pick up again.
Okay, I mean, I'll touch on it now, but frankly, I mean, we're going to come to the sites, the criteria in the policy, where I'd assume we'll be talking about this.
But in terms of the site selection, stick to it in terms of site, how it factors into site selection criteria. Then.
Well, in terms of site selection criteria, it's a box against which we haven't put a tick, because we've in relation to criterion 1, we've relied on the previously developed land part of criterion number 1, so we're not claiming that it meets that criterion because of the public transport side of it. I mean, it's as straightforward as that. That's not to say there won't be public transport, but we'll come to that when we look at the relevant part of the policy.
Okay, that's important. It's useful for me to know that's where your position lies. It's the first part, if you like, of criterion 1 that's critical here. But yes, I think we'll pick up on the overall issues around transport when we get to the transport development requirements. Criterion 2, in this case, so criterion 2, the phrasing is land is able to take advantage of key assets and opportunities that genuinely distinguish Greater Manchester, and in this case it's the proximity to Port Salford. That's the position? That's
right, and Port Salford is the key asset.
And is this sort of physical proximity rather than necessarily connectivity, or is it connectivity as well?
It's physical proximity too.
But there's no. So how does that manifest itself? I guess as a important element for selecting the site, if it's just a physical distance issue, but there's no actual functional link. Does that make any difference?
Yeah, I think it's obviously the employment element at Carrington and the potential links that might have to Port Salford. But yeah, there's no direct link to Port Salford from Carrington.
And not one planned as well as part of the development. Okay. Transformational change criterion. I've got no particular points on that. I think it's you've made those points. And criterion 5, which was about direct impact on delivering urban regeneration. I think that's again I have no particular points on that. Others may wish to raise something. Criterion 6 is the one we also talked about yesterday, which is about supporting the delivery of long-term viable sustainable transport options. In this case, the scale of development, this is why I'm quoting you from your written statement here, the scale of development has potential to bring new transport links and improve viability of community service and facilities. Perhaps expand on that in terms of what the new transport links would be and what benefits they would derive?
So obviously, it's not a public transit thing, but the Carrington Relief Road is one of the transport initiatives and schemes that will have to be brought forward in order to unlock the whole site and deliver the maximum quantum of development and benefits that brings. But also, we work with Transport for Greater Manchester. We currently are looking at new bus services which can take maximum effect and go through the site, which currently aren't there at the moment. There are opportunities in terms of walking and cycling with regards to the Carrington Greenway immediately to the south of the site, which can connect to and when upgraded can connect to other areas of Manchester and Trafford as well, and potentially over into Salford. So I think it's fair to say, and it's obvious that there isn't a proposal currently for a new tram line or a new train link. That isn't the case. However, with a quantum of development that is proposed there, that isn't necessarily to say that in 10 years' time or so that might not be something that may come forward if that's something which is foreseen as being viable and deliverable and a commercial potential. So in terms of transport and connectivity to the site, it's predominantly bus services at the moment, and then obviously you can get to Flixton rail station just up the road.
But in terms of the site criterion, which talks about delivers significant wider community benefits, where are those wider community benefits coming from? Because I think a lot you've talked about is the access to the site and within the site.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so it is this bus service kind of packages. So there's various things in that were identified in the locality assessment around links to Sale, links to Altrincham, and also links to the city centre. And it's also about addressing the existing poor public transport provision at Partington and Sale West. So it would provide a betterment to those existing communities, and that's why it hits criterion 6.
Okay, I think again we'll look at the specifics of that when we get into the criteria. I think what the policy says about that. Okay, and 7, land which delivers significant local benefits by addressing a major local problem issue. In this case, again quoting your written statement, the allocation offers an opportunity to deliver a site of substantial scale for housing and employment. So that local issue then is not a local. Is it? It's pure. It's meeting your housing and employment land requirements. Is that effectively it? So could that, again, is there a particular spatial element to this, or is this any site that was delivering this in Trafford would meet that local issue?
No, sorry if I may. Yeah, I think there is very much a site-specific angle to this, probably most acutely at Partington, because what you have there is a settlement which, as I mentioned earlier, was a Manchester Overspill estate. It's socially isolated. It's probably one of the most deprived parts of Trafford. And one of the issues is around the choice of housing that is available, the composition of that community. And this is a real opportunity to change the way Partington is as a place, to improve it. By providing a better balance of homes, a wider choice, as well as new affordable housing as well, because some of the existing stock has you know, it's dates from a particular angle. We've got some house condition issues within that stock as well. So there is very definitely a site-specific aspect to that, most particularly at Partington, but also, as I mentioned earlier, to some extent also at Sale West, because we have what is, again, it was till 20 years ago, Manchester City big estate there. And again, you have some of the similar issues, less concentrated, but again, an opportunity for a bit more, excuse me, a bit more balance within that community. Thank you.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do, so we don't have massive questions about all of this, I'll split it down. So we'll start with the site selection criteria issue, and then I'll move on to the others. So I'll open it up now on those sort of general principles of site selection criteria and sustainable development patterns before moving on to heritage, peat and coma. CPRE. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, we agree with criteria 1 in terms of the brownfield element coming forward. But there is a bit of an issue in terms of understanding the dependency of the brownfield elements coming forward, because they're already permissioned, and surely they stand on their own 2 feet. It's understanding the degree of dependency, because I don't think that's clear. Glad there's recognition there is no physical linkage to the port. I think, but as the crow flies, yes, but it doesn't really fulfil the criteria for 2 in a way I would have thought that would need to be satisfied. In terms of transformational change, yes, it will completely transform an area that is currently very green into a very urbanised space. But in terms of altering the fortunes, I think because of the lack of public transport and the high car dependency that would arise, I'm not comforted by the wish for there to be road infrastructure put in place, and therefore discussions with Transport for Greater Manchester may end up in bus services, because it's not happening to date. And we've heard about all the sites across Greater Manchester are envisaged to have fantastically improved services, and I just don't think that stacks up. So I think the concern is CPRE feels it's a very unsustainable site due to the fact that you can't really get to the area, and the new roads, all that will do is lead to further car dominance. I don't think it's been very well thought through in terms of strategic rail freight, passenger rail links to Metrolinx and the like. It's not really a well-formed chosen site in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Friends, Carrie Moss.
Yes, thank you. Just picking up on that last issue that CPRE raised, delivering significant local benefits to address a major local problem or issue, which is criterion 7. The biggest problem in the locality is the number of HGVs on the roads. Yet there is no sustainable freight solution in this plan. And an increasing number of planning applications are being approved that are going to put even more HGVs on the local roads. So I don't believe that this is going to address the local issues, and it isn't going to make the site sustainable. For a variety of reasons, school places, everybody's going to have to drive to them. There aren't schools in the area. They're not highlighted, and the schools in the area are set out in the master plan. So there is a graphic in there which shows you where they are. A number of them are on the other side of the Manchester Ship Canal. So how people are meant to get to those is not understood. I just want to come back to criterion 6, which, when you look at the document, the site selection document, it seems to suggest that paragraph 635 seems to suggest that these transport opportunities are linked to sites that can contribute or directly benefit from one of the schemes listed below. And the only one in relation to New Carrington is the CLC line improvements, which is the Flixton-Earlham railway line, which I think you heard a lot about in the Salford session, because it's massively over capacity. And actually, for much of this site, people will not find it easy to get to that railway line. The only part of the site that's in reasonably close proximity to that railway line is the Carrington area. Hence why I believe that these should be split up, because you can say that it does. Yeah. Okay. Won't say any more on that.
If we can avoid going back over our old calls.
Okay. The other point I just wanted to mention was the site suitability indicators, which are set out in PQ20. There's an awful lot of red on that table. So it's a little bit odd that this site has been chosen. There must be a lot of sites with a lot more red. Of the green indicators, number 4 is health and well-being, and it's not a surprise that that's green, because Carrington Moss is an area which is used extensively for social prescribing, walking, cycling, horse riding. Number 5 is social infrastructure, but the indicator only covered location. It didn't say whether there are actually school places or health access, so it's identified as green if there's a school within a certain distance, but if that school has no places, it's not indicated as red. And number 7 relates to air quality. Again, not a surprise, because much of the area has no roads. But with this development, the air quality, which we are monitoring locally, and have been doing since 2019, the air quality levels will change. So I think the site suitability matrix that's set out at paragraph 3.5 in PQ20, I think it highlights why this site is just not suitable for development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Beckman.
Thank you, sir. It's been suggested that up to 30% of the traffic generated by JPA 33 will be to and from the south along Warburton Lane, the A6144. Some via Warburton Toll Bridge, others through Lymm, but it's quite clear from the records that the Warburton Parish Council have kept that the number of traffic incidents is increasing in frequency, and there have been some fatalities. The A6144 through Warburton has a 40-mile-an-hour limit and narrow footways in several areas less than 600 mil wide, and this makes residents too frightened to use the footways now. I see no intentions in JPA 33 to mitigate these problems, and these are obviously very serious health and well-being issues.
Okay, thanks. We'll pick up on the criteria later. And I'm very sorry, I can't see your sign at the end, but if you'd like to make your point, yeah.
Thank you, sir. It's going back to the location. The Carrington Master Plan, section 3.13, it actually states only small parts of the site fall within catchment of established schools and hospitals. And going back to what Marge said, the figure that she was looking at, the map she was looking at was figure 3.18, which is on page 39. Now, if you look at that particular illustration, it does show that most of the site doesn't fall within any catchment area schools. Strangely enough, it does actually show schools on the other side of the Manchester Ship Canal in Earlham and Cadishead, which are impossible, well, not impossible, but were very difficult to get to. So I'm not too sure why they're on that figure in the first place, because if you go via the quickest route from Partington to Cadishead is via the Warburton Toll Bridge, which in itself is an issue, and that's 11.7 kilometres away. So I don't think schools in Earlham and Cadishead should be considered in any way, shape or form for this development. Well, I think I'll stop there. Let me just quickly look what else we're going to say. Yeah, I'll stop there because a lot of the other stuff I'm going to say here will come up later on. But I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you. I suppose it all comes under this heading of sustainable location for now. Red Row.
Thanks, sir. I'm not going to seek to rebut all the points made, but and the GMCA have made some of our points for us. There are a few main points though. So on criterion 1, the site our Red Rose land at Warburton Lane, which has been singled out by some, isn't previously developed land, but the point that the GMCA made, that this is an allocation which sits together in its entirety, and the benefits of the allocation come from development of all of it. I note the comments from across the table about brownfield land having already been permissioned and in some cases coming forward, so not understanding the connection between the two. If you look in more detail at those developments, one of which is approved on Wayne Estates land, one of which is approved for Vistry at Partington, Heath Farm Lane, you'll note so that those are contingent on highways infrastructure improvements coming forward, which are funded as part of the allocation. One of the main ones being the Carrington Relief Road, which still requires funding from development to come forward. There's Grampian conditions on those permissions, so that would stop development coming forward. Looking at criteria 4, I note that the GMCA says that we don't meet that criteria in terms of access to town centres. We will, in a similar point to criterion 1, the comprehensive development of the scheme will bring forward public transport improvements that help to mitigate that. And I don't really take the point from across the table, sir, that because facilities and lack of investment now has meant that there's a lack of bus services, that it's a reasonable way forward to starve the area of further investment and perpetuate that problem. It's no good to say that it's not good now, so we don't want any change. Looking at the availability of facilities as well, sir, I realise this isn't a Section 78 appeal, but the appeal which we've drawn your attention to did consider the accessibility of Red Rose land at Warburton in terms of its accessibility. And if I could direct you, sir, to paragraph 98 of that decision, it talks about the a reasonable walking distance of the site to Broad Oak Secondary School, Little Oaks Nursery School, the Fused Community Facility, Partington Sports Village, as well as other shops and facilities within that will meet the day-to-day needs of the area, including post office, pharmacy, supermarket and convenience stores that are accessible from walking distances. The main thing that seems to be overlooked, sir, is that our friends across the table is highlighted by criteria 7 and the ability to solve a major problem in the area, and that is one of regeneration. And the need to invest in this area in a whole-scale manner, of which our site is part of that investment, is critical to the success of the borough and the Places for Everyone plan as a whole. We'll go on to viability and to what is or isn't achievable on the site in terms of infrastructure provision, affordable housing provision, etc. But what is agreed across all of the evidence base and by us is that for this scheme and the infrastructure requirements that needs to be delivered, a significant upturn in the performance of this area as a market and as a housing area needs to be achieved. 15% is what the topic paper quotes and what the viability assessment is based on. Part of that is attracting developers and new people to come and live in the area through the delivery of, amongst other things, family housing, which is what the GMCA have highlighted against their criteria 7. Now, the GMCA's own evidence demonstrates that though that family housing won't be delivered to the extent it's required on all urban sites, more difficult to deliver, but can be delivered on land such as our client site at Warburton Lane. In fact, that's the basis of an application which my client would submit is that of family housing. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And Wayne Staines.
Thank you very much, sir. So Mr. Adam Smith from SLR Consulting will address some of the specific highways points in a moment. Can I just make three?
Well, sorry, I don't want to get necessarily into that. We're in a sort of grey area about the highways points. I don't want to get into too much detail. We're talking about the overall suitability of the site.
Yes.
So in very general terms, but if we're going to get into nitty-gritty, that can wait until we get to development requirements, I think.
No, well, so it's not nitty-gritty. It's a response to various broad points about the likelihood of public transport being improved, the availability of sustainable freight options, proximity to the railway station. Now, I'm quite happy for Mr. Smith to deal with those separately later on, but I don't want you to go away thinking that we haven't responded to some of the comments.
No one will leave. I've said, no one will leave the room unless they've said everything they wish to say.
Excellent.
Well, maybe,
well,
unless it gets to about 7 o'clock.
I may regret that, sir, actually.
I think the point would be, well, yeah, within reason, obviously. I must say within reason. Yeah. I think the point would be, yeah, if we're talking about general matters of sustainable development, because that's the two parts of this question we asked, is site selection criteria and will it lead to a sustainable pattern development? So we can focus on that.
Absolutely, sir. I've heard you say as Mr. Smith, and he'll keep to overarching points. But my three introductory comments are, first, that you ought not to underestimate the uniqueness of this site. As my learned friend Mr. Katkowski said in his brief opening, 6 out of the 7 site selection criteria are satisfied here. That is exceptionally unusual. In fact, it's unique for the proposed allocations. Second, although we fully agree with the GMCA about the wider local benefits, one thing one has to bear in mind in relation to this proposed allocation is, at its heart, is an aim to co-locate, so far as possible, employment and residential opportunities together with sustainable transport links to the wider area and within it. So it's effectively creating a sustainable community, albeit with good links to existing communities. And so my third point, I'll make very briefly because Mr. Gilbert touched on it already. I think Ms. Copley, on behalf of CPRE, raised some concern about the relationship between the previously developed land, which already has planning permission, and the how that's going to facilitate the development of the rest of the allocation. As Mr. Gilbert said, a number of those permissions already require that contributions are made to facilitate the Carrington Relief Road, but at its heart, the Carrington Relief Road will have active travel, assisting in links to existing areas, some of which we've already heard are subject to areas of socioeconomic deprivation. So those are my three brief points. I'll ask Mr. Smith to deal with high-level sustainable transport points.
Thank you. I think it's important to understand, as a starting position, that large areas of this site are already in a sustainable location. There's an existing railway station at Flixton, which can be accessed from the site, and an existing network of bus services that pass around the site mainly. But our approach to this site is to push it as a sustainable community using what we call a vision and validate approach, which is, look, what is a vision for this site? And the vision for this site is to make it a sustainable community that's accessible by non-car modes. We'd start off with the first focus is to reduce the need to travel. This site benefits from scale and opportunities for a range of development types, land uses, which provides opportunities for people to live and work on the site, live and study at school on the site, live and shop on the site. So the first part of the vision is to reduce the need to travel. The second part of the vision is then, if you need to travel, can you use an active travel mode? Can you walk and cycle? Can you do that within the site? Can you do that to the surrounding communities? The third aspect is then to encourage shared travel, and whether that's public transport, buses mainly in this instance, or links to
rail and Metrolink services, or the use of car clubs and other sort of shared mobility. And then the fourth part of this is, if you have to drive, how can you use alternative fuels? Can we provide for electric cars? And the last thing that we want to promote is standard car travel using fossil fuels. So that was a start. That was a vision for this site. And as a result of that, we've been having lengthy and ongoing discussions with highway officers at Trafford Council, GMCA, TFGM, and we're still working on the sustainable transport package. But there's a recognition that we need to link this site into, well, first of all, we need to allow for good movement across the site, and then we need to provide movement to the local communities and local transport infrastructure for onward movements into Manchester city centre, for example.
I may have enough for the point we're on now. Maybe come back, because when we get into the development criteria, I think that's where we can see whether or not the framework, the policy framework actually would result in what you're talking about. There's a policy framework there to achieve what you're saying can be achieved. And I think that's the point. Obviously, clearly, and you know, if you're going to just tell me that you disagree, then I know probably you disagree with some aspects of that. But I think we'll leave that for now. And if you want to just come back.
My point, if I may, is just to ask about the timeline of the Carrington Relief Road, because there's a very long...
Well, let's come on to that later.
Oh, right, okay.
Because I've got questions about Carrington Relief Road when we get to the criterion on Carrington Relief Road.
But the point is about sustainability of the location, because that road isn't going to be built during the plan period. Yeah.
I just had two quick points. You probably are aware that there's no site selection criteria for objectives 8 and 9, and these are particularly important for this site given. So objective 8 is to improve the quality of our natural environment and access to green spaces, and 9 is ensure access to physical and social infrastructure. And given the current activities on Carrington Moss, that those are important. I just wanted to come back on one quick point from Wayne, which is about the reduced need to travel. There is a lack of diversity in the jobs on offer in Carrington. It's not jobs for people who perhaps want to work in technology or green jobs or what have you. It's warehouses. And how does that fit with the homes that are going to be developed? So will the homes that are going to be developed on the Red Row site, for example, be affordable by somebody who works in a warehouse? I think there are this idea that we're going to reduce the need for travel isn't borne out by the evidence that we've got.
Okay. Understood. And I don't know if that's a new, old or new point. New point. Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to some points that were raised on Criterion 6 and Criterion 7. On Criterion 6, the Carrington Relief Road described at its heart has as promoting sustainable travel. I presume that's on cycling and walking, but I'm not too sure whether that is viable when you've got, I can't remember the last count. I think there's something like 35 HGVs an hour. It's going to increase. It's probably going to double because of the new development. So I certainly, as a cyclist, wouldn't like to be cycling along the Carrington Relief Road with hundreds of HGVs going past me. I don't think I want to be breathing in that air or that kind of close contact. I think I'd rather be going across the Mosses public rights of way.
Okay.
The other thing is Flixton Station has said it's easily accessed from the allocation. It is not easily accessed from the allocation. The only part that can be easily accessed is, as mentioned before, is Carrington Village. And even then, if you haven't got a car, you would have to get a bus there, or you could walk, but it's about 40-minute walk. There are times when the road between Carrington Village and Flixton Road, Flixton train station is flooded, because we have regular flooding. So in the winter time, sometimes it's not accessible. And also, as mentioned before, that train line is at capacity, and there are times when you get to the train station you can't get on the trains. That's a regular occurrence. On criteria 7, so I don't think that it meets criteria 6 on those things. On criteria 7, mentioned before about the, it was mentioned about the deprivation or the deprived area of Partington, that it was an overspill, and that this development would, help with the issues of the area. I don't think it would. It was said about that it would be creating more, obviously development would create more houses and renew old stock and things like that. It is an area of deprivation, and I don't think that many of the people who live there at the moment would be able to afford the houses that are being built. It would be interesting to know, because there's no exact figures anymore. It's just what proportion of the ones that the allocations have actually been given.
Well, again, we'll come on to that
Yeah,
because we've got.
so I'm not too sure whether that would solve the issue.
I mean, that's the point.
Issue.
I think the point in this item is that you don't believe it meets criteria 6 and 7.
Riding thing. I don't think that would on criteria 7. I don't think building a load of new houses there will solve that issue.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, there's quite a lot there. Obviously, I think some matters we can park until we get to the development criteria. I think matters about, I think I understand the points made about infrastructure and so on and capacity, but we've got criteria on those, so let's deal with that specifically when we get there.
I'll respond briefly, or we'll respond briefly if we may, so because as I understand this part of the discussion, I mean, we have, as you know, 7 site selection criteria. This site, as far as we're concerned, meets 6. Some people have queried that, and we'll come to those queries in a few moments' time. There are a whole range of much wider and different points which were made, but which may very well be good, or they may very well not be good points, but they don't relate to the site selection criteria. So I'm going to stick to the site selection criteria, if I may. So the first one I just want to have a response to from my left is the point made by the CPRE in relation to criterion 1, where it was just asserted that the brownfield land within the allocation is all already permitted. So, how's that claim made, if you like? So can we just actually have some facts, please?
In terms of where we currently stand at the moment, there have been 1,200 homes that have been approved within the urban area, existing urban area, which is predominantly previously developed land within the allocation, and 130,000 square metres of employment land that's already been approved and permissioned. There are other applications currently waiting in the wings and in the process of going through the planning application process at the moment, but particularly on the employment land, that still leaves circa 200,000 square metres of employment land to come forward, largely on previously developed land.
All of those figures you just, they all contribute to the 5,000 and the 350,000 square metres.
Yes, so some of them are in the existing land supply because some of them have been approved for a while, and some are very, very recently approved. But yes, ultimately they all count towards the yes.
Thanks. Okay.
Thank you. Then there were comments made by the CPRE that this allocation doesn't meet criteria number 3. There are particular points made about public transport. We'll come back to those obviously later on when we look at the detail of the policy. But I mean, if one just stands back from criteria number 3 for one moment, the point made by us is that this is a strategically important location which has the capacity to deliver transformational change, if ever there was a strategically important location in this plan, and if ever there was an allocation which has the capacity to deliver transformational change, this is it. I mean, I just simply cannot understand how it can conceivably be said that that criterion is not met. I mean, let's apply some realism here, please. Moving on, then, Friends of Carrington Moss made a number of points about HGVs and freight and no sustainable freight solution, etc., in relation to criterion number 7. Well, again, may or may not be good points, but they're not the claims that we make in relation to criterion number 7. I mean, I ask that we're judged if you like, by what we do claim and not that being judged by claims that we don't make. Then moving on, we can pick up some of the other details, I think, air quality points and so on, and traffic we'll come to later. So that's all I wanted to say so at this stage.
Okay, thank you. I will move on for that. We'll move on then to, I think I've got heritage issues, peat issues and coma zone issues. I think because of the time, I'm going to start with peat, if that's okay. I think some of the heritage issues might actually, not I won't say fall away, but we pick up in the, because I know the changes you've made, and that might be relevant. So, and the coma zones, I think we'll pick up as a separate issue. So,
I think there's an order of magnitude difference. I mean, for example, the peat issue on the one hand and heritage on the other. I mean, I would say that we could perfectly well deal with heritage when we're looking at the criteria and the policy.
We may well do that.
Coma, I mean, I don't know what you want to do about that, but, you know.
Well, there's also criteria about...
There is, newly introduced at the beginning, there's a reference.
Yes, there is. So we might, well, let's see where we get to. We'll start with peat.
Let's start with peat.
I think coma has got some more matter principles, but as I said before, we'll get there in the end, whichever way we are. So I don't think peat should take more than about 5 minutes to deal with. But I think for those who have been obviously here before, and this is not the first time we've talked about peat, so there have been some sites where peat has been an issue, where the GMCA set out, and I asked questions about national policy and the GMCA position on national policy and so on. They were asked and answered. I'm not going to ask those again because I think on some specific, but I will, like I did yesterday. I think it's sensible for you to introduce your position on that for those people who haven't been here before, so at least they can respond to that in the first instance. So I think obviously thinking primarily about national policy issues, and I guess how that pertains to this site. Then we can go through the more detailed issues about this peat situation on this site and the we touched yesterday about how decisions on how to relate to other policies. But of course, the implication yesterday was that might not be a point for that site, whereas it clearly is for this one, I think. Or maybe you will tell me how you feel it relates anyway.
Indeed. No, I understand and know what you mean, so thank you very much indeed. So, shall I just launch myself?
I think if you can, rather than me ask a load of questions, you ask it, so it's easier for you to summarise your position.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. So, I mean, as I've done before, but I completely understand that it's right and sensible for me to outline the key points, you know, now again during this session, because there may well be people who either weren't here at other sessions, no reason why they should have been, and or may not have listened to the discussion on YouTube. And again, you know, there's no particular reason why they should have done. So I'm going to start just by using the Natural England letter of the 10th of February, which is of this year, OD 23, just as a base for making the key points I want to make by way of introduction on this. And you will recall, but I'll just set the scene, that in the second paragraph and the third paragraph of that letter, Natural England explain that that the concerns that they've already raised at Regulation 19 stage, and they continue to raise in this more recent letter, are not matters that they put forward as matters of soundness or legal compliance. So that's an important scene-setting point. And they explain their response to your request, you and your colleagues' request, that they should consider attending amongst others, this hearing session, today's hearing session, by explaining that they have decided not to do that because, as far as they're concerned, there isn't yet in place a change to national policy that they are apparently seeking through their responses to the consultation on the draft changes to the National Planning Policy Framework. That national policy isn't yet in a position where Natural England would like it to be. That's to say that national policy does not, as things stand, have particular protective provisions for peat. They seek those provisions, but as far as they're concerned, they're not in place as things stand. So important preliminary points there. They don't consider their concerns to be ones relating to soundness. Concerns, yes, important concerns, I'm sure, to Natural England, but not matters of soundness. And they consider that national policy does not, as things stand, have particular provisions in relation to protection of peat. Now, the closest that one can get to this issue in national policy is, as I've previously said, but I'll just say again, in relation to the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 180, this is National Planning Policy I'm referring to, obviously, paragraph 180, at sub C, which refers to a principle for the determination of planning applications, but let's take it by analogy as relevant to plan making as well, although the framework doesn't put it in that way, but let's just do that for the sake of the point. We're told in relation to planning applications that development which results in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats, such as, and there are then references made in parenthesis, and in the such as list one does not find peat, but development resulting in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitat should be refused unless there are wholly exceptional reasons. And the footnote then, footnote 63, encapsulates or contains a test of public benefit clearly outweighing the loss or deterioration of the habitat. So there's a public benefit test, if you like, and there should be suitable compensation, a suitable compensation strategy. So, as I've said previously, peat is not explicitly singled out as one of the instances of irreplaceable habitats, but I accept that the reference is, in parentheses, is such as. In other words, it's not a closed list, to use planners' jargon, it's a e.g. rather than i.e. list. And in the glossary at the back of the framework, which defines irreplaceable habitat, again, peat is not specifically mentioned, but again, the glossary refers to various things being included, so an e.g. list rather than an i.e. list in that definition. So as I've said previously, and I will say again now, I'm perfectly content to work on the basis of taking this point head on, although it isn't explicitly stated in national policy that peat falls within paragraph 180C, and Natural England do not claim that national policy currently protects peat explicitly. Were one to treat the peat on this site, and for instance, as an irreplaceable habitat, that would then give rise to the question, well, if one applies what's said in 180C by analogy to plan making, one would that give rise to the question, well, do we have a situation here where there are wholly exceptional reasons to make this allocation? What does wholly exceptional reasons mean? Well, that's defined in the footnote 63 in the framework. That's to say whether public benefit would clearly outweigh the loss or deterioration of the habitat. So, to cut a relatively long narrative short, it is our position that to the extent that this test applies, and it isn't at all clear that it does, but even were one to apply it, this paragraph or sub-paragraph in the framework, it is our case that the public benefit here would indeed clearly outweigh whatever the loss or deterioration would be in relation to the peat on the site. Obviously, we're turning in a little while's time to what that loss or deterioration might be in the circumstances that we find ourselves in here. But just taking this point head on, if this test applies, then as far as we're concerned, it's met, because just as we say there are exceptional circumstances in relation to the release of greenbelt land, we say that there are wholly exceptional reasons. That's to say that the public benefit clearly outweighs whatever damage or harm there might be to peat arising from this allocation. So that's the national policy position. You'll recall that Natural England go on in their correspondence over the page, on the second page, to refer to Section 40 of the Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act 2006, has a particularly unfortunate acronym. And as I've said previously, when you look at Section 40, this is a general biodiversity duty, if you like, that falls, amongst others, to us as plan makers. It isn't a specific point about peat. It's a much more overarching and general point. And as I've said before, to be quite frank, in the context of our discussion of peat. It's a bit of a red herring, this reference, because it's an overarching point which applies to the entire plan and biodiversity. It's a much, much, much broader point than the specific focus on peat that we have in this part of the session. They do also refer to the, they also then say on the second page of their letter, and I'll just read it and make my observation afterwards. It's also worth noting that habitats present on deep peat can, and I'm emphasising the word can, fall within the definition of the Habitats Directive Annex 1, priority habitat, degraded raised bog still capable of natural, I'm emphasising natural regeneration, etc., etc. They do not claim that the peat on this site, and indeed any of the others, does actually fall within that, that category. They then go on to refer to various policies in Places for Everyone, and in this correspondence, that's to say their letter of the 10th of February 2023, they seek to play policies in the draft Places for Everyone document, if you like, against the proposed allocation. Here we're dealing with Carrington, obviously. An interesting way of putting the point for reasons which I'll come to in just a second or two, but before I do, as I've said yesterday, and I'll just reiterate now, this is a point you were just touching on, sir, of course there are all sorts of policies in Places for Everyone, and there are policies in Places for Everyone that seek to protect biodiversity and can be read to seek to protect peat. And yet we then find ourselves in a situation where we're making allocations, and this is one of them, where there is an extensive area of peat on the site. How does one reconcile the two with the one with the other? Well, welcome to planning. Planning is all about making overall judgments in the wider public interest, and you can never ever find a site where there aren't some or other tensions between the pros and the cons. Obviously here, if the test in the framework applies of wholly exceptional reasons, that's to say where the public benefit would clearly outweigh the loss or deterioration. I mean, there is the approach which one would apply to reconcile these various points. One would ask oneself the question, well, yes, we know that there would be some harm to peat arising from this allocation. Is that outweighed in the greater public interest by the benefits which arise from making this strategically important, fundamentally important to the Places for Everyone document allocation? Answer, as far as we're concerned, yes. Others will have a different view, of course, but that's our answer. I said that I'd come back to the point about these other policies in the plan and the way in OD 23, the correspondence of the 10th of February, those are played against the allocation at New Carrington. I said I'd come back to that because there is other correspondence from Natural England, which also needs to be borne in mind, and that's OD 19, which is a letter of the 20th of January of this year. It's a letter about one of the planning applications on the site. I'm not going to get into the details of the pros and cons of planning applications, because as you said on a number of occasions, that's not why we're here. But I do just ask you to glance at that correspondence, not concerning the merits of that planning application, yay or nay, and whether Natural England have made good points, bad points, or other points about that application, but rather for this, that if you look at the first page of OD 19, at the bottom of the page, the summary of their advice is that they, Natural England, rely on various policies in the Places for Everyone plan as the basis for objecting to that application, and in particular, on the third page of that letter, they rely on the aspects of allocation policy 33 that deal with peat, and the criteria in allocation policy 33 that refer to peat as reasons for objecting to that particular application. Now, my point's nothing to do with that particular application. My point is that it's clear that Natural England see some aspects of the allocation policy as bearing on the subject of how one would go about protecting peat through the allocation and protecting the, avoiding or minimising, reducing the damage to peat I'm not saying for one moment one would eradicate damage to peat, that's not my point. But Natural England do actually rely, ironically, on the very policy that we're going to discuss in detail slightly later on today as a reason for saying, as against a planning application where you're not doing enough to mitigate the impact on peat, see criteria X, Y and Z, I think they refer to 4 of them, in the allocation policy. So that's a brief overview. Now, moving on from there, obviously we need to feed into all of that. You know, if one does apply the test and the framework, if one does, one needs to then ask oneself some fairly basic questions like, well, how much peat are we dealing with here? Now, are we dealing with that now?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, well, it might be that this is where my questions come in, but it might well be what you're going to say anyway.
I'll do my splurge and then we're...
Okay, it's been quite a long summary, but I think it's probably is useful. And if you don't cover anything, then I can pick it up.
I haven't got too much more to say because there's a statement of common ground, if you like, for GMCA 61 between ourselves and Wayne Estates in relation to this. Now, you'll know, obviously, we have the Natural England map, which is before the inquiry, as one of the documents which shows the extent of peat arising from their high-level work. I'm not criticising it, I'm just saying it is high-level work. And that shows in relation to the allocation that a considerable extent of the allocation, about a third of it, is in the deep peaty soils characterisation. But about half of that, 200 hectares of it, is within the retained greenbelt area. So one has to immediately start, remembering that not all peat on the site is seen as being potentially within the areas to be developed. Now, the statement of common ground show, and I'll obviously leave it to those opposite me to explain this in more detail. But from the work that's been done, in boreholes and investigations on the site, the extent of peat is not as extensive. Unsurprisingly, I would say, to be honest, it's not as extensive as the high-level work shown on the Natural England map. And instead of some 400 hectares within the allocation boundary, it's 280 hectares, still an awful lot, of course, but about half of that is within the proposed development parcel. So we got the same point, that not all of the peat on the site, however much it is within the proposed or envisaged development parcels. And indeed, quite a deal of the peat in question, even where it is within development parcels, is within previously developed land. So one needs to sort of bear those points in mind in relation to this part of the discussion. So I'll bring this all to a close by saying that we the promoters of the plan are not saying for one moment that there won't be implications for the peat on the site. They won't be as extensive as has been claimed by those who object to the proposals, the proposed allocation, as far as we see it. But even taking the point head on, as I've said with the other allocation where this point arose particularly strongly, and I'll say here where the point arises again particularly strongly, given the objections which have been made, we consider that there is a compelling case in the wider public interest of this allocation, despite whatever impacts there might be on the peat here, because we do see the wider public interest as clearly outweighing whatever loss or deterioration there might be. And, we take the point head on. So that's the end of my lengthy summary.
Yes, thank you. But I think possibly I would have asked questions about those points and you would have said the same thing. So it probably cuts through quite a lot of the general points. I've got a few specific questions. It may well be you want to defer that to the site promoter if they are in a better place to answer, but I'll ask them anyway. You've mentioned obviously my starting point. You preempted my starting point, which is how much peat are we talking about? So I think, there's different sources of information, but the information from the site promoter is it's 280 hectares overall.
Yes,
within the allocation.
And about half of that is within the development parcels and half isn't. So basically, in answer to your question, how much peat are we talking about? Not as much as we thought we were, is the answer in colloquial terms, but still a lot. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying the extent of the peat.
No. And last week again, well, it was last week, couple of weeks ago we were talking about the Salford sites. There was quite a lot of discussion about the obviously the depth and, for want of perhaps better word, quality of the peat, and whether it's storing carbon or emitting carbon in a degraded state, its biodiversity value. Do we have sufficient? Do we know what the status of the peat is? Bearing in mind 280 hectares, it's quite a detailed answer potentially, but broadly, do we know what status that's in?
I will defer to those who have the detailed knowledge, frankly, in relation to this, because I know that I understand a good deal of work's been done, and I'll defer to those who have the detail of that work.
Okay,
it needs to be fed into the equation.
Yes, it might well be useful then to hand over to, I presume it's Wayne Estates who would be.
It is, so I was going to make that suggestion in any event. So can I just make a couple of introductory points? I'm not going to repeat what my learned friend said about the policy and legal context. We agree with the interpretation. Second, if peat is a matter of principle is capable of being treated as an irreplaceable habitat, then you need to understand the condition of the peat at the moment and the extent to which its extent and the extent to which it can be restored. So to do that and to deal with those points, I'm going to ask Mr. Moorcroft to deal briefly with the investigations that have been undertaken already and the extent to which there could be some restoration. And then Mr. Wilton, who will explain the geotechnical surveys and assessments that are being carried out.
Okay, thank you. It probably will be useful.
Thank you, sir. Tyler Grange, the consultancy I work for, we've undertaken extensive ecological surveys. Sorry. We've undertaken extensive ecological surveys of the site. All right, we've undertaken extensive ecological surveys of the site over several years, and our conclusion is that in relation to the peat, that it's not an active bog. Yes, within the allocation there are some remnants of mossland lag habitat. I'm talking about specifically about birch moss covert and part of the southern part of the Shell Pool Reserve, but these are small areas which are currently isolated from any existing wider bog habitats that may exist. Most of the allocation that isn't subject to current development that overlies the peat is arable land used for crops, and can't really be couldn't be classified as an Annex 1 habitat. These are defined raised bogs where there's been the Annex 1 habitat we're referring to is bogs that are capable of restoration, but this isn't the case here. In Annex 1, they're defined as these are raised bogs where there's been a disruption from anthropogenic sources to the natural hydrology, leading to surface desiccation of the peat, and where the species change as you've still got representative flora of bog habitat, but it's been altered essentially by the anthropogenic changes through drainage or whatever, and we haven't got that vegetation here now. Over almost all of the Carrington moss, we've got arable land which is used for crops.
So, Mr. Moorcroft, you briefly mentioned a few moments ago your view that it doesn't fall within Annex 1 because it can't be restored to an active peat bog. Can you just explain briefly why that's your view?
Yes, of course. Yeah. So, in order to create the arable land, there's been significant deposition of night soil over the entire area, and to create an agricultural soil, and that's led to
and successive management of that land for agriculture has led to very high nutrient levels going into that surface topsoil. So and also the topsoil, the site's been drained as well, so you've got drainage issues as well. In order to recreate bog, you need low nutrient conditions, and you need it to be wet, and we can't achieve that on this site. We've done studies to look at whether or not it would be possible to remove areas of the topsoil that's been made from the night soil that has been deposited there over the past centuries, and whether or not it would be possible to reconfigure the drainage locally to be able to recreate wet conditions. And our conclusion is that whilst technically over somewhere it might be feasible to do that, there would be a massive carbon cost in doing so that would outweigh the wisdom, if you like, of doing that work. So unfortunately, in this instance, we don't believe it is feasible to recreate active bog on this site.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moorcroft. Can I swap seats now with Mr. Wilton, who's from Arab, summarised the history of the investigations that have been carried out and the impacts that human activity has had, in particular on the quality of the peat.
Thank you very much. What I want to just briefly touch on is what's happened to the peat over the last couple of centuries. I want to talk about the current condition of the peat and some of the investigations that we've done about how that peat could be restored. And I'll try and do it briefly as I can. So there's always been evidence of peat cutting on the site dating back. There's a Ordnance Survey map from 1854 that shows an extent of the peat, but that was already compromised. That is already less than the area shown by the Natural England Plan. However, the big thing that happened on this site started in 1880 when Manchester Corporation purchased the site and used it to deposit night soil. I think you've probably come across night soil in previous hearings, but it is essentially human waste from the city of Manchester that was had to be deposited out of the city. We understand from the records that night soil was deposited over the site between 1880 and 1930. So we have had about 50 years of deposition of highly organic material on the site. We call it human waste. We do note in the site investigation we've also seen pottery and other elements, glass in there as well. So we are expecting probably a slightly broader selection of material got put on the site than just human excrement. Around that time, it might be before, might be around that time, drainage has been introduced on the site. And that is very important. The network of ditches have been introduced that drains to the south and to the north. And that has had a really significant impact on the health of the peat that was left under the night soil. It's worth noting, and I'll touch on the investigations, but in 2022, the site investigations we took on, we obviously log where groundwater levels are on the site. And at that point, there was no groundwater recorded within the peat. So the drainage has been fairly effective in draining the peat that is there. I want to touch on utilities and services. You can obviously see the pylons around the site. What you cannot see is the number of buried services that pass through this area. I would highlight at least 2 medium pressure gas mains and also a thing called the mainline pipeline, which contains oil products, taking it from South Wales up to the Trafford Park oil depot. And that takes petrol at around £1,000 a square inch pressure, and therefore relatively delicate. And also we have surrounding land uses. We have Manchester United, as we referred to before, and also the chemical works to the north. So all of them have provided the sort of context and the impact on there. Obviously, Manchester United largely sits on probably some of the areas of the thickest peat that we've recorded. So we think, as colleagues from Greater Manchester have noted, we think is approximately 140 hectares of peat affected by this. I also want to touch briefly on the point of depth of peat and thickness of peat. I think we've shared a plan showing what the site investigator shown in terms of the thickness of peat, which is approximately the worst case, 2 metres, 2.05 metres, I think, down to 1 metre, and that is at a depth of up to about 3.5 metres at its most deep. So again, I can't compare with other sites, but I think I wouldn't describe this as necessarily as deep peat compared to some of the things you might see elsewhere in Greater Manchester. So what we're seeing, and why am I saying it's thick but it's not the full depth, is because on top of the peat is this layer of topsoil and night soil. Now, when you dig a hole and do a site investigation, picking out the particular material and say what got it there, where it was, is quite hard. What we've tried to do is distinguish between topsoil, which is largely built up over the years due to the agricultural activity on the site. Then we have night soil, which is almost, the night soil has worked its way into the peat. So we get a layer of sort of 0.5 metre, 1 metre thickness of co-mixed high nutrient night soil and with some peat. And then you get what we call the peat itself is below that, which is where the night soil hasn't penetrated all the way through. So it's worth thinking about that topsoil, night soil with peat, and then peat below that, and then below that it sits on sands. So we have analysed the condition of that peat, and I think probably this inquiry has previously heard the joys of the Van Post classification of peat degradation. The work we have done and what we did is not only examine it on the site, but actually took block samples back into a laboratory with people who are experienced in assessing peat and peat extent. We believe what we found on site categorises H4 to H6 on the Van Post classification. The summary title on the left-hand side of the table of Van Post talks that between slight and moderately strong decomposition. So we're within that range. Now, we've seen other people characterise Van Post classification with slightly different language. So I think if we hang on to H4 and H6, and then if you wish to, you can then look at the detail of what that means in terms of decomposition. The other point worth making is that the peat is currently emitting carbon, and it's emitting carbon at a higher rate than a normal agricultural field. And that is because it is dry, it is being turned over by agricultural activity. That is starting to bring that to the surface and allowing that decomposed peat to emit carbon. We have not, it's virtually impossible to measure that, but we have seen research and evidence that suggests that is the case on sites like this. So it is currently emitting carbon because of the agricultural activity. It is currently emitting carbon at a higher rate than it would be if you looked at a field and said an ordinary field with sort of non-peat-based subsoils. So that's really important. We have looked to the viability of re-wetting the peat and seeing whether there's a scope for either part or all of the site to re-wet the peat in some way. I've always shied away from the word restoring the peat because I think the activities of the last 180 years make that quite hard. But certainly, can you re-wet it? Can you create more of a wetland on that site? And we've talked, I think previously, there's been opportunities around thinking about wet agriculture and things like that. I think there are some challenges to that I just want to set out. We have the adjacent landowners. I will mention the desirability of perhaps making Manchester United's training pitches less usable, but I probably shouldn't go there. We would have to isolate Manchester United's existing facilities from that, and also the petrochemical plants, and I'll come on a bit about some of the groundwater contamination issues that would be impacted by trying to do that.
Obviously, this is all very useful, and I'm giving a lot of leeway here because of the importance of it and how big it. But we are.
I'm nearly there.
I'm crack on.
Services. I've talked about the services. They're important because if you re-wet an area where, say, a gas main is, the ground around it will swell, and that will impact on the strength and the condition of those gas pipelines and those oil pipelines. So we would have a severe consequence and an objection from National Grid and ESSO still in the mainline pipeline for the impact of trying to do that. So we've had to look at whether you can re-wet without re-wetting on there. On the contamination point, just want to say if we start to change the groundwater regime as has existed since the war, unfortunately, Shell have over the years deposited various things on their site, and that is an extensive program of trying to understand what's there, what we can do about it. If we start to change the groundwater regime, that could change some of those plumes that are within the Shell site and could make them more challenging to address and even run the risk of them starting to affect outside the Shell site boundary, which they currently don't. So we are very nervous about changing the groundwater regime. And because we've got the organic material on the top, the night soil and the peat and the agricultural activity, that is against peat creation. They do not like a high nutrient situation. You would have to move all that out of the way to stop it preventing the peat working going forward. So that's an operation that would be costly, would also involve a lot of carbon. Some of the points made earlier about the carbon implications of trying to do that are not beneficial. Brett, last very final point, we have looked at how we can develop this whilst remaining the peat in sight. We think there are foundation solutions, and again, similar to other developments, where we think we can keep the peat in situ whilst also taking forward the development as proposed. Thank you for your indulgence, sir.
Thank you. Yes, that was indulgence, but I think because probably answered most of my questions, or many of my questions, so it probably was very useful. You might just want to sit there for a second, yeah. Just to clarify on the points you've just been making about restoration, you suggesting that obviously the policy, I think, talks about potential for restoration or creating wetlands, and there's a new element that's been put in or suggested about minimising the harm. And talking about, are you saying that restoration is not possible on any of the site?
No, I don't think we are saying that. I think we have highlighted some of the challenges in doing that. Clearly, birch moss covert exists as a valuable habitat on the site. There is potential to do things, and that's had a very similar history to much of the rest of the site. So there are opportunities to do things like that. What I'm saying is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to recreate Carrington Moss as Carrington Moss was 150 years ago. The barriers I've set out, I mean, you can't do that. Can you create wetland within the development area? I think almost certainly you can do good things and make good habitat within the site, but you cannot recreate Carrington Moss.
This might be a question for GMCA. Last, again, under the Salford discussion, one of the Salford colleagues talked about a piece of work that had been done. It might have been Salford specific, it might have been Chatmoss specific, but I don't know, about looking at priorities for restoration. It may have been in relation to the local nature recovery plan. I'm not quite sure. Is that Chatmoss?
It doesn't. Yes, it doesn't extend to
Chatmoss thing.
here,
So,
that's right.
so no work. I mean, obviously, other than what the developer's done, there's nothing that's in there about where priorities might lie for restoration.
This
it's a different
allocation and area is not the same.
Okay. Is the development, again, just in the round, might be one of you, the potential for this development to facilitate peat restoration elsewhere? So, again, not necessarily if there are issues on Carrington Moss elsewhere, but other parts of the mosslands, if you like, in Greater Manchester, under the biodiversity net gain approach, I would imagine, or something similar.
There wouldn't be any reason why that wouldn't be possible, but it's not something that we've particularly highlighted or taken account of in this policy, but there's nothing to stop that.
So is the idea that if you're, and I'm getting into some detail here, but even the idea that when you're talking about biodiversity net gain or what the policy talks about improvements to the wetlands or creation of wetlands, it's on the other parts of Carrington Moss, and that is possible.
That's correct. That's the intention of the policy, is to try and, as much as possible, address any impact on site insofar as is possible. With regards to any off-site improvements via biodiversity, net gain, etc., that's not something we've currently looked at, but obviously it's a piece of work we're doing generally across GEO and across Trafford, but that's a separate piece.
So I hope you don't mind me just adding this point. So whilst it would be theoretically possible to make contributions to restore off-site peat mosses, one would have to bear in mind the evidence you've just heard about the extent to which Carrington moss is degraded, the impacts of the various matters that Mr Wilson and Mr Moorcroft have explained, and also the extent to which it would be feasible or desirable to restore the peat. Is that needs to be borne in mind before one considers whether it would be a proportionate response to require contributions towards off-site restoration.
Well, clearly anything would have to be in relation to the statutory requirements of such things, but I mean, I think this actually comes back to another point, is whether or not some of this is obviously dependent on, seemingly dependent on the master plan or the actual proposals coming forward, and whether or not it's suitable to assess the impact on peat and or the ability to restore peat at the application stage, effectively, because that's what I think is being addressed here. And the changes to the policy are that, as far as you're concerned, there's enough information, enough evidence to justify the allocation, but there's another stage of assessment that needs to be done at the application stage to assess the impact, assess the mitigation, and so on. And whether, I guess that is that an appropriate response? Justified.
It's certainly an appropriate and justified response, and it's the inevitable response, to be quite frank, because at the plan making stage we're looking at a certain level at these issues. Obviously, if as and when planning applications are submitted under the auspices of the allocation, and what the allocation has to say about this issue, then yes, you would look at the detail when those applications come forward. So we're looking to see whether there's a fundamental point of principle here that stands in the way of the allocation, wholesale, and it doesn't, because whatever one makes of the position. So if you adopt everything that's been the evidence that's been summarised on by Wayne Estates, if you accept that evidence, which we would obviously invite you to do, then the extent to any harm here would be limited, frankly. But even if you took a different view and considered that we were foursquare dealing with peat that really did have the capability of being restored in inverted commas, etc., that there would be considerable harm. Even so, that would simply take you back, if it even applies, that would take you back to this public benefit test. So, at the plan making stage, we're more than satisfied. We are more than satisfied that we know enough now to say this is not a showstopper, to use that colloquialism. But obviously, if as and when planning applications are made, of course the details looked at when they come in. Okay. And just in terms of it's emitting carbon now, that is the definition of degrade. It's degraded, and that is why it's emitting. And it's just to summarise so I fully understand in my own mind, it's degraded for a combination of reasons of deposition of night soil, drainage. It's dry, and therefore all these combined, it is a degraded bog, and therefore is emitting carbon. Yesterday, it was suggested, and we talked about whether this should be in policy or not, and that was just that. And you talked about there might be foundation solutions which allow you to deliver development without necessarily removing the peat. There was a view expressed that there were solutions which would allow you to stop the peat from emitting carbon through development solutions. I don't know if that's something that you're familiar with.
Yes, I could talk to that. I mean, if you think of peat as an organic material that thrives when it hasn't got a huge amount of nutrients and is wet, by stopping the moisture, by introducing the organic material, it is not thriving, it is dying. And it has been dying, and much of it is dead, and we get to this sort of pseudo-fibrous conversation. And therefore, as it starts to be dead, it then starts to decompose, and particularly when it's introduced to the surface through agricultural activity, that's what leads to the carbon emissions. So it's a sort of organic material that is rotting, you might say, or in a dry context, and is therefore releasing the carbon. In terms of stopping the peat from doing that, I think one point worth making is that it is the agricultural activity, it is the peat, it is the ploughing, sorry, that's starting to disturb that. If we aren't doing that within this area, still places like green spaces, which would be introduced as part of the allocation, that can be managed in a way that doesn't disturb the peat and therefore doesn't promote that enhanced level of carbon dioxide emission as a result of the decay of the peat. So I think that's a sort of thing, I wasn't at the previous session, but that's the sort of thing I'm thinking they're referring to be able to stop the agricultural activity.
Okay, thank you. A lot of information. Thank you for that. We'll open it up, and if anything else occurs to me as we go around, I'll come back to it. But I'll start with CPRE.
Yeah, thank you. CPRE strongly objects to the development on peat, despite what's been said from across the room by the developers, ecologists. We think there is a real opportunity cost which runs against the whole grain of the policy in terms of low carbon planning for the places for everyone. In terms of Natural England's own letter of the 10th of February, it refers to the wider area of peat of 445 hectares, simply because you're putting a footprint of a building on 140. That's 140 hectares is still a very large scale, and there is obviously implications for the wider area. And I think CPRE is concerned about the impacts to Greater Manchester's nature recovery plan and the possibilities for the future. It's wrong to say it can't be properly re-wetted, and that it is because there's projects with Manchester Metropolitan University and the Wildlife Trust. I'm sure Ross can talk about it more authoritatively than I can, where they're looking at upscaling the farming of sphagnum moss and really innovative ways, and that's been paid for through Europe. The local nature partnership is in total support with it, and there's a massive opportunity for Greater Manchester to do something super exciting with its deep peaty soils in a way in which this development as planned would prevent that from ever happening. So I think we need to be aware of that opportunity cost.
Thank you. Frances Carrington-Moss.
Yeah, just a couple of points. We have been working with the GM Wetlands Initiative, of which we understand Carrington is a part. So I'm a bit surprised by the comments earlier. And we had a presentation.
Sorry, just when you say Carrington, you mean the developers are a part,
Carrington
site
Moss,
promoters?
Sorry, Carrington Moss is part of the GM Wetlands Initiative.
Included in the initiative, not a body being part of it. I get you.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
yeah. And we had a presentation from a gentleman from there. They've had a lot of experience of restoring peat mosses on the other side of the Ship Canal. And we were told, and the video is available on our YouTube channel, that peat moss can be restored with as little as 15 centimetres of peat, and that it is a suitable area for restoration. I'm also surprised that in 2022 no groundwater was recorded. Again, on our YouTube channel, you will see videos of Carrington Lake, which is a feature that we regularly see here, and much of the land is underwater for long periods, including areas. We have quite large areas of wet woodland as well. So I think I'm surprised by the evidence that's being presented. I would also say that Wayne is not the only landowner that's that has sites on the peat. So it's a bit of a surprise that the only statement of common ground is from this one landowner. and that the only borehole information is on the sites owned by Wayne. But I would draw your attention to sites right in the middle of the allocation area, which are have depths of 2.74 and 2.44 metres. They were from the British Geological Society boreholes, which we've explored in the past ourselves. I'm also surprised that there's no information on the boreholes from the Carrington Relief Road, because they could have been put into this as well. So I do appreciate there's parts of the site that have lower depths of peat, but I would draw you back to the GM Wetlands comment that you can restore peat with as little as 15 centimetres. I think just one point on the public benefits test. Yeah, I think there are a number of reasons why we wouldn't want to, why this wouldn't bring benefits. The whole definition of sustainability is about not impacting future generations by decisions that we make today. And I think to destroy or prevent a peat moss from being restored by developing on it, even if it's only part of it, that 140 hectares is a lot. The drainage and other conditions that you create in order to be able to develop will effectively destroy other parts of the moss, without a shadow of a doubt. And I think to mention the agricultural land, obviously this is more being seen more as a benefit today because of the loss of grade 1, 2 and 3A agricultural land up and down the country. And I understand that there are, although at the moment it's only a footnote in the new NPPF consultation, we will, in our response, be suggesting it moves into the main body. But there are more protections for best and most versatile agricultural land coming in. So I think this public benefits test needs to be reconsidered. And whilst we appreciate there's been very slow movement in terms of the actual regulatory changes that the government's making around peat, they have issued a number of documents which show the direction of travel. So I'm just wondering whether it's reasonable to ignore the spirit and intent behind paragraphs 210 and 211 in the NPPF in relation to peat. Given the safeguarding our soils, the natural environment white paper, the 25-year environment plan and the England Peat Action Plan, which have all been issued, much as we would like to see some actual specific protection in there. So I think I'll hand over to my colleague.
Well, I'll hand over to him. If you'd like to move there, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, we've obviously just heard a lot of information from the other side of the table, which, to be honest, would have been helpful to have heard previously to this session. If you remember back to site selection, we raised peat as a an issue that should have been considered in that, and we were told that there was no evidence for them to present to us at that stage, which clearly there obviously has been work done around it. So it's quite hard to come back with the level of detail that we've been presented with. Excuse me. But I will kind of make some of the points that I came here to make today regardless. So we do know that there's deep peat on site, and we do know that it will be impacted as well as a result of the allocation. And that directly conflicts with paragraphs 8C and 11A of the NPPF. Because the allocation isn't suitably located to use natural resources prudently, mitigate climate change or adapt to its effects, and that includes by making effective use of land. The area has not been recognised as an area of undeveloped land that can deliver carbon storage as an alternative function, and that's in line with paragraph 120B of the framework. It also directly conflicts with paragraph 154B of the framework as well, as it has not been planned in a way that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions through its location, orientation or design. We disagree with the conclusion that drawn by Wayne Estates and Trafford Council that much of the proposed development area does not contain significant deposits of peat, as we just heard, and as they set out in GMCA 61. Any deposits of deep peat, which is defined as a layer of peat greater than 0.4 metres in depth, that's the accepted scientific definition of deep peat, are significant because they can be restored. We've had multiple examples of projects we've worked on where we have restored, depths up to 50 centimetres of peat before, and that was from highly degraded agricultural statuses as well. Because of the multitude of ecosystem services peatlands provide, we don't support the loss of any deep peat, particularly to development, because it's considered a permanent loss, and that's also regardless of condition as well. In this specific case, though, the strategic location of the site within the Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area further compounds the issue of location. The permanent loss of this finite natural capital resource, the restoration of which is critical to addressing the climate emergency, as has been set out by the GMCA as well, cannot be considered to promote a sustainable pattern of development. We've heard about Natural England, and our position on this does have strong support from them. They don't support development on peat. They've set it out in examination documents OD1, OD19, OD23. And in particular, in light of the information in OD23, Natural England, they do also advise that the new Carrington allocation does not reflect sustainable development and that it will result in irreversible environmental impacts that cannot be mitigated. Despite this, fact, there's no reference to any irreversible environmental impacts arising as a result of the allocation in the integrated assessment. In actual fact, the IA concludes, and this is on page 308 of document SD12, that only very positive effects as a result of the allocation are anticipated in respect of the promotion of a proactive reduction in direct and indirect greenhouse gas emissions emitted across Greater Manchester, which is clearly not the case. Just moving on to some of the changes in GMCA 67. So, the addition of clause 37, which is about regarding minimising the loss of carbon storage and avoiding adverse hydrological effects. In our opinion, it's not compatible with the current master plan. Development on any of the peat mass will further damage the hydrological connectivity, resulting in any of the areas identified for restoration or wetland creation being more hydrologically isolated and more difficult and more expensive to restore. Also, having reviewed the addition to clause 54 that is set out in GMCA 67 as well, regarding the consideration of extractable minerals prior to development, we're concerned that if this clause was triggered, it might also lead to the extraction and permanent loss of additional deposits of deep peat across the site, not just the areas that are there. So that would compound the issue further. So my final point really is that while the issue of development on peat may not be seen as a legal matter or a matter of soundness by the GMCA, the resulting irreversible environmental impacts of peatland development do conflict with national policy. And in our opinion, the environmental objective of sustainable development cannot be considered to have been pursued if this allocation is found to be sound. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'll just pick on the minerals point at the end there. That's obviously, you'll be aware, that's a clause that's gone into every site which is in a mineral safeguarding area. So irrespective of what that policy, we've put it in there as a, if you like, as a place mark, because that would apply anyway, because it's a policy that would apply in any event. So take the point, but it's not, that policy is not, that criteria is not there to try and, I think, promote the use of the site for mineral extraction. And indeed, there is, as pointed out by Francis Carrington-Moss, NPPF is quite clear about, I know you're talking about the minerals, but it's quite clear about peat extraction, which is a slightly different point. But yeah, so I take the point, but I don't think I need to, if anyone was, when you mentioned that, I saw a sign go up there
And I'm just saying, if that was why you were raising it,
I think
don't
it was
need
more
to
of
know.
a potential and unintentional consequence of it. It's not like,
Yeah.
you know, anything that I'm picking up
Yeah,
on.
understand,
for that
but
reason,
just so yeah, I'm not going to necessarily want to respond to that because I know the point. Okay, Mr. Beckman.
Thank you, sir. Much of what I was going to say has already been covered.
Good, don't need to say it then.
Yeah, absolutely. However, I refer to MPF paragraph 183, which states that planning policies and decisions should ensure that A, the site is suitable for proposed use, taking account of ground conditions and risk arising from instability and contamination. And clause C states adequate site investigation should be done, etc. So the query I've got with this is that clearly night soil was tipped in large volumes. The New Carrington Environmental Assessment on the historic environment was saying that around 500,000 tonnes of waste was sent to the estate between 1889 and 1899. So it's probably considerably more than that. And that material, as Mr. Wilson said, you know, was basically night soil. It contained ashes, abattoir wastes, and so on. It will undoubtedly have contained heavy metals within it. My question is, has this been analysed? Are there heavy metals within that material? And if there are, how is it processed? How is it going to be handled? And specifically, other questions relating to this, how, for instance, will the housing be built on peatland? I mean, you've mentioned about keeping the peat in situ. What about roads, services, and things like that? I mean, I think this is quite fundamental. What will happen to the peat itself? I mean, if it's kept in situ, then presumably that should be okay. But if both the peat and the groundwater contain heavy metal contaminations, how is that going to be processed? How is it going to be dealt with? I've dealt with things like that myself in the past, and I know it's bloody difficult. I think the other thing is that the organic material will give off methane gas. So 1 kilo of methane is the equivalent to 84 kilos of CO2. So, I mean, there's an enormous amount of material because of the organic material that's in that peat. So that's going to release a considerable amount of methane. I think the last one was if levels have to be built up because we're in a floodplain, what would they be built up with? Would it be inert material that's imported?
Okay, I mean, well, we're moving away from the point about peat per se now, I think, into other things. So let's just, I mean, again, there should be an opportunity to make some of these points as we go on, but point taken, understood.
Thank you.
Can move on. I'm going to assume that the people on this side of the room are going to say different things to the people on this side of the room. So I may well ask GMCA to respond in the first instance of any points you wish to raise, or do you, assuming you're both going to be supporting the GMCA case or rebutting what somebody else has said. I may as well just hear from GMCA, I think, if I'm going to hear rebuttal. Okay.
I just very briefly wanted to deal with the references to the framework that have been made, because you have our case as to the overall balance here, so you're not going to thank me, I think, for repeating all of that. And obviously we have a different view to the views that have been expressed on this side of the room, so, and you know that. So just to pick up references made by various speakers to passages in the framework, so we had references to paragraphs 210 and 211 of the framework, 8C, 11, 8C and 11, 154B, 183A and C, although the latter, 183, is particularly about the about potential contaminants and so on. We'll come to that separately in a few moments' time. So leaving aside 183 for a few moments, in relation to all of the other references that have been made, I mean, to be quite frank, whichever part of the framework you read, you're never ever going to find a tougher test, so to speak, than the test which I said, you know, by proxy might apply here, which is a wholly exceptional reasons test in 180C. I mean, none of the other passages get anywhere near setting out a test or a principle or a criterion as stringent as that. And that's why I've said, we're content to have, our case tested sort of head on in relation to that, and its explanation in the footnote 63, that's to say the public benefit test, whether the public benefit clearly outweighs the loss or deterioration of the habitat, such as it might be. And you've heard here evidence that the deterioration or loss is almost certainly not going to be anything like that which has been portrayed by those who object to the allocation. But whatever the deterioration or loss is, as I've said several times, we take this, we meet this point head on and say the public benefit would clearly outweigh whatever that loss or deterioration is, because the real opportunity cost here, is the loss of a potential loss of a hugely important strategic allocation in places for everyone. That's the real opportunity cost here. And you'll see from the passages in the framework that have been referred to, leaving aside paragraph 154B, which with respect to the Wildlife Trust, I think it was, who referred to that paragraph, doesn't actually seem to be bearing on the debate that we're having here. But the passages in the framework are all passages which relate to balancing various considerations. So, for example, in paragraph 8 at C, you can find environmental considerations. They're to be balanced alongside all sorts of other considerations, including the need for people to have homes to live in, just for example. So, they're all, in planning, as all, across the whole piece in planning, one is forever weighing potentially competing public interests. And that's where we are here. This is a very good example of that exercise. As for Natural England, reliance was placed on Natural England's position. I think it was said that they strongly support the trust and vice versa and so on and so forth. But I do just make the point again that, yes, we have the Natural England letters, and it's clear from their most recent correspondence, and indeed from their earlier correspondence, they are not raising their concerns as points of soundness, which sets all of this into context. Now, as for the point that was made about contaminants and so on, I'll just look to my left if there can just be an explanation about the work that's being carrying out ongoing, I hate that expression, but continuing at the moment with the Environment Agency, and a working group has been established to look at contamination issues and to deliver the site. Can someone just give a brief overview of that?
Yes, so there is a working group established to consider PFAS, which are persistent organic pollutants, and they do, as Mr. Wilton alluded to, derive from the past activities on the site, and certainly migration of groundwater is important to that, and it's one of the hazards, if you like, of when you're dealing with a brownfield site and you're dealing with legacy of past industrial activities. These are one of the things that you will encounter. But we have we already have planning applications which Wain Homes, which is part of the Wain Group, of which Wain Estates is part, have already been submitted. They now have an agreed strategy with the Environment Agency, and we have a kind of a programme, if you like, of further activity which we're discussing with the Environment Agency as to how we will address that more widely. So I don't know, we'll come back to this point in more detail, but certainly it is something that together with the Environment Agency we're addressing, and we have certainly on some of the approved sites have applications where this process is working itself through that application process.
Thank you. There's just one final point. It's my fault. I missed it looking at my notes. There's a point made by Friends of Carrington Moss that Wain Estates, if you like, don't control all of the site where there might potentially be peat. So can you just help us with that, please?
Yes. So I think it's worth just remembering. We're currently looking at, from the detailed borehole information that we have, which marries up with the Natural England data, which was only made available in 2021 as we went out to Regulation 19 consultation, that we are actually only looking at, as we understand it, 140 hectares of peat within development parcels. That equates to just 12% of the entire allocation. So I think it's just bearing in mind that whilst peat is an important issue, the whole allocation isn't sat on sat on peat, and we aren't proposing development on all of it. It is only 12% of the total area.
Okay.
I should say. In terms of the why we have a specific statement of common ground only with Wayne Estates, it happens to marry up with their ownership largely within the Natural England inferred peat extent. But I would draw the inspector's attention to ground investigation reports that have been submitted. One on the Warburton Lane site, where peat was essentially not found in the GI investigations in the strata there, and similarly so on the Heath Farm Lane, and we can provide you with the list of the applications and the documents rather than reel them off now if that's helpful. Again, peat was found in one corner, but largely nowhere else within the site. So first of all, what statement of common ground with Wayne Estates, principally because they are the main landowner that also happens to fall within the inferred peat extent identified by Natural England, and secondly because other detailed GI investigations for applications that have been submitted to the council more recently in the last sort of 5 years or so haven't identified peat as being present. So that would be why at the moment there's only one statement of common ground.
Okay. I've got one point I want to just that was raised by Wildlife Trust that if you could respond to, which is that the assessments, the sustainability appraisal IA in particular, did not refer to the, albeit the Natural England have obviously referred to the impacts in their most recent letter, but that the SAIA didn't, if you like, pick up on that impact sufficiently.
So I think in terms of site selection, my thing I was going to say is just disappeared off the screen. In terms of site selection, peat wasn't specifically looked at as a unique identifier, but it was considered in looking at the broad location of development and the identities within this and other allocations, and it was a consideration in terms of drawing up the proposed development parcels that are indicatively shown in the supporting evidence that is the indicative master plan that's there. So we have looked at it and considered it from that point of view. And obviously within the policy as was submitted and now as proposed for amendments, there are mitigations and policy requirements or proposals within there which would seek to better improve or mitigate the impact of development on or near peat. So from that point of view, we're quite confident we've covered it off.
Okay. We'll pick up on that new criteria or the criteria we go through. The point before, because obviously I'd like to break for lunch, even if we haven't necessarily finished this. No, the two signs on this side of the table are telling me anything I don't know.
So I was just going to say that United Utilities have done a detailed site investigation of their land, and that has not identified peat, which reaffirms the boundary that is shown in the evidence that's been submitted to you. It's not surprising, bearing in mind the corporation sewage works on the site.
So I'll make some brief submissions and then you can let me know whether I've told you something you don't know already. Very briefly, so it's not going to assist you to go back and forwards. Our strong view is that, based on the expert evidence you have so far, is that the peat is incapable of feasibly being restored. However, as we'll come on to look at the development management criteria, which do include, and I'll just, for your note, criterion 32, do include a requirement to carry out further investigations to see the extent to which any remaining peat on site is capable of being restored. Second brief point is that the inferred peat extent, which is attached to the Statement of Common Ground, is based on a series of boreholes, not all of which are within the Wayne Estates land, some of which were outside. That is what's led to the inferred peat extent. And the final point I'll just leave you with is there's an inherent tension, I think, between relying upon protection of best and most versatile agricultural land with a desire to protect peat, because as we heard from Mr. Wilton, it's the act of carrying out agricultural activities, which will continue if this site isn't allocated, that has led to the degradation of the peat and continued carbon emissions. So those are my 3 brief points.
Okay, thank you. And the last point was raised in relation to Salford sites as well. So clearly there's a lot of tension between the different points of view. I've got all of that. I've got all of the stuff from the previous weeks. I have to go away and sit in a dark room and think about it for some time. I'm going to break now because we're slightly late for lunch. I'm going to come back at 2 o'clock. If over lunch I suddenly have any more thoughts on Pete, I'll raise them. But I'm assuming that everyone's said everything they want to say for now. There will be other opportunity when we get to the criteria about Pete. So if there's anything absolutely burning, we can deal with it then. But I want to move on to coma zones briefly when we come back. Okay, so 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock, so time for me to restart. I said before lunch I wanted to move on to the coma zone part of the agenda. I think if anything else does occur in relation to what we were talking about before lunch, then I think the best time to pick it up is when we get to the criteria, so we keep things moving. I don't think coma zones for me will take too long. I just want some clarification on a few points. These are zones of consultation for hazards, as I understand it. What restrictions do these apply in terms of development in the area?
Well, depending on which zone we're dealing with, I mean, let's take the if we at the worst case, then so patently you would find, depending on where you were on the site and which zone you're in, you would find that parts of the site wouldn't be suitable for residential development. In terms of industry and employment, you may find, depending on which zone you're in, you would find, depending on which zone you're in, that there are only certain types of employment which would be suitable because of the zoning, because of the implications. And so, to cut the narrative down, I mean, you understand the sort of particular relationship and role that that the authority has in relation to advice it receives from the Health and Safety Executive concerning the control of major accident hazards, and patently as part of our obligations, our general public duties and specific obligations, we have considered, and I've had this checked, we have considered the fundamental question, which is, are we confident that the allocated volumes of development that we have in the draft allocation can be achieved on this site, and yet respecting the implications of the coma zones? And the answer to that question is yes. And I've had that, I know I would say this, wouldn't I, but it is genuine and true. We've taken pains to ensure that as a team that is absolutely correct, because that is the fundamental point. Obviously, were we aware, I can just say, you'll just have to take this as it's meant. I mean, rest assured, were we aware that we could, on this site, only accommodate, I don't know, significantly less development than is shown in the allocation policy, then we would have been the first to draw that to attention.
Thank you. I suppose a very general point is that what you've just said about the potential restrictions on the type and nature of the type of use, of whether or not that renders the allocation unsuitable in principle for development. No.
Well, we don't think so. I mean, challenges like this are the challenges that you face in seeking to. Here obviously we're dealing with much of the brownfield land on the site is heavily constrained by coma zones, by the coma zones in question, and it's a sort of challenge that one comes across when one's seeking to bring forward significant sites which are, as here, sort of where you have a substantial amount of brownfield land which has had previous uses on it and current uses on it, which give rise to these issues. So no, we don't see this as something standing in the way of tackling a site or taking on a site like this. The logic, obviously, of a point like that would be that one should focus entirely on greenfield sites with no issues at all. But that's not where we are.
Okay. And just to, again, for my understanding of the process, you talk about restrictions in the sort of maybe type of employment land that might be proposed. Was that a trigger for when something would be consulted on? Is that an actual restriction on the type? So it's not, if it's 20,000 square metres of something that triggers consultation, or is that you couldn't deliver more? It would literally limit the type of development that could come forward.
So the process works, as I understand it, on the basis that if, as a result of, were one to make a planning application, for example, for a certain type of employment development, basically people intensive within the most potentially problematic zone, then you would find yourself faced with a consultation response. These are generated consultation responses which would tell you that you shouldn't do that, and patently we wouldn't. So yes, I mean, you do find the way this works, you will find that, you know, were one not to take on board the implications of these zones and put forward something inappropriate, then you'll in effect be told, well, you can't do that.
And I think the representative who made these points isn't here, but one of the points they made that in terms of employment land restrictions, it would limit the scale of any particular individual unit. And I think the figure that was put to me was 10,000 square metres or 10,000 square feet, whichever way around it is. And then, so the logical extension of that is that that isn't the type of employment development of which there's a lot of demand for, therefore it won't deliver the type of employment land the area needs and therefore won't meet your strategic objectives. Is that?
I look to my left, but I don't understand myself that arises from what we're dealing with here.
It's much more it's a bit more complicated than that. It's a combination of the type of employment and the number of people that will be employed. So there isn't an upper limit on the quantum of floor space per se, but there would be concerns if certain amounts, if floor space was heavily populated by hundreds of people, for example, that would be a concern, but there isn't a limit on the amount of floor space that would trigger an objection or a consultation response from the HSE. It's much more a case of what is the type of employment that is being proposed, what is the scale of that, and how many persons would be required to be on site at any one time. It's a combination of those factors.
That's useful, thank you. Okay, I've got no other points on the coma zones. Any other points anyone wishes to raise? Wayne Estates?
Just to add, sir, I think you'll have the reference to the extent of the coma zones. It's in the New Carrington Master Plan. I can provide that if it's helpful.
It's something I've seen the zones. Yeah.
Well, just to add to what's been said by Trafford, Wayne Estates, and with Trafford Council fully involved in those discussions, have been involved in an extensive pre-application process with the Health and Safety Executive. The COMA guidance has changed in recent years, so previously you may have heard of the PADI guidance. Now the HSE are looking increasingly, and certainly at this site, looking at cumulative populations within consultation zones. But we have agreed a master plan. Now, I'm not sure it's particularly helpful for this examination because it's a Wayne Estates master plan rather than, say, a Trafford Council master plan, but we've agreed a Wayne Estates master plan with the HSE, so a level of development that they'd be comfortable with, and that gives us confidence that the quantum of development can be achieved, and also the types of development. Now, some of those are live issues, there are live planning applications, such as the one Natural England responded to in CD20, Carrington Junction, but that is for 100,000 metres squared, 95,000 metres squared of large-scale logistics. And there's other applications that have come forward, such as Voltage Park, which again is for large-scale logistics. So it's not constraining development on the site to just smaller types of developments, such that, you know, those needs aren't being met.
Thank you. Helpful. Thank you. Any other points on that? I'll move on. I think what I'm going to do, I've flipped and flopped on the heritage issue as to where to put this, and part of the reason I put it into the site location is because of the how it was described in the policy, in the criteria originally. But now, of course, we've got suggested modifications from the council, which changes that somewhat. So I think what I'm going to do, so we've got as much time to talk about development requirements as possible, is we'll go through the development requirements and pick up this issue, heritage issue in the changes that you're proposing, if that's all right with everybody. I think we'll cover that way. Okay? And that will bring us then on to the development requirements, which, well, there are a few parts to this, starting with what I described as the purpose of the area identified as local plan on picture 1148. So that's where we start. If I just find my questions, and I've got a few points to the GMCA about this. This is both about, I'll a general point about picture 11.48, which we, and then the issue particularly about local plan and what that means. So, picture 11.48, originally identified as the New Carrington Allocation Policy Plan. You're suggesting, I think probably on the back of what was discussed at Timperley Wedge, that it should be identified as indicative. I'll ask the question there because there'll be different people in the room about whether or not it's necessary to have that policy plan, whether it's indicative or not, and whether or not it can cause any issues of ambiguity or ineffectiveness, for want of a better word.
I shall turn to my left because I believe there are some fairly strongly held views on having this, because rest assured, you know, I think I got there before you on this one, sir, but so I'll look to my left in relation to that in a moment. But obviously the question, as you'll know, is not whether it's necessary to have it in the plan, but whether in order to make the plan sound it would be necessary to strike.
I think that's why I raised whether it could result in
exactly
unintended consequences.
But as for its justification, you know, as to why, you know, this particular authority in this allocation has this picture, I shall look to my left.
Thank you, sir. I mean, it's a similar response as to with Timperley Wedge, but for the benefit of today, Carrington, as we've been discussing, is a larger allocation. It's a complex allocation. The intention behind this diagram was to clearly set out which areas within that allocation would be suitable for residential development, employment, and indeed other uses. And I suppose, you know, we would probably say if you hadn't got this diagram and you simply had a red line edge, would that be sufficiently clear for people who will come to be dealing with this site subsequently to understand how the policy applies and so on. So that's why it is proposed, and as we've just heard, the suggestion and the proposed modification is that it's shown as indicative. So hopefully we'll get still have the benefit of it, but the status will become clarified by that. Thank you.
Okay. And again, for the benefit of people there, when I think it was suggested indicative on the Timperley Wedge example, because this is it's a Trafford idiosyncrasy of the plan, that if you know the unintended consequence, if you like, of having this as a policy plan and then something comes in via a master plan that's to be agreed that isn't identical to it, or you know, then causes issues. And the whole point is it's supposed to be a master plan where these ideas are developed. So that was why maybe we suggest on Timperley Wedge as an action point for them to consider indicative, and obviously we'll have to see whether that carries forward. Now we'll just carry on because my
sorry to interrupt. So just we were talking about idiosyncrasies. If this is going to be titled as an indicative allocation plan, if you look at the legend, some things are indicated as being indicative, the link roads, whereas the Carrington Relief Road isn't. So I think we just need to be consistent. Either you remove indicative from link roads or you add it to Carrington Relief Road.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you for jumping in there before I asked. No, well, that I was interrupted, so won't do that again. Thank you.
Well, so just how not having been here before, how do you like to play these sessions? Because
I'd like to wait until I go through my questions and I'll open it up.
Right to the end. Okay, fair enough.
Well, at the point at which I want to open it up.
All right. And just if it helps, we've sent comments on the amended text to the GMCA so they know what our view is about the amended wording, and we'll make some further suggestions.
Okay. But the point I wanted to carry on to, because it was in my questions relating to the picture. Now, your suggested changes, again, probably irrelevant here, but it started off as a picture issue, which was this area you've identified as a local plan on the original submitted plan. Yes. And my queries as to what that meant in practice, because it wasn't entirely clear to me what that meant. So I now note that in your suggested modifications, you wish to include a reference to policy SL5 of the Trafford local plan, and that the area identified as local plan or local plan policy S5, whatever, however it's phrased in the key,
yes,
the development would be guided towards that policy. A few things on this. One is SL5 before me? I'm not sure it is.
I don't know.
Probably
but
not.
You would
Well,
need
no.
to have it, so I've got it in front of me here. So SL5, Strategic Location 5 in the Trafford Core Strategy. So yes, absolutely. When the key says local plan, you want, what on earth does that mean? So what it actually means is that that area of the allocation is to be covered by the existing core strategy policy SL5, Strategic Location 5, because that is the Strategic Location 5. And
is is Strategic Location 5 the geographical area that policy refers to in the core strategy identified on a policies map? Is it the same area that's in grey on that map?
There isn't a definitive boundary that can be directly linked to policy SL5 of the core strategy. It's a strategic location known as Carrington, but it is inferred that area is covered within that location.
Inferred. An interesting term when we're talking about clarity and ambiguity.
The core strategy policy doesn't have a definitive boundary. It simply refers to the area as Carrington, which can be read as the wider area of largely the existing urban area, but to some extent there isn't a definitive boundary, so it's a little bit woolly in that respect.
And so SL5 could, in theory, therefore cover an area wider than the grey area on your indicative map.
So yes, definitely. And just to explain very briefly why that arises, there was a core strategy. There was meant to be a site allocations plan that followed it, but along came the MPPF, which then put a kind of kiboshed all of that process. So that's why you have a strategic policy without the boundary that sits below it. But SL5 covers a much wider area than what is coloured grey on that map. So it is, I mean, there were some sort of, putative boundaries, but it covers the Carrington area, and probably, much of, or some of the former refinery site, because if you read the rationale, that's what it's all about. It's all about the reuse of that land.
Trying to think of the logic of why you've allocated a site in this plan, put a red line around it, and then deferred part of that to a different plan where there is no boundary.
Well, this plan would, I think on that point, I mean, I understand and I'll ask to my left about the response to your underlying logic point. That's a overarching point, if you like. But this plan, Places for Everyone, would define part of the overall allocation as being the subject of policy SL5. You do need to have policy SL5. Basically, it's a mixed-use development policy for homes and employment. So that's the way this Places for Everyone, by defining the area to which that policy SL5 would apply, would enable one reading the plan as a whole. So I take your point about the overall logic, and I'm going to come to it. But reading the two together, I'm not saying this is, if one started with a blank sheet of paper and went about doing this, would you do it this way? I suspect you know my answer to that. But that's how it's been done. So, and I'll ask for justification for that in a few moments' time. But you would read Places for Everyone with the grey area, if you like, marked as being subject to core strategy policy SL5. You would then look at policy SL5 and you would find it's a policy that gives a leg up to residential and employment development. But obviously you need to have that policy as part of the examination library. But turning to the point of logic, which is why, in effect, why not just take the allocation as a whole, forget SL5, and just in the entire red line, just say this is an allocation for X homes, Y amount of employment floor space, Y have a bit to the left, to the west, which is where you don't find the answer in Places for Everyone. You have to look at another plan to find out what the answer is.
Because this is, I mean, obviously there are policies which refer to other, like local planning policies, or might cross-refer, but they're usually about thematic issues. This is not about where you go to determine what kind of land uses are acceptable. So it's a very different kettle of fish altogether, and one which is a head scratcher for me.
I should look to my left, sir, for assistance on that.
I shall attempt to provide some clarity. Largely, it's a case of the area that's identified as was local plan now being more specific regards to core strategy policy SL5. At the time of writing, there wasn't anticipated to be a huge amount of development in there. Beyond what was already taking place or was already planned, and that's already coming to fruition. There have been a number of applications along that grey corridor that have either been approved or are currently working their way through the planning process for largely employment and some residential development. So it wasn't felt necessary to particularly look at identifying that parcel of land as something that may be coming forward for different or alternative uses, taking into account the fact that it largely is already coming forward for those users, and there is already market interest in developing those areas, rather to leave that to the guises of the existing development plan as proposed, because it's already being developed under the SL5 anyway.
Would, in this world where you've got two plans covering the same area, would an application that came in the grey area also be subject to, if I accepted this word and you've suggested it with SL5, but was JPA 33 also apply in that area? In how you think it would work?
In terms of applications and how you would determine those in the planning policies, you apply, yes. In effect, they would benefit from the improvements of connectivity, etc., that the wider county allocation would provide. So if the uses which are currently on those sites now either need to change or desire to change in the future, it is only logical that they also take account of the wider aspirations and the strategic objectives of the Carrington location and contribute proportionately to those improvements if needed and as appropriate. So yes, at that time, then the provisions in JPA 33 would also apply.
Okay. So what land use, so how would you, if I'm, again, a simple person wanting to know what I'm allowed to do in that area, I go to SL5, what does that tell me I can do?
It is a combination of employment and residential.
And is there a requirement in there?
There are some
You need to have, there are some numbers, but it's not a requirement in the sense that that you're thinking of. So it's difficult because you haven't got the thing in front of you, and
Sorry, I probably should have asked for it before. But,
no problem at all. So I'll just read the first. It's a typical core strategy policy. So it starts by saying major mixed-use development will be delivered in this location, providing new residential community together with employment, education, health, recreation, etc. Counter-considers this location can deliver, and there are then some numbers: 1560 residential, 1,560 residential, 75 hectares of employment, new road infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So. I mean, to cut through this, I strongly suspect that I can, this report, I could your report, I could write in my head now. So, should we just leave it there? So we've given it our best shot.
Well, the question for me, I suppose, is the implication, if that area, well, the logic is, if that area was to be removed from the allocation, because it's covered, what implication would that have? And then,
on the basis, removed from the allocation, well, on what you've just heard, which is that the intention is that SL5 should apply to it, but so too should other development criteria set out in the allocation policy. On that basis, were you to remove the land from the allocation, it would no longer be subject to the allocation specific points criteria in the allocation policy. I take the point made to my left that much of it, that the underlying logic, which much of this has either been built out or is the subject of current planning applications, either permissions granted or current planning applications. But of course, to the extent that there's any part of that land which might be the subject of future planning applications, so even if you've got a permission, that doesn't mean you're going to build that permission out. You might have other ideas in the future and make a new planning application. In the world of places for everyone being adopted, you would then find that land is not only subject to the core strategy policy, but also subject to the allocation policy. So I don't, with respect, I think the worst outcome would be to take the grey area out and dump it. I think that would be the worst outcome, given what's been said. I think that a much more sensible outcome would be for for advice to be given to us in due course that we should work on a way of bringing the grey area
Well, that was
into
I suppose
overall
the other question, I guess,
Yeah.
is the, and I can review this afterwards
Yes.
with the benefit of the policy, but
Yeah.
is what is missing, I suppose, if anything, from JPA 33 that's not already in SL5.
I'd be surprised. Oh, I see what you mean. I think it might be the other way round, to be quite honest. You know, what's missing in SL5 that you find in
Oh,
in
well,
the
vice
allocation
versa. I suppose,
policy.
where is there, where do they not align, I suppose, is the...
Yeah, no, that's...
And I suppose, well, this is a lot. If I were to consider this not to be a sound proposition,
yes,
for any reason, then thinking of the
Yeah.
solutions, there are two.
You take it
bring,
out.
You take it out, or you bring something else in.
Exactly. So,
but it's understanding what you bring in.
In a second, yeah, the two solutions would be you either take the grey area out of the allocation and leave it to its fate under policy SL5 exclusively, if you like, not affected at all by the allocation policy's requirements, or you colour, you have a different way, you remove core strategy policy SL5 or local plan from the key, and you roll it in with the rest of the allocation, which is covered properly by the policy. I know that you want to say something to my left. Off you go.
Sorry, it was just on that particular note with regards to the slightly more updated information and detailed information we now have regarding peat and the evolving situation with the coma zones, etc., and the updated information we have on that, and will continue to get as time goes by. The inclusion of that extra land within the allocation does provide that flexibility in order to deliver principally the employment numbers if it's necessary. If that land were to come out, that could now in hindsight provide us with a bit of a quandary as to what exactly we do if there are competing priorities around those and other issues. So from that point, I think our preference would be for the land to be retained within the allocation, but perhaps there are tweaks, as you may suggest, that...
I have to give you some more. The other thing, while we're at it...
Sorry, I'm ever so sorry. The land is in the allocation, the grey land is in the allocation. The question is, should it be treated with this unique categorisation of a reference to core strategy policy SL5, or shouldn't the allocation policy itself do a comprehensive job of saying everything within the red line is subject to these, you know, here are the criteria, here are the indicative volumes of development. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious from my tone what I would regard as this, you know, solution to that issue. But we'll wait and see what you say. But you know, we're very much against the idea of just taking the grey land out and, you know,
it's understanding the consequences of any. If it were to be deemed unsound for whatever reason, then
So
would
that's
that require it? While we're here, because I think this might also be of relevance. If I take you to PMM3 and the Appendix A superseded policies table.
SL5 is superseded in the list. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, fair enough. Look, I've already said sort of, you know, I'm pretty clear of my own mind what advice we're likely to receive on this.
Well, I think, just so again, I'm not misunderstanding something, because it's a bit confusing anyway, this table.
I have a horrible feeling that the intention probably is that SL5 would be disapplied to the
It says in the table anyway,
SL,
I can't find it now, obviously, typically, but it does say SL5 is partially.
Yes, exactly.
And then in the what part of it says all. So,
okay.
So the implication is obviously that SL5 is to be removed.
Okay.
Anyway,
well, the logic, as I understand it, is that you can tell what I think at this point. So, but the logic, as I understand it, is that SL5 would be disapplied, if you like, to the non-grey part of the allocation and retained for the grey part of the allocation. That's the logic. What you make of that? Well, I can imagine that I know what you make of it. So. But that's it. I'm not going to be able to make the point.
I keep an open mind until I don't.
I suggest this might be one where you can close your mind pretty quickly.
Okay. I think I've laboured that point long enough. I'll move. So 2 points here. I think we may as well cover them both off. Anything to do with the principle of having this indicative or not policy map, and then the particular point about this SL5 quandary. Nothing on that side. Peel.
Thank you, sir. I think if you have a look at picture 11.46, which is the Trafford District Overview Map, would it be simple to have it as a mixed-use area so that it reflects that district overview map?
In fact, yes, I think your point, in your representation, you made this point about the inconsistency there, so thank you for that.
That might be an easiest way of trying to deal with it, rather than linking back to old policies.
Thank you. Fair point. Thank you. Thank you. Wayne? States.
So we have many more points, but obviously you've got them and you've discussed them with my learned friend, Mr. Katkowski. The only thing I would say is that if there is to be a reference to SL5 retained in the policy, I think it would be necessary to make it clear that it's SL5 of the local plan or its successor policy where relevant, because what we don't want to do is to fix a situation where a local plan that's potentially a core strategy policy that's potentially superseded by a subsequent local plan is still part of the development plan unintentionally.
And just interested in your thoughts on the principle of having that cross-reference and area.
I think we'd rather not. We're neutral on whether there's the plan exists in the first place, but I think I agree with, I think it was the Katkowski option 2, which is that we have a red line which does a comprehensive job rather than having to cross-refer back to SL5. And a related point is I've just had a quick look through the development requirements in SL5, and I don't think there's anything in there that isn't already covered by the very detailed requirements in JPA 33. So query whether it's necessary to have that cross-reference.
Thank you. And Red Row.
No, sorry, so I'd agree with Mr. Easton. We were going to seek just clarity that SL5 didn't remain to apply on the remainder of JPA 33. Because and that is to avoid confusion, sir. That was because the SL5 still has a list attached to its implementation section of the local plan, which lists a lot of infrastructure requirements, indicative costs, that sort of thing, which we wouldn't want to be confused with the infrastructure costs that are in JPA 33.
Fair point. Yeah, particularly as there's no geographic extent in SL5, and Appendix A is a little unclear. So thank you for that. I'm sure we can take all that on board and see if we can come to a sensible solution. Anything which has come back on those points?
No, sir. I think we've said more than enough on the point.
Right. So I had quite a few more questions about that. Go through. So on my agenda. Right, okay, yeah, so we'll just, I think from this point, just take us through, we'll go through the requirements in turn using your GMC 67 document. What I'll say, because as we know, I may have said it several times, 54 criteria, which for me in my 20-something years of being a town planner is pretty much a record. And I used to write some very lengthy policies when I was in another part of the in my world. So, well done. Some of and we've got also quite a lot of changes as well, which introduce some and remove others. So we've got a lot together. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to go through them quite quickly with any questions I've got. If you want to catch me on any point, I will keep looking up. But if you want to catch me, do that rather than me. I'm not necessarily going to say at the end of every criterion. Does anybody want to say anything? Because there are some points where there are natural breaks. I think biodiversity, transport, those kinds of things which are bigger issues. But some of the more generic stuff, I'll probably move through quite quickly. So, having said that, as I always say at the end of this, if there's anything that anyone hasn't said, they would desperately want to say, they will get a chance to do so. But anyway, we'll start off with the preamble and criterion 1. And criterion 1 relates to the production of a master plan and or supplementary planning document. This is a fairly familiar opening gambit to most of the allocation policies, so not unusual in that respect, but there has been a change suggested which removes reference to SPD, and I think that's, again, that's familiar now. I think most references to SPD have come out. A cross-reference to JPD1, which I think has also been suggested elsewhere. A new reference to the to the Hynett North West Hydrogen
Yes.
Pipeline, which I am going to want to obviously understand
Yes.
what that means and what the
Indeed.
implications are, and then a new clause about proportionate contributions to fund necessary infrastructure, which may be an issue people wish to raise. So, yeah, I think from my point of view, because everything else is fairly normal, if we'd start off with the introduction of the Hynett North West Hydrogen Pipeline, please, and where that's come from, what it means, and how it's been taken into account in delivery and viability. I mean, we might come back to that, but just as an overview, because I think I'm not very familiar with this.
Well, again, would you like to just talk through? Basically, there's a development consent order application, which is well, should be submitted in spring. We suspect it might be more like summer this year, for a pipeline project, part of which is shown crossing the site. But I'll just ask for some further elaboration of the point.
So as part of the government's initiative to decarbonise the energy sector, there are various proposals across the country, as I'm sure you're aware, to bring hydrogen into the national gas, to the national grid. So though an application has been being prepared and will be submitted imminently, we're led to believe, to create a hydrogen pipeline which will run into the proposed Carrington allocation to link up to the what's it called? Thank you, Voltage Park site within there. That came to light in the last 12-ish months or so. So really the amendment to the policy is just to make sure that the implications of that are taken account of either in the detailed master planning and the planning applications that come forward. Is intended that it will run alongside the rough area or adjacent to existing gas pipelines. It's a fairly limited impact zone when we start to come and talk about coma zones, etc. Although those aren't set in stone yet, they're still yet to be defined. It doesn't massively impact upon the development quantums or quantity that we know of at the moment. We believe there's sufficient flexibility within the policy as proposed to be able to accommodate any fluctuations that might or concessions that might need to be made to accommodate any easements or no-go building zones, etc. around that. The advice that we've had to date is that essentially, although it's hydrogen, it will be treated in very much the same way as any main gas pipeline with regards to its impact upon development and restrictions therein. But like I say, it's come to the fore with some level of detail in the last 12 months or so. We have participated in the various consultation events, formal and informal, with the promoter of that. And as Council have advised, we expect a formal application to be made summer this year, with construction starting on that pipeline circa 2025.
And does this have, I mean, you said about it being treated in a similar way to gas pipeline, does this have any effect on the suitability, any of your initial assessments of the suitability of the site or anything, or the delivery or anything else, would that have any effect?
No, it doesn't. At this moment in time, as far as with the information we've got, there isn't any significant effect that wouldn't be capable of being absorbed or mitigated via the detailed master planning and the planning application process. In terms of delivering the overall requirements and thrust of what the policy seeks to do, we don't have any significant concerns that this will have a major impact or detrimental effect on that.
And this isn't a policy, a proposal for the pipeline. This is just very reflecting the pipeline may exist.
So yeah, this is just reflecting the fact that it's likely to come ahead on the assumption that it goes through the process, etc., and that we're just sort of signalling to applicants and indeed to colleagues who will be dealing with applications, etc., that just needs to be mindful, because it will be underground. You won't see it.
Thank you. That's useful. Just moving on then to the other part, one of the new parts of this criterion about the proportional contribution to fund necessary infrastructure. I think there have been some comments from some of the site promoters throughout the written statements about how this would work in practice, and I think a similar sort of discussion was had again in Timperley Wedge. Just for my benefit, is this when it talks about proportionate contributions to fund necessary, is this, let's say there's an overall pot that's for the whole site, and each developer, no matter where they are on the site, would be expected to contribute proportionally to that? Or is this proportionate insofar as it's related, or if you like, normal what I might call 106 requirements, where you are only contributing proportionate to the bits that you are required to do. Which, so for example, if somebody's developing at Sale West and there's an infrastructure requirement at Partington West, they might not be directly relatable because it's all part of the allocation. You'd expect a contribution, or is it you're washing your own face type of thing?
It's a whole allocation approach whereby there is a significant amount of infrastructure and services and facilities required to create a new sustainable community, and that therefore in order to make sure that those are delivered and that everyone contributes in a fair way that can then enable that delivery, everyone proportionately contributes to the whole costs of the infrastructure insofar as they're required to. So it would be essentially, for want of a better description, equal across the site, almost regardless of where you are. There will inevitably be nuances and slight issues with regards to certain facts and degree on some elements, but the broad principle is that everyone pays an equal share.
So when going back to the statutory requirements for that, in terms of the justification would be that it all comes back to the justification for the allocation. That's where it stems from.
That would be how you would apply the test of necessity. But in any event, sir, I mean, I would say that what's envisaged would be caught by the requirement for there to be a, let's forget robust for a moment, a phasing and delivery strategy, which is referred to earlier on in this item. A phasing and delivery strategy, because your phasing and delivery strategy, bearing in mind it would need to be approved, would potentially, work on the basis, obviously, of you can't do this until that's done. You can't do any more until something else is done vis-a-vis infrastructure. So, in effect, putting a brake on the rolling out of the development until necessary infrastructure is in place. Transferring the issue as to how that's to be achieved to those bringing forward the comprehensive master plan. So the words with proportionate contributions of unnecessary infrastructure, are there to make the point clear, but they would fall out of the phasing and delivery strategy in any event.
Okay, thank you. On criterion 1, I'll start with Redrow.
Thank you, sir. We welcome the removal of the reference to the SPD, which is a point we raised in our representations. We do, to a lesser extent, have the same concern about master plan, the requirement for a master plan, and I want to test and ask the council really, is it you've got a site at the moment in New Carrington that is, as our friends across the table have said, is already delivering schemes, planning permissions have been granted in the site. Is it the intention of the council that there is going to be no further development approved within the site until such time as a master plan is approved, and therefore we can be in accordance with it? I'm concerned that we couldn't be in accordance with a master plan that didn't exist, and we don't have timescales for that being produced at the moment. Then moving on, so really to Mr. Kukowski's point, that the effect that the requirement then for that master plan to be including a robust phasing and delivery strategy, which we also don't know what it looks like, with a potential to break in development. We have no way of assessing what the effect of that non-existent strategy is at the moment, is going to be on our ability to come forwards, when we can come forwards. And latterly, whilst we have no objection to making a proportionate contribution to fund necessary infrastructure, we are concerned that any master planning process has the ability to bring in any infrastructure that isn't included and been tested in the plan, sir. And I wonder if a reference can be made to, with proportionate contribution to fund necessary infrastructure set out within this plan, or something to that effect, sir.
Okay, I think this is a point you've made before about the uncosted or untested costs infrastructure. Have you got any, of examples? I suggest obviously when you do a TA, and the TA might throw up certain things which were different assumptions to what was tested in the locality assessments here, and that's sort of addressed under Appendix D. We had a discussion about how Appendix D might work. you're saying, well, if that comes up with a different cost package to what the locality assessment came up with, in transport terms, that wouldn't be paid for, or are you saying, is this something like completely out of the blue that you weren't aware of?
So, but my the initial concern was in the introduction of a different affordable housing requirement than was tested in the local plan. That's
fair enough. I've got some questions about that.
So that's my underlying. That's what sparked this concern and reluctance to accept it. I don't know what I can't see. So that's the reluctance, and we that's. I've got my point.
But there is. I mean, I assume you accept. Maybe I shouldn't assume anything. Obviously, when the plan application comes in, and you're looking at all of the requirements of all of the policies in the plan, there's things which might come forward, which might be different to what was tested in the whole plan viability assessment, not least because of time. Change. Yeah.
So I'd say that it's right that we would pay a proportional contribution of those things that are unknown. A development has to be acceptable to come forwards, but I think that they are. The acknowledgement they're treated as abnormal costs and costs that were unforeseen by any party and could be reasonably considered in what contributions were paid as a whole, rather than being included as a policy requirement later. So that a cost that should have been taken into account in purchasing the land that we couldn't have known about, maybe having already purchased the land based on what the allocation says now. That's the cost arising that can't be taken into account in anything other than a discount to the land.
Okay, understand. I think Wayne were there first.
Thank you, sir. So these are less points of substance than points of drafting and clarity, because I bear in mind, of course, that at some point in the future, somebody will make a planning application and ask what these particular words mean. So it's important that they're right from the beginning. So the first comment we've got is in relation to the preamble, which the council has suggested should be subject to all relevant considerations in this plan. My suggestion would be to change considerations to policies, because it's unclear what considerations in this plan mean. Does that include, it's obviously including the policies, but does it also include other things? That would be our first comment. Second comment is in relation to about 4 lines down, where it says the master plan must include a robust phasing and delivery strategy. I'm not sure the word robust is. I mean, obviously the council will expect a robust phasing and delivery strategy, but whether that's an appropriate word to put in a policy, I have my doubts, because then we'll have arguments about whether something is or isn't robust. Next point, sir, relates to the requirement to take into account the anticipated HyNet Northwest Hydrogen pipeline. I think the policy needs to anticipate a situation where that does not take place, because the policy as worded at the moment requires the master plan to take into account something which is likely to happen, but which may not. So I wonder if at the end of, next to pipeline, we have something along the lines of brackets as relevant, or insofar as it is relevant. Because we all know that not all huge infrastructure projects get consent or go ahead. And so the final point is a drafting point where we don't have any problem with a requirement to make a proportionate contribution to fund necessary infrastructure, but the way in which the policy is worded suggests that it is the master plan that requires the proportionate contributions to fund necessary infrastructure. Now, I just query whether a master plan in and of itself can require the proportionate contributions to fund necessary infrastructure, or whether it's something that, at the risk of increasing the number of development criteria, ought to be dealt with in a separate criterion. It was originally, but that's been struck through. So those are our short points on requirement 1.
Thank you. Air products.
Thank you. Just a very quick background to Air Products. They're a large industrial facility in the northwest corner of the site. You can't miss it if you drive past it. I've been acting on their behalf now tried to work this out, 13 years-ish. So many meetings with the council. We've had previous objections to the current flag application on the site. And so if you were to ask me, am I in favour of a master plan requirement? Very much yes. I think the potential removal of the diagram as well, which we are content with because it does show employment land to the immediate east and south, which, if you like, are the remaining areas of concern, because the land to the north is now consented for housing. So I think in the robustest way possible, we'd like that policy to have teeth, and clearly it's incumbent upon the council to move forward and get that master plan adopted as soon as possible, to allow that to be an effective development management tool, because obviously we can't change the past now, but certainly going forward we'd like this policy to be as robust as possible.
And that's because of, so with the master plan in place, it would clarify or resolve where your concerns are, if you like, or
exactly that, yeah. Yeah.
Address your concerns.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And United Utilities.
Sorry, so I was just going to make the same point about the lack of clarity on what the infrastructure is, and that it's in the wrong place in terms of where the infrastructure should be defined. It should be defined in the policy.
Because, sorry, is that because you think the master plan will define the infrastructure? And probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the point? Sorry.
Sorry.
Deferring what infrastructure requirements are to the master plan.
Yes, and the concern that then you just got a thin end of a wedge with a further issue about viability on a site where we all know viability is a key issue.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, over to you if you have any points you want to come back on.
Yes, thank you. Just taking the points in some sort of logical order. So, top of the page, subject to relevant policies of this plan, was a suggestion that seems to be a very sensible suggestion, if I might say. And I imagine that was the intention. So, yes, we'd be perfectly happy with that. Must include a robust phasing. This is one of my favourite types of things. So, the antonym of robust is weak. So, why does one write this stuff? I mean, we want a phasing and delivery strategy, and if it's not up to scratch, then obviously it won't be approved. As for phasing and delivery, we've brought it into this first item because it seems to fit logically with the master plan, because this is the master plan must include. So, in some instances, we've had master plans and a phasing and delivery strategy. And this has been brought up from, this is really taking what was item number 12 and the 54, no fewer than 54 requirements. Item number 12 has been taken into this first item because that seems to be a logical place for it. Item 12 was coordinate the phasing of development with the delivery of infrastructure on the site. So, that's the intention of the phasing and delivery strategy. As to what infrastructure we're talking about, well, the policy itself has several references to infrastructure, as we see as we go through the requirements. As for whether the tail end words of this paragraph with proportionate contributions to unnecessary infrastructure should be there or should be in a separate item, I don't think it much matters, to be honest, because you read the opening words of the sentence in question. That's the master plan and the phasing and delivery strategy. Is to be prepared in partnership, etc., to ensure that the whole site is planned and delivered in a coordinated and comprehensive manner with proportionate contributions to fund necessary infrastructure. So, if you read the sentence as a whole, I think it reads perfectly well in terms of its intention. And then the point about the pipeline to add some such words insofar as relevant. Well, yes, fair enough. I mean, I don't. Personally, I wouldn't think that's strictly necessary because if the pipeline has died a death, then it would no longer be relevant in any event if it hasn't got off the ground, so to speak, in the sense that the DCO isn't approved or the project's delayed, etc., or it doesn't relate to the part of the site that you're dealing with or in your master plan, then it wouldn't be relevant. So, but I've certainly got no objection to the words insofar as relevant being written in. That's what I wanted to say, sir, about it all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Stuff to Red Row.
Sorry, sir. It was just my point about the council's approach to the lack of a master plan.
Yeah. Yes, so the point being, if I summarise, development's already coming forward, suggestion being, if this policy were adopted, it would say you must have a approved master plan in place, so does that, if you like, halt all other applications coming forward in a piecemeal manner? Is that,
well,
prior to the master plan being approved?
Well, under this policy, you would, if it's adopted like this, or anything, I mean, we've got lots of other allocations with similar, not identical wording, but similar wording. The anticipation is that an application coming forward within the allocation site should be in accordance with the overall master plan. So, and depending on which bit of the site you've got, I mean, you're either looking to ensure that you do what the master plan indicates would be done on that part of the site, or that you don't preclude the bringing forward of the remaining part of the overall allocation. So yes, the intention is that planning applications in the future, post the adoption, that's the whole point, post the adoption of this plan, would be judged as against the master plan. Now, if someone wants to bring forward a site, which is not in accordance with the master plan, they make their case. Obviously, they say, well, it's not in accordance with the master plan, but the material consideration which justifies you giving us planning permission is X, whatever X might be. As for the twilight zone, before the master plan is in place, then, if an application is made before a master plan has been approved, the way the policy would work is to expect applications to follow the approval of the master plan. That's we've discussed this point before. As I've said in the past, that doesn't mean that one would have to have one separate process where you submit a master plan, it all gets approved, discussed and approved eventually, and then one has an application. As I've said in the past, it's perfectly conceivable for there to be planning applications running alongside the consideration of the master plan. And it's not at all uncommon to see that. Major outline applications often run alongside an application for a master plan for the overall site. So that's my answer to it. So, and if that's not an answer which suits, I'm sorry, but that's the intention of the policy. If you consider that's not sound, you'll tell us in your report.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we've got various versions of this criterion, haven't we, throughout the plan? So I think at some point we'll have to again see about whether they will need to be brought into line and how they would work in practice, because Salford suggested a different form of words which had all these, which was more about the mechanics of when an application comes in. There's different ways of addressing it.
There are. I would just a note of caution vis-a-vis Salford, though. It's great for Salford, but in contradiction to the others, Salford has its recently adopted development management plan, which has a policy on the subject, and so therefore what Salford did was just read across from that plan into places for everyone. The other 8 can't do that because they don't have recently adopted plans which include a policy on master plans.
It's so complicated.
It is, yeah. Well,
sorry,
it is.
Just a quick one on this.
Yeah, sorry. So the further to what Mr. Kitkowski just said, I think that's what we're looking for in the policy, is a mechanism by which we can come forward, providing we don't preclude the delivery of a master plan, which is also quite a common mechanism in a local plan policy. With the rest of the criteria quite clear as to what our section of the site would need to or wouldn't need to provide, so we could come forward without waiting for the council to develop its own master plan, phasing plan, delivery strategy.
Okay, understood. I think I'll leave it there. Understood the points. Thank you. So we'll move on then. We've got there's a new suggested criterion after criterion 1, which is about regard to the relevant health and safety executive consultation zones. I think we've probably talked about that. I think done that. I've got no comments. Any comments on that? No. The third one is about SL5. I don't intend to talk about that anymore.
Let's not do any more of that.
So we then move on to criterion 2, which is the one which sets out obviously the requirement for, the expectation that the site will deliver 5,000 units, 4,300 of which will be in the planned period, and then originally it. As submitted, it sets out what will be expected from each parcel, and the suggested modification is to move those parcels, or what's required, expected in those parcels, into the reason justification. Just perhaps explain the back reasoning for that and why that's necessary.
In terms of to take out that addition, yeah. So as time has gone on, obviously those numbers of homes and residential units were derived principally and informed by the master plan, which is a supporting document, as you're aware, to the examination. But obviously, in the intervening period, there have more information has come to light, which may ultimately tie our hands if we are too prescriptive with regards to the quantum of development in certain areas. So with the corresponding criterion 6, which governs or seeks to govern densities of development, we felt that actually taking the restriction as it may well be perceived of the number of homes which could come forward in certain character areas didn't need to be there because it was adequately covered by the densities, and ultimately that was to allow us the flexibility within the policy to create a master plan which was actually fit for purpose upon adoption, now that we're aware that now that we have more information with regards to some of the constraints which may impact on some development parcels within the site.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I have no particular points about the 5,000 and 4,000. I think we've even talked about that when we did the strategy policy. I can't remember. But just in terms of the mechanics of this, of course, it says 5,000, 4,200 within the plan period. I guess that might need to be if the plan period would change. But just, I made a point yesterday about Godley Green Garden Village, where there was expectation that some would come forward after the end of the plan period. But of course, if it were to more to come forward, it wouldn't matter. And because obviously you've stipulated here a certain amount within the plan period, I just wanted to check whether that was there was an actual restriction on what could come forward in the plan period.
So it's not meant to be a break. So really the idea is that of which it is anticipated that 4,300 or whatever the figure would be, if the plan period changes, would be delivered, would be rather than will be, I think, would be delivered in the plan period. So it's not meant to be a break.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand, because if it was, then I understand the reason. If it's not,
I think
then
we'd be
it's
delighted to have,
if it came forward before that, then
sooner.
So be it. Okay, okay, understood. If there was a change to the policy relating to the area formerly known as SL5, would that have any effect on those numbers? Would you say, because would it be a case of it'd be if development comes forward in this area, then it's sort of we'll see what it is, and
yeah,
not relying on it, I think.
No, we're not relying on development coming forward within the SL5 local plan grey area on the picture plan to deliver those numbers. So no.
Okay, thank you. CPRE.
Hi, yeah, I might be jumping the gun a little. I was just moving forward to item 6.
Gosh, we're only on 2, so let's wait.
Yeah, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. It is related to residential development, though, so perhaps I'll wait till here.
Yeah, wait. I mean, unless you have any concerns
I'll
about
wait.
them
Sorry,
deleting
I
those.
jumped the gun.
Okay, fair enough. It's not fair. Yeah, it happens. Friends of Carrington Moss.
Yeah, we're supportive of this change because obviously if there is consultation with the local communities, then the master plan may change considerably from what it looks like today. But the point that I really would like to mention to you is when you take a look at core strategy SL5, do take a look at paragraph 8.68, which states that the 1,560 homes that were proposed at that time in this area were going to meet a significant proportion of the borough's housing needs. So if it was 1,560 then 5,000 homes in one ward in Trafford seems, out of 21 wards, that's a huge proportion of Trafford's housing requirement, and it seems excessive to push it all into one ward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, move on then to criterion 3, which I think was about delivering high-quality residential units. This is a general thematic policy.
It's one of those thematic points. And we've moved some of this text to a later point as well. So, yeah.
Okay, we'll probably come back onto that. I've got no particular points on that. I think this is where we get into the first element of heritage, and So the reason I was going to escalate site selection is because the way this was expressed seemed to be a different order of things to, if you like, some of the other heritage constraints that have been described in other parts of things. I wondered, this obviously is of significant importance, and because of the way it was phrased, with perhaps difficulty in delivering that form of development. Now, you've suggested a change to that, so just explain that.
Yes, I mean, it's not meant to be. I take your point as the way in which it's written in the submitted plan. It could be read as if it's some form of obstacle in principle, or a much bigger point than it actually is. And the way in which it's expressed now in GMCA 67 at point number 43. Not that I'm trying to budge us nearer to the end of this debate, but in point number 43 is a much more is an apt way of putting it, which is to take into account these various heritage and archaeological features and assets, etc., in accordance with our thematic policy. So that's better expressing the point. It's not. I mean, I fully understand why you've raised the point in the way in which you have, and that just brings into focus that the item number 4, as was written, isn't really sort of conveying the point appropriately.
Well, yeah, because obviously what I was concerned about, wanted to get at least clarification on, is when you had done your site selection process, that the potential effects on these assets had been factored in, and that you'd contented yourself that a form of development could be achieved, which would, at least reasonable prospect, that could meet that requirement. And would that be the case?
It is the case, because we do have a historic environment assessment, as you know, in our evidence base. So yes, I mean, very much. These heritage items are matters which have to be taken into account properly in the bringing forward of planning applications in the, it's important, but in the usual way. They are not, showstoppers or things which place a major question mark against the allocation or any such. That's why 43 is now written, conveys the point properly, and 4 was, definitely needs to be reworded so that one doesn't have the confusion that's given rise to.
Any points about criterion 4? Okay, I'll move on. We'll probably pick up on the historic environment again when we get to 43. 5, I think, is basically been subsumed into 1, to all intents and purposes. So I've got no particular points on that. I think either way, there's a point about comprehensive development, master plans, and so on. So, Wayne State, sorry.
No, sorry, I was jumping the gun. Sorry, it's catching. I just had a comment on 6, and the reason I raised a Toblerone is there's no proposed amendment.
It's a race to get into 6. Okay, but I'll just see if I've got a question on 6.
It may or may not be the same point.
No,
CPRE, I don't know.
CPRE got in there first anyway, so they jumped the gun sooner than you did.
Was there something you wanted to ask?
Well, I was going to say,
6?
I might wait till I've got a question.
Right. Everyone else jumps in.
Yes, I suppose the point, my only point is whether, again, it would be necessary. It was been a bit of a varied approach to setting out densities in detail. You've got, would this be consistent with H4, JPH4 in how it's been termed? Is there any?
Sorry, on average, yes, it would be consistent.
And does it talks about an average, so would this have sufficient flexibility to deal with different proposals coming forward of a different nature? It's not going to be, is it going to be constraining?
6. In the 2, 4, 6, 8. In the 9 lines of this policy, the word average is used 6 times. So I'm not quite sure. Well, we could have mentioned it 3 more times, I suppose. But it's certainly got the flexibility to be there. I mean, whether one needs it or not, you're advised this in due course. I mean, it's meant to be recognising that there are different character areas here that are envisaged at different densities.
Yeah, I think it's as well that it's just reflecting the sensitivities on some parts of the site. So you'll see that Warburton Lane's got a slightly lower density than the rest of the site, and that kind of links to what was in the previous criterion 4, but is now in other parts of the policy. Just that there are constraints there, and we do think a lower density is more appropriate.
Okay, and that wouldn't fall into the same issue though as what you had, say, under criterion 2, where you obviously thought you might want to remove criterion or elements of criterion 2 or 3, whichever had the list of parcels, because it was unduly restricting. But if you take the site area and average it 25 per hectare, you come to presumably roughly the same number. So is that not having the same effect?
I think we felt it had more flexibility, having it as an average density than specifying a number of units.
Okay, CPRE.
Yeah, CPRE likes to see land where allocated being made most effective use of. So I just wonder if those development densities are rather low. And when you develop at low density like that, it's often because it's more affluent housing. So it seems a little bit inconsistent with the rationale of why the site was allocated in the first place, that it's supposedly improving the fortunes of a very poor, deprived area of Partington. So I just was raising that as an issue, really. We would like to see a higher density, because I think then it would be more... obviously, we don't want to see the site allocated at all, but if it is going to be that, which is, ought to yield as much as possible. And that ties in with criteria 7, with the 15% affordable housing, actually making sure there are some affordable units for the people the site allocation is supposed to support. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm assuming, are the average densities, it's not gross, it's a net average density, presumably it's the, or is it, or
Sorry, yes, it is net, yeah.
it's taking out the undevelopable area?
Yes,
the
it's
spaces
what,
and
once
so
you've
on.
taken account of the developable area, what's left over is the density we believe is the most appropriate one.
Okay, Wayne Estates.
Thank you, sir. A couple of points. First of all, I don't think in the indicative plan or indeed in the text there's any delineation or identification of where Carrington Village, Sale West, East Partington, etc. are.
Good point. It's a good point, because actually in criterion 2, it says, as described on the indicative policy map, and I was going to point out it's not described on the indicative policy map, but then the area has been removed. So, but it's a good point. The same point still applies here. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. And then to the extent that one is able to identify those separate sub areas, again, you know what lawyers are like, sir. If within the to be identified Carrington Village, one ends up with an average density of 38 dwellings per hectare, on the face of it, that's a breach of policy. So we think perhaps if you put at the beginning of the criterion where appropriate or development should seek to deliver, so that if, for example, there may be circumstances where at Carrington Village, for example, it is appropriate having regard to constraints that it's 32 dwellings per hectare. We don't want to face a situation where it's entirely justifiable to have a density of that average level, but then be told, no, you should be going for 35, you're in breach of the policy.
Thank you very much. And Redrow.
Yeah, so we don't consider that a prescriptive policy setting out average densities is necessary at all. The density should be a result of good design, which is required by the plan, and it should be an outcome rather than a starting point for design. We share Mr. Easton's concerns. I think if we couldn't have that section deleted, so we'd take Mr. Easton's suggestions as a second prize.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Beckman.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just query what the objective is in reducing the densities in the first place. Warburton would prefer to see 14 dwellings per hectare as per a recent infill site. That's if we have to accommodate housing within Warburton in the first place. And that's to try and blend it in to the landscape character of the area as per the Trafford landscape character assessments. Thank you.
Sorry, did you say this is a reduced density in the plan, or is it?
It's reduced, but
from
we're
what
saying
is in reality?
we think it should be reduced still further.
Okay, thank you. So you've got slight change, difference of opinion on this side.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
So that is quite
But
unusual.
That's assuming if it has to be developed.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that is taken as read. Okay. Thank you.
We'll leave it with you, Sarah. I mean, you've got our position on it. We think it's flexible enough.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. No, Adrian is... Oh, no. Come on. Listen,
sorry,
this is number 6. Don't forget, this is 6 of 54.
Yes. I won't labour the point, but I think, we would strongly disagree with the change or the deletion of that, because we do feel there are different character areas. There does need to be something in the plan that reflects that. And going to the point about the application, as with any planning application that may deviate slightly from a development plan policy, you can make the case through that application as to why there are material considerations that merit its approval. So we would say this is necessary. I just wanted to make that particular point.
And the point about the character areas not being identified anywhere?
I think they need to be shown.
Yes,
I think that's a
so
very fair
that'd be
point.
something that would
Yes.
go on your indicative picture.
Yes, certainly could. Yes, sir. Yeah.
It's going to be very small, it's going to be small scale or large scale, difficult to see. But I'll take that into consideration. Okay, right. We move on to affordable housing criterion 7. I had about 8 questions about affordable housing, most of which were preempted by the fact you've deleted most of the policy and replaced it with something.
That worked in that case.
So you may, yeah. So we went from a position where the submitted plan required a minimum of 15% affordable housing across the allocation, and then some where most of my questions lay text about how appropriate affordable housing provision would have to have regard to the distinct character areas and the master plan, SPD, and so on and so forth. You've taken a ruler to most of that, and now we have a suggestion that should be replaced with make provision for affordable housing in accordance with local plan requirements, which is quite a lot simpler.
So a lot simpler, and it's...
Just so in terms of why would that be necessary to make that change, I think, the first question.
Because it avoids
a lot of complicated and ambiguous wording.
It removes all those questions and ambiguities and things that would need to be debated and one would go around in circles about from this item, and makes it incredibly straightforward, which is local plan requirements. You ought to meet those. Obviously, as we know with affordable housing, there's always the ability to bring forward viability points if they arise in any given case, but it's just a simple, straightforward way of dealing with the point.
The one, I think, substantive point for me is that obviously we started off with provide a minimum of 15%, and my understanding of the overall picture is that that's 15% has come out of the viability assessment, is that in order to make a viable scheme, the affordable housing requirement and maybe other things have had to come down to 15%. So 2 points is what would the affordable housing requirement be for this site under local planning policy now, and if 15%, I think it's a point sort of raised earlier, if 15% was something which was identified in the viability assessment to make it viable, is that something that should remain in policy in this case?
So in terms of what the existing core strategy says, it would be policy L2 of the adopted core strategy, and that requires, I will try and keep it simple, a range of affordable housing requirements ranging from 5% to 40 or 45%, depending on whether you're in hot, cold, or moderate market conditions. So what that means currently, if an application were to come forward today for a part of the allocation, large parts of the allocation area would be expected under the current local plan to provide in the region of 40%. Affordable housing, some elements, but much smaller in terms of which parcels they would apply to would be expecting a 5% contribution from. So it is different. We do recognise that the viability assessment with all of the infrastructure costs says that 15% is a viable affordable housing level for this site. That's not something that's going to be forgotten, and obviously as council has explained, the viability arguments and positions are more than able to come forward as part of that. What the amendment to the policy allows us to do is to make sure that we don't undersell or miss out in the meantime. There are parcels of land that can, subject to being acceptable and all other policy considerations, come forward earlier than other parts of the plan, and they do currently sit within the hotter market areas, so we could potentially miss out on providing some much needed affordable housing in parcels of land which currently are much more viable than the vast majority of the site. And the other point being that obviously this site is likely to come forward, and indeed in the phasing plans that we have done, you know, it's a 15+ year build period. The viability of the site will change. We don't necessarily believe that we should be beholden to a low bar of 15% affordable housing, and that we can reassess that as part of the local plan. But policy L2 would be the starting point as it currently sits.
How does that approach, we say we've got this potential to pick up various figures as they come through and check viability as it comes through, to fit within the idea of what we've just been talking about, a comprehensive master plan and phasing strategy, which should presumably be set out at the start, and the phasing strategy implies that costs and everything are known from the start, so it can all be phased and proportionate contributions made. So how would that fit into that idea?
So in terms of producing a master plan phasing and delivery strategy with the infrastructure and affordable housing requirements therein, yes, they would all be wrapped up in the same points. So we'd have all of that information available that would plug into the master plan, that would then feed into the local plan, and ideally, in a perfect world, those two timescales would perfectly align and or be capable of being read as one. And
just occurred to me, sorry, when thinking about why this change was necessary, I think there's two elements. This is in terms of what is necessary for soundness. I can see that from in determining appropriate for the whole of that, if you like, from that point on, creates a degree of potential ambiguity and difficulty in how to interpret it. So that's ineffective. But obviously, they provide a minimum of 15% across the plan area. That's obviously based on your viability assessment. So is that a different argument as to why that element would need to come out?
In terms of
is that element why is that element unsound, I suppose? I understand what you said about what you would prefer to do, and there might be benefits for you, but obviously you put the 15% in the plan. So what's changed that would mean that 15% is no longer sound?
In terms of that 15% is based on a land value assumption at the start of the plan period. With an inbuilt uplift in land value. However, in terms of soundness and the test therein, it wouldn't necessarily be an overly effective policy and compliant with national policy if we didn't maximise the ability to meet affordable housing needs within the borough, which is very, very acute, which this site has the ability to contribute a significant amount to. But we recognise that at the moment the viability levels aren't quite there. However, over a 15-year period, those land values, with approval of an allocation hopefully and subsequent development taking place on various parcels, it is more than likely to increase to a point where more affordable housing can be provided, by setting that requirement within the local plan doesn't beholden Trafford to places for everyone forever and a day until this plan is eventually superseded by a further iteration.
Okay, thank you. Friends of Carrington Moss.
Yes, sorry, just to go back to the point that was made on the other side of the table about defining the areas, Carrington Village, etc. This is really important for this policy because the cold market includes Carrington and Partington. The moderate market includes Sale, and the hot market includes the rural communities, which Carrington Moss is a big part of. So we really need to understand, and given that affordable housing is a really important element of getting that public benefit from this site, I think it is important that we maximise that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just also wanted to add, I mean, if you look at the wording as it was originally, provide a minimum of 15% across the allocation, a minimum of 15%, but obviously if you apply the local plan, there'll be some instances where you'd be looking for 5%, there'll be some instances you'd be looking up to 40%, I think it was, at the high end. You could end up across the entire allocation with your minimum of 15%. So the easiest way of doing this, frankly, and the clearest way of doing this is just to fall back on the local plan requirements. That's the point, because I think, you know, the minimum of 15%, I understand where it's come from, the viability second sensitivity test had the reduced affordable housing across the entire allocation of 15%. So I understand where the 15% has come from, but when you think about its fit with the local plan policy, you know, some areas 5%, some areas 40%, some areas whatever the figure in between was, I can't remember now. But you know, you look across the whole allocation, you'd end up with a minimum of 15% across the whole allocation. But that's a result of applying the local plan policy to the allocation. So this seems to me to be, you know, the straightforward way of dealing with it.
Okay, understood. See if we've got any alternative views. United Utilities.
Thank you, sir. Just dealing with that, the viability evidence that was presented originally had 3 scenarios in it. Only the third scenario allowed for any affordable housing, and that was with an assumed 10% uplift in values based on the time that assessment was made. Obviously, the market goes up and down. That suggests that 15% was the stretch of what was viable at that time, not necessarily on all of the site, but on the site taken as a whole, which is what the assessment did. The problem with the interrelationship between the policies in the local plan and the current sort of hot, cold market areas is that all of the area that isn't Carrington is effectively hot. And yet, one of the premises of the policy is the regeneration, for example, of the Sale West area, which has acknowledged housing market issues. And yet, my reading of the boundary of that plan is that that area is placed into the hot market area. So you're ultimately starting from an argument of saying it should be 40% in that location, even though the premise of the allocation is acknowledging that some of the social deprivation and issues that are in that immediate market area. The second point is that the NPPF clearly places an emphasis on the plan-making process to consider viability, and what this is doing is sort of sweeping the viability evidence under the carpet and just saying that it's the subject of future applications. Now, as an applicant, you have to have an argument now just to be able to run a viability argument. So, at the very least, in the supporting text, it should acknowledge that viability is suspect across the site and that there will be site-specific, application-specific viability issues that are expected on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Redrow.
Thank you, sir. Unsurprisingly, we share that view. I think the 2 points I'd like to add is that, first of all, what the GMCA said, we would object to any introduction of different affordable housing requirements through the master planning process. An examined local plan is the correct place to establish the viability of contributions as a whole. We don't have an objection to if the council consider there's different areas that can deliver different amounts of affordable housing with the the infrastructure contributions that they're requiring. If it believes that there is a chance of that happening, then that can be done through a future local plan, which I believe is in progress. But to have that approach, which is not supported by any evidence in front of this examination in terms of viability. I note that the hot, cold and moderate areas were established in the last local plan, but against a completely different evidence base. And the council are failing to meet its 5-year housing land supply. They've got a trajectory that's weighted towards the end. I wouldn't suggest that policy is working at the moment, sir. I think the problem with reverting to policy L2 is that there's also a number, I don't know if you do have it in front of you, sir, but there's a number of other targets within that policy, including an overall 60-40% market affordable housing split, a split of 70 to 30 of small to large homes, which I don't think that split hasn't been taken into account in the testing of viability. So there's a lot of consequences of bringing this in. So that my last point is that there is a policy in policy L2, which in essence another approach that sits outside the hot, the cold, the moderate elements, where in a market that may perform differently to what it's expected to, the council can request a viability assessment to justify the level of affordable housing to be provided. The way I read the policy is that it's got a 0% starting point, and that however much affordable housing can be justified can be delivered. The way the council reads it is that it's a 40% requirement unless it can be negotiated down. And as that policy has been implemented, and I've come across it a few times, sir, it's been a very, very difficult and disruptive process to the delivery of housing. It's not a working policy, sir, and that would be our concern for the delivery of this allocation.
Okay, thank you. And Wayne States, thank you.
So apologies, first of all, we flip-flopped on this because, and I'm going to credit the council with their amendments having the benefit of simplicity, but actually if you look through a requirement to cross-reference to the local plan, it causes all kinds of different issues, which I'm not going to repeat. I mean, there is within policy L213 of the core strategy, does say in accordance with policy L8 of this plan, where specific issues of viability arise, the council will consider on a site-by-site basis whether it's appropriate to agree a reduction in the affordable housing contribution. So there's at least the possibility of negotiating on a case-by-case basis viability, but I think I tend to agree with Mr Gilbert, as the likelihood is that if we're in a hot market area, the assumption will be 40% of the starting point, and you have to demonstrate why it shouldn't be 40%. A related point is that insofar as the different market areas were identified in the core strategy, that will necessarily have taken into account viability in relation to those areas, but could not have taken into account the full extent of the new Carrington allocation with all of the infrastructure requirements that flow from it. So having thought that having a much simpler argument, a simpler policy would work better, I think we reverted to a position where we think there should be a reference to 15%, but with the proviso that we set out at paragraph 2.16 of our hearing statement, where we referred to aim to provide 15% affordable housing across the new Carrington allocation, but have another sentence that says, where justified, a lower level of provision will be permitted, take into account the Greater Manchester Strategic Viability Report and other up-to-date viability evidence. So I think having reflected on it, sir, that having that wording provides the clarity and reflects the evidence base.
Yeah, it can only go down from 15%. Can't go up. Don't be slight.
Well, that would seem very sensible, sir. I think. I mean, yeah.
Okay. CPRE.
Yeah, it was just coming back from comments across the table, trying to understand where, Greater Manchester Combined Authority, the Place for Everyone document, is trying to seek more affordable housing. It's a key policy driver, so we do need to be careful that we do achieve affordable housing.
Yes, quite. Okay, I think if we hear from you, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll take a break.
Excellent, fine. Thank you. Well, we favour what we have in our latest document here, which is provision in accordance with the local plan requirements. I think the alternative to that would be to keep the first sentence of what was originally in the criterion, which is a minimum of 15% across the new Carrington allocation, because it's minimum and it's across, and that would enable one to have a lot more than that in certain areas and less than that in certain other parts of the site. So you'd achieve across the board, you'd achieve at least 15%. But we favour relying on the local plan, because the local plan enables all of these considerations to be taken into account and considered as applications come forward. So that's the debate, really. The rest of the stuff, as you know, we've chopped out because we don't think it just adds confusion to the overall debate.
You have to constrain yourself at some point.
I'm happy to come after the break, sir, but we're not, the policy as it was drafted is not without, we weren't without comment on that, sir. This was dropped on us on Friday. We had reps prepared.
What's your problem? Because we're saying ourselves that we're chopping out the rest of the stuff that you're concerned about. So it's either make provision in accordance with the plan or have a 15% minimum. So all the rest of it, we ourselves are saying should come out. So have you got a problem with that?
My problem was we said that some areas would deliver much, much more and some areas could deliver less. And my point is that areas can't be required by policy to deliver much, much more unless the local plan is updated to demonstrate that.
Well, I think that was, without going, because that wording's not there anymore, one of my points would have been, if that wording remained, it's probably along those lines, about how this idea that there's you've got a requirement of a minimum of 15% across the area, and then this sort of idea that there might be variable amounts when applications came in, and I wasn't sure how that would work. I think if that wording goes, and might be other questions that would work in my mind, but I think I've got enough now for me to be able to take all of that argument away and see it in the round, see what might need to be done, if anything. So, thank you.
Sorry, I'm now going to prolong this debate, but forgive me. If your concern was how would a minimum of 15% across the allocation work in terms of a master plan for the entire site, was that your point?
No, it was my point was some of this wording about how that wording would work.
That's gone.
So, and I think it all relates to that point.
That's fine. That's
practicalities,
fine.
really.
That's
okay, it's 25 to. I think we'll come back at. I can't even do maths anymore in my head. What time is it? 5 to. Now, I think I need everyone to just have a think about what we're going to do, because we've got a lot still to get through, and as to whether we're going to carry on today or come back on Friday. I think people need to give some thought to this.
Yeah, can I just, to help others think about this, many of the remaining criteria we're suggesting should come out. That's not to say we won't talk about them, but hopefully our discussion would be a lot briefer than if we were actually poring over all the wording. But secondly, my vote would be that we should sit on, because our Fridays here for us are very important in terms of preparing for what's to come. So if we have to come back on Friday, we have to, but we'd much rather not. Yeah. So we'd prefer to sit on to...
understood, and frankly,
within reason.
I'm here anyway. So, but I think obviously you've got lives, and so I need to think about everything else. So we'll try and accommodate everyone as best we can.
This is our life, so.
But it's still a lot to go. But we need a break. So we'll come back at 5 to. Thank you. Right. Even though some people haven't returned, I'm going to start again. I understand during the break, Helen or Yvonne took a straw poll from people about staying on, and I think the impression she got was everyone was happy too. Is that generally the case? You may well regret that by the end of it, but I think if we can, I mean, obviously, if we can be mindful of the time, but also I don't want to stymie discussion and debate because it's important, and this is a big important site. So, but if we do end up going on, I do apologise. Programming is one of the hardest things we do actually, and sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong, and yeah, you just don't know. So anyway, not that I think we've got it wrong today. It's just that there's a lot of interesting debate. So anyway, I'll carry on from where we left off. I think we got to the end of criterion 7. Criterion 8 is about making provision for self-build and custom build. That's again a fairly common criterion. I've got no particular questions. I note that there's been a suggested change that changes from make specific provision to appropriate. I think that's another byproduct of Timperley Wedge discussions. I've got nothing to say about that. Any comments on that? No? Good. So move on to employment development then. Criterion 9, delivering 350,000 square metres gross of employment land, employment opportunities suggested to put in B2, B8 and reference to indicative policy. Again, I've no points about that I need to raise. Peel, thanks.
Thank you, sir. It was just about the area that's referred to as SL5 and obviously whether it should refer to the indicative allocation policy, whether it would restrict employment coming forward in that area or not. And whether that should just be removed like it is for the residential policy, because the residential policy doesn't refer to the allocation plan, so whether there should be a consistency there. It's just a small point.
No, thank you. I'd take the point. Yes, it's restricted to the blue area, isn't it, in that case? But if the grey area were to be included, then that would change that.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you. Good point. I think, Friends Carrington Moss.
I'd just like to point out that in JP Strat 11, the total employment floor space has been changed to 365,000 square metres. I don't know where that figure has come from, the 365,000 square metres.
So is that in one of the is that in the suggested modification?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let them explain.
That's an error in the modification. It should be 350.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, that's good to know. That's good to know. And Wayne Estates, thank you.
Really simple point. So rather than deliver around 350,000 square metres, we'd suggest not less than 350 square metres. 350,000 square metres. 350, I think, is slightly less.
Okay, thank you. Anything you want to come back on?
We agree with the point that was made by Peel, and I think you've just indicated we're content with the...
No, I was being facetious.
You're being facetious, fair enough. So you'd like to keep the around...
I think that provides more flexibility.
Yes, okay. So no, we're content with it. We think the word around is sound, and we've already made the point about the HSE and coma issue, so we think around suits us there rather than a minimum or at least or whatever it might be.
Okay, your sign's still up. I don't know if there's another point. No, thank you. Okay, I think I understand obviously the reason why you've said what you've said. I understand it's for a one for me. I think. Okay, criteria 10 and 11 under employment development were both, 10 is effectively a design and layout point and 11 is a training point. I think, again, these things have cropped up elsewhere and they are covered elsewhere. Did you want to make a point, Sarah?
I just wanted to clarify why number 11 has been taken out, because I think Adrian, Mr. Fisher previously raised this and said that it would be built into future contracts with developers.
I think my understanding is, and because it's come up elsewhere, is that it's JPJ1. Is it JPJ1? Someone's a voice from the ether. JPJ1 actually covers that as a thematic. So it's one of these points about not repeating something which is already covered elsewhere. Okay, thank you. So nothing on those two for me. And 12 and 13, similarly, these are points which have been I guess, the points being made in 12 and 13 have been subsumed into criterion 1, so it's a consequential change, if anything, so I've got nothing want to say about those. So we move on to transport and integration and accessibility section, which are criteria 14 to 20. Quite a few changes in that, but I think the first one is about, well, I think probably a lot of the changes to those criteria all stem from this first change, which is about and again, fairly standard approach now, about referring to making provision for new and improved sustainable transport, and Appendix D and policy C7. For those who have not been here before, Mr. Karkowski, I don't know if you want to explain that to him.
Yes, so the approach is that some worst case assessment has been carried out to look at the traffic and transport implications of the allocations, including therefore this allocation, and on that worst case basis there is in this particular case, a long list of works which might be necessary, and therefore contributions would be required to, and or something couldn't happen unless and until something else had been put in place, particular item of these works. The reason why it's indicative and why we refer to, in accordance with policy JPC7, is because C7 is the policy which explains that, and obviously you would have this for a major site like this, there would be transport assessments alongside planning applications. They would look at the detail of the traffic implications of any particular proposal that was brought forward, and the idea is that those assessments should start with the list in Appendix D in mind, but it would be entirely open to those assessments to say, well, because of the detailed work that we've now done, whereas this particular intervention in the highway network is necessary, that intervention isn't, and so on and so forth. So this is just setting out a menu of things that we would wish to be considered. It's not dictating that these things would have to be put in place, paid for, or development should be delayed unless and until these things happen. So that's the way C7 works. Because obviously in due course under policy C7 and indeed the wider thematic policy on contributions, we could only require contributions where they were necessary and met the other tests in the in SIL Regulation 122. So that's in brief overview the way it works. This is our very worst case. I mean, I've called it worst case assessment, which was done for particular reasons, as you all know, so from previous discussions, particularly in relation to national highways.
My standard question about this is obviously that, again, we probably answer as far as you can, but the content that there is a solution that can ensure that there will not be severe transport impacts.
On a worst
case.
On a worst case, and it's at least worse on a worst case basis, in order for the bringing forward this allocation to be acceptable in transport terms, traffic and transport terms, then on a worst case basis these various items are perceived to be necessary. But I want to stress that the whole approach of C7 is to ensure that if as and when planning applications come in under the auspices of the allocation, then matters will be tested in detail at that stage. And as we've expressed before, I mean, our expectation is that in reality a number of these works won't actually be required in any given case, because the work has been done on such a robust, cautious, worst-case basis.
Okay. I think what I'll do is just go through the criteria in the sort of transport section, pick out any points I've got and questions about them, and then see what general points there are. So I'm sure there will be some. So criteria 14, I realise, is a general point about accessible streets. That's presumably subsumed within Appendix D.
Yes,
there's a set of improvements about.
Yes, it would be subsumed in Appendix D and in the event in general good practice, other policies elsewhere. Yes.
And then, so I've got nothing, but I say I'm just going to go through, but if you want to return to them, if people want to return to them, I'll go through. 15, delivering a network of safe, cycling, walking routes and linking to surrounding areas, including Carrington, Carrington rides, Transpennine Trail, etc. Again, that's seems fairly logical to me. I've got no particular, it's not a controversial issue as far as I'm concerned. I've got no comments on that. And neither with 16, which is about delivering connected neighbourhoods. These are all sort of seemingly reasonable, at least until I'm told otherwise, requirements. I'm sure people will tell me. 17, there's quite a change here. It talks about providing it originally talked about using the route of the disused railway line through the site, and including the reinstatement of Caddishead Viaduct for pedestrians, cyclists, etc. Now, this has been changed to refer to generally to an east-west route from the Manchester Ship Canal to Sale, and then references to the viaduct have been removed. Can you explain the thinking on that one, please?
Well, it's been made, A, it's been made less prescriptive, B, it's been clarified, because the way it originally read, I mean, when I certainly read this, it could read as if we were requiring those bringing forward the development on this allocation to do all these various reinstatement works, etc., which are actually part of this wider Carrington Greenway scheme, to which we would wish this east-west link to, or corridor, to link to, as opposed to carry out all these other works on the wider Carrington Greenway scheme. So it's been made less prescriptive in terms of, because we, as I understand it, we at this stage can't definitively say, well, this sustainable transport corridor must and can only use the disused railway line through the site. So, that's been made less prescriptive in that way. And secondly, it's been clarified, because as originally worded, it sounded as if, or it could be read as if, we were seeking to transfer all sorts of costs to those bringing forward this allocation, which was not the intention. So that's why it's been rewritten in this way.
And what does a strategic sustainable transport corridor mean exactly on the ground? Is it cycling and pedestrian route primarily?
To begin with, yes, it would be an active travel corridor, but I think we've phrased it in this way so that if in the longer term, say in 15, 20 years' time, there was the opportunity to put buses or another type of public transport down this corridor, we don't want to preclude that process. But I think we think in the shorter term, it would be active travel.
If it was previously thought it would be on the disused corridor, then that's obviously got physically, obviously aware of many former railway lines which are used all over the country for active travel uses. But if you're talking about something different, that would be, if you like, designed up front and through the master plan, would that necessarily allow for the sort of aspirations for later?
I mean, I don't think we're ruling out using the rail route.
Just flexibility.
Just I think we just some flexibility in it, because it is fairly early days looking at options for that.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Okay, I just understood. And yes, okay, that's probably me on 17. On 18, we're talking about contributing to new enhanced bus services. And, well, sorry, originally it was deliver bus priority infrastructure within the site and where appropriate on bus routes linked to the site, and the suggestion now is to refer to contribute to new and enhanced bus services. Is that what you consider as an omission of what was referred to? Is that linked back to Appendix D?
Yeah, that's right. So that's already reflected in Appendix D. It's just not been included in the policy before, so we've just included that now.
I mean, there's been a general criticism put to me, and already today we've already talked about it a little bit, about the public transport credentials of the site and what could be provided. And is this sufficiently, if you like, clear about what what will be provided will address any issues of public transport accessibility? Does it need to be more specific about what will be required, or is a general provision enough?
Well, I would say a general provision is enough at this level, at this level of making a plan and having an allocation, as opposed to, I mean, it wouldn't be right to specify, I don't know, X buses an hour on this route and Y buses an hour on that route, whatever it might be. No, and I don't suppose that information is available at sufficient detail at this stage anyway.
Okay. And now moving on to Carrington. Sorry, do you want to make a point?
Sorry, sir. Just bearing in mind that there is the programme of bus reform and bus franchising in Greater Manchester. It doesn't come to Trafford until the final phase, but of course some of the detail of all those bus services will be sorted out through that process as well. So just bear that in mind. Thank you.
So, yes, it's Carrington Relief Road then, as submitted. It talked, the criterion 19 was deliver and directly contribute to the Carrington Relief Road and provide an alternative route to the A6144. Now that has changed to facilitate delivery of. Is that an important difference, subtle difference?
I don't think it's very subtle.
No, well, sorry,
it's
important difference.
It's not subtle and it's important. Because the requirement as originally written is excessive and facilitation is the correct approach. Would you like a few words just by way of background to the Carrington?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, that was, sometimes don't quite sure which way to start on these changes. Start with the change and then go into the, but the main point on this, I suppose, is what is the status of the road?
I think on this one it would be useful to have a little bit of background.
And including, if you can get there, is that what am I actually assessing in terms of Carrington Relief Road? Is it part of this allocation and something I'm assessing whether the relief road is a sound principle or not, or is it something which is out with the plan and like some of the other infrastructure requirements and happening anyway?
This plan is not, if you like, making a plan for the Carrington Relief Road. The Carrington Relief Road will come anyway, if you like. So, but should we just have a little bit of an overview of it?
While my colleague finds the bit that he needs specifically, the Carrington Relief Road is a separate scheme standing outside on its own from Places for Everyone and JPA 33 allocation. It is subject of its own planning application that's being worked up at the moment. It is subject to its own investigations and examination, all of those sorts of things. It's been on the cards for a long time. I think that's fair to say. It is a scheme which the council is prioritising quite heavily in terms of getting it off the ground. We recognise that it is something that is required to unlock the vast majority of significant parcels of development as part of this site. And indeed, there are live planning applications and developments at the moment which are already contributing via Section 106, etc., to that as it stands. And some of those applications, as have been mentioned previously in today's hearings, have essentially Grampian conditions which prevent development above a certain quantum without that relief road being there. In terms of what the relief road contains, and my colleague will speak to this in a bit more detail in a second, I'm sure, it isn't just a road for cars and private vehicles. It is a relief road in terms of all the various road forms of transport, be that car, be that bus, cycle, pedestrians, etc. There is an intention for it to have segregated cycleways, etc., and subject to the detailed design that we can now speak to.
Well, actually, I think Mrs. Wright has probably covered most of the points already. So, yes, it is a road that's been under long gestation and certainly was spoken to about in the core strategy in 2012. It is the subject now of the detailed design, and the council has funding to submit a planning application. That money derives from effectively a growth deal funding. So we're on a programme. It's reached the stage of sort of, well, certainly detailed design, which will be the subject of pre-application consultation and engagement. And as has been alluded to, I think the really key benefit, and I think it was mentioned earlier about, the difficulty of cycling. Certainly most people wouldn't feel comfortable cycling the current road at the moment. The idea of this road is that you have fully segregated cycleways and a footpath as well. So it will provide a safe route, and it will join up with all sorts of other routes closer to in towards sale as well. There will be dedicated provision for equestrian crossings at certain points, because has been alluded to as well. That's a really important part of this character of this area. So yes, that's underway. The council will need to make a final decision on this and submit a full business case, but it's something that is in train, shall we say? So it's heading towards submission of a planning application.
Okay. And is this is New Carrington as a whole dependent on Carrington Relief Road?
I think in transport terms, it will be difficult to deliver the totality of this without an infrastructure improvement of this nature. Clearly, in view of the right mix aspirations that we have in Greater Manchester, you know, the sort of road that we're planning for now is very different from what we might have been doing 20 years ago. But at the end of the day, you know, with the quantum of housing, the quantum of employment, even with modal shift, even with the other things that we've been talking about, you will still need some sort of road improvement, and therefore we feel that the Carrington Relief Road, you know, however it may be subject to detailed design tweaks, but fundamentally something akin to that is going to be necessary.
Okay. And in terms of, so you mentioned the fact, when we mentioned the fact that there are applications in now which are contributing to it through 106. So they're expected, would be subject to what Appendix D, the C7 and all that work does. It might be an expectation that there would be some funding from the development hit in New Carrington.
Yeah, no, very definitely. There are various pots of money which are being drawn on. So just thinking about those which are over £1 million, so I'll leave aside the smaller sums. We have money from the Growth Deal 3, from Homes England, from signed 106s. We are working to a bid in relation to the City Regional Sustainable Transport Settlement, and the Strategic Allocation SIL payments. So, you know, the various, you know, rest assured the various potential sources of funding have been examined, because, as has been said, the council's on the verge of making a planning application for the road. And the point put shortly, as the policy as originally worded, could read the reader to imagine that we were expecting this allocation to deliver the whole shooting match, if you like, to pay for and deliver the whole lot. And that's certainly not the intention. That's why facilitate is written. Yes, we would be looking to contributions, but we're not seeking to place anything like the entire burden of the road on those bringing forward this allocation. It is the first of the necessary items in the Appendix D list, and obviously if in due course at the detailed planning application stage, outline and or detailed planning application stage, there was any case it could be made that the relief road wasn't necessary, that can be made then, but our expectation is that it will be necessary. That's not the same as saying that we expect those bringing forward this allocation to pay for all of it. Far from it. Because it's necessary for wider purposes. It's, you know, it would still be on the cards, as I understand it, regardless of Carrington. It's just that Carrington would, you know, feed off it.
Yes.
Well, I think that was my one point I was going to make. Obviously, the question is New Carrington dependent on the road, but similarly, if New Carrington wasn't there,
the road would
the road still be required?
It would be, sir, and there's existing developments. I think it was mentioned earlier about Grampian conditions. So we have sites that, you know, within the existing urban area which are currently constrained by Grampian conditions, linked to the road. So absolutely, you would still need to have you know, that would be necessary anyway, if you see what I mean.
Okay.
You bear in mind the vintage of Places for Everyone, which obviously has been going for a few years, but as I understand it, the first time the Carrington Relief Road raised its head through a plan-making process was as long ago as the adopted UDP in 2006, and obviously therefore it would have risen a few years before then. So we're looking at, you know, over 20 years in reality for this.
And just the point you made about I'm not, or rather the JPA 33 isn't proposing the Carrington Relief Road. Rather, it's like some of the other infrastructure. It's highlighting its presence and the need to accommodate it. If when an application comes in for Carrington Relief Road, it's not dependent on the policies in this plan. It's not dependent on JPA. It wouldn't be assessed against any of the policies in JPA 33.
Can you just run that one past me
Well,
again?
obviously, the line of the ring road runs through this allocation.
The relief road, yes.
So I'm just thinking whether or not this policy apply. So will this policy apply when? So if an application comes in for housing within this red line, this policy will apply.
In the future with the allocation
with the
made.
allocation place.
Yes.
And if the application for the ring road,
ring road, yes.
Relief road comes in.
Relief road.
Would it also? Would this policy apply because obviously the line is through the middle of the allocation?
I'm not sure. It's me. You understand the question, so you answer it.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just something I want to understand.
I think the answer is yes, sir, because in as much as the plan is material to it. So assuming the plan is adopted at the point that the application is determined, then yes, it would do. But is the plan? I suppose is the plan necessary? As we discussed, we would anticipate this road coming forward anyway, and it was planned to be implemented long before the advent of PFE. But as much as PFE would be, if this plan is in place and adopted, then yes, there will be matters that are pertinent.
So I'm thinking about all the matters under natural environment or biodiversity and so on would apply to that application.
Yes.
Which application are we talking about?
Sorry, relief road application.
I don't understand that. I think you may be at cross purposes. The inspector is asking you if, as and when the council makes its application for the relief road, would the relief road application be subject to this allocation policy? To which my answer would be, well, you're all nodding, so I'm obviously completely out to lunch on this. So, there you go.
Well,
this is the sort of stuff we talk about on Fridays.
I suppose the question, obviously, just thinking about impacts. If I'm going to be raised impacts, would they be addressed through some of these policies? But okay, I think I'll leave that there because it's obviously causing some confusion.
Yeah, because I would simply say, 19, assuming it's as per the changed version, facilitate delivery of the Carrington Relief Road to provide an alternative route to the A6144.
Okay. And then
your planning application for your relief road is
with the policy.
Okay, fair enough. I'll leave it there then.
Yeah. Okay. I think I understand. But anyway, maybe I've set a hair running there and didn't need to. But
I'm outvoted here. So
I understand a little bit more about the Carrington Relief Road, and then. Then yes, there's a list of potential interventions which are being suggested to be removed, presumably again because they are would be within Appendix D.
Yeah, because what we actually think is potentially necessary in the worst case world is set out in Appendix D, so we don't need to do this random name checking of.
Yeah, and I went through. I tried to cross check, and it's not always clear that they're all the same thing. So. Okay, sorry, that was going through some of my transport questions. I'm sure there's a lot of points on transport, so I will go down this side first. So start with CPRE.
Thank you, yes. I'm glad Mr Fisher refers to the equestrian use on the site, but it's not mentioned in the policy for transport, so I think it ought to have specific reference. And then, whilst I understand comments that have just been made about Carrington Relief Road, it's by no means a given that piece of infrastructure will ever materialise because it does go through a route that goes through very deep peat. And obviously, it's going to have to show that it can achieve a biodiversity net gain in accordance with the Environment Act. And I can give examples, for example, in Cheshire East, where Danes Moss is an allocation in peat owned by the council, and they're really struggling to get reserved matters through because of biodiversity net gain issues and the impact of peat. And it's absolutely fundamental, not just to the principle of this site being allocated, but the actual ability to ever get certain bits of infrastructure off the ground. I suspect, with the changes to the MPPF and the Environment Act, that the road will never actually come into fruition.
Okay, thank you. Friends of Carrington Moss.
Can I just ask first for clarity between what's the status of Appendix D and the Transport Delivery Plan, and how do they compare? You know, because I'm unclear now that we're taking things out of policy here, because they're in Appendix D. Does that mean they're no longer as have got as high a status in the plan? I'm not clear about the status of Appendix D.
Okay, we'll come back to that then. But have you got any other points you want to make?
Yeah.
Well, make them all now, because I don't want to
Okay,
keep. I don't want to.
okay.
Yeah. I didn't think that'd be the only one. So
Yeah,
carry on.
I was just wondering whether Appendix D should be in the policy.
I mean, that's a point we've discussed a lot, and
Yeah.
It's along with many things we've got to think about, which apply to all of the allocations. But I think the point is that they're referred to. They have status because they're cross-referred to in the policy.
Yeah.
The point is that rather than saying, you know, there's this sort of, as Mr. Karkowski said, the list of things that have to be provided, don't always correspond to what's in that list of necessary and supporting, and there's a potential under that other new policy, C7, it's not a new policy, the other policy, C7, that what is required will be determined at application stage, but there's an understanding that there is a, if you like, worst case scenario in place where mitigation can be achieved. So.
Okay. I mean, one of the main reasons that I'm concerned about this is because the only commitment in the Transport Delivery Plan is to the Carrington Relief Road, which, by the way, in the 2006 core strategy and the 2006 UDP and the 2012 core strategy was classed as a link road, not a relief road going across the Mossland. And as you will see when you look at SL5, the protection and enhancement of the Mossland as a carbon sink to protect the effects of climate change was one of the key planks of the policy. And what you'll also see is a long list of requirements, one of which is the Carrington Link Road to the development site at an approximate cost of £3 million to be funded by the private developer. And that was that £3 million was a figure that was specifically introduced by the planning inspector at the time, and I do have the reference to that change if needed. So this wasn't a relief road that was going to, which now the cost is around 60 million and probably underestimated at that. So I think we should just be clear about what we're talking about. In that core strategy, we also had a proposal for a crossing, a bridge across the Manchester Ship Canal, and that was also mentioned in the UDP. We also had railway line improvements in the UDP and the 2012 core strategy as well. So none of which have been delivered. And as Trafford have said, the only thing that they're prioritising is the Carrington Relief Road. And as I say, that is the only commitment within the Transport Delivery Plan, which means that there is no sustainable transport in the plan here. We did check with Transport for Greater Manchester by a Freedom of Information Act request, and they did tell us that there are no plans for public transport improvements in this area. So I think the other thing to mention about that road is the Census 2021 data is now available, and it suggests that the number of households without a car in the Bucklow St Martin's ward, which is the main ward, that is the ward that will be massively impacted by this development, the number of households without a car is much greater in that ward than the rest of Trafford. So the Trafford average is 19%. In that ward, it's 26%. So building a new road is not going to benefit the local people. And in fact, Partington Parish Council will be working with us to look at creating a bid for a feasibility study to reopen that railway line. And I think the policy which suggests on the criteria 17, which now removes the link to Earlham, is a real weakening of that policy, because it reduces the connectivity of the people in Partington to the outside world, really. The Carrington Relief Road will bring no benefits whatsoever to the people of Partington. They will still have to negotiate the junction under the bridge to get to the A1 route, so that they'll get no benefits whatsoever from that road. We welcome the idea that there'll be new bus services. We're just not convinced that there'll be the funding or the will to bring them in, because you know it's been promised for many years and not been delivered. So I think, yeah, I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Obviously, when it comes to what you've just said about implementation, all I can know is what the policy says, and so the policy says there will be bus service improvements, and that's what I must assume will happen. Assuming there's a reasonable prospect, of course, that it can happen, which is, is your CPR, is that a new point? Is it, Mr. Beckman?
Thank you, sir. I'll be as brief as I can. I just wanted to reiterate with a bit more emphasis about the traffic problems in Warburton, which I think will be exacerbated with New Carrington, especially in respect of cycling. Very many cyclists use the Warburton toll bridge as there's no adjacent crossing for some considerable distance on either side. And I think you have to bear in mind that Warrington Borough Council are looking to locate more housing in the Lymm area. The figure of 5,000 has been mentioned. And I speculate the A6144 won't cope. So there's no mention of any improvements to the highways in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. As the day goes on, my note-taking gets a bit slower, so apologies. We'll move over then to United Utilities.
Thank you, sir. I just want to go back to the new criterion 14. And really, it's just understanding the interplay between that criterion 1, and JPC 7. And I will apologise in advance. I wasn't here for that day or that debate. But obviously what that policy in Appendix D does is introduce a very long list of possible interventions that may be necessary. In fact, they're described as necessary in the table of interventions that are considered. And the changes to JPC 7, if I understand them correctly, suggest that an individual transport assessment on an individual application will consider those possible effects. That's going to mean that every transport assessment with every application submitted at Carrington has to consider, for example, the M56 Bowden roundabout as a scope of works. That's going to be a laborious exercise for each and every application. That may be overcome if that list is shortened, or if through the master planning exercise the extent and scope of strategic interventions are defined more clearly. I mean, obviously our view should be that that should be in policy. It is currently in policy, and we think it's a lot clearer that that list is there, not least because the description of what those things are doesn't appear in Appendix D. So, for example, Southern and Eastern Link, which is in the table in Appendix D, is defined in policy at the moment, whereas if I was left to read Appendix D on its own, and I was coming to the site afresh, I wouldn't have a clue what Southern and Eastern Link was. So this goes back in part to the point about infrastructure and the end part of criterion 1 and the lack of certainty about what is required of the master plan and a future planning application. It also plays into the viability issue, bearing in mind that a large part of those possible interventions weren't considered at all as part of the viability assessment. One other point, small point in relation to criterion 17 over the page. It was suggested that the changes were to take away the requirement or the apparent requirement for individual applications to provide this link, bearing in mind there's a lack of clarity about what that link is. It still says provide at the start of that, whereas the suggested change for criterion 19 is facilitate, and I think facilitate would be a better word if there wasn't going to be a requirement for it to be provided as part of an individual phase or phases.
Thank you. Okay. Red row then.
Thank you, sir. We had the same point as Mr. Pemberton on point 17, but with a suggestion to change it to contribute to as per 18. The only other point we have, sir, is on 16. We agree with the requirement to successfully link existing communities of Carrington, Partington and Sale West. We have requested, sir, the removal of a specific reference to Red Brook or overcoming barriers such as Red Brook. My full point, sir, is in under point F of question 23.9. But in essence, sir, our point is that we are trying to deliver a crossing of the Red Brook. It's outside of our gift at the moment, but looking to change that. My client has run an appeal previously where provision to cross the Red Brook wasn't provided, but wasn't determinative in the appeal. The site was still considered to have adequate connection to Carrington, to Partington. There are other issues with the application, were other issues, but that wasn't one of them. So we think it's a good idea, sir, but we wouldn't want it to be determinative of whether or not our scheme was acceptable in the whole.
Okay, thank you. Noted. And Wayne States.
So most of the points have been addressed that we were going to raise, but it's just a small point in relation to criterion 14 and the interplay between Appendix D and the requirement. We don't have a problem in principle with linking 14 to Appendix D, except that when you go to Appendix D, although the title of Appendix D describes it as indicative transport mitigation, each of the individual transport interventions are then categorised as either necessary or supporting. Now, I heard my learned friend Mr. Katkowski say, which I'm sure is right, that these are interventions that might be necessary but not inevitable. I mean, necessary. The difficulty is necessary has a very specific meaning in planning, and we think if we had the word potentially in front of necessary in Table 1 of Appendix D, that would resolve the issue, would reflect the obvious intention of the authorities that they are potentially necessary but not required.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back.
Yes, thank you. A number of the points really relate to the purpose of Appendix D and its associated policy, and obviously it's not a criticism of those who haven't been able to participate in previous sessions, but I'm sure you have a full understanding of the intention behind policies C7 and Appendix D is as I outlined earlier on, but just very briefly, I'll just reiterate very quickly, a worst case assessment has been carried out if in due course when transport assessments are submitted with planning applications, or a transport assessment is submitted alongside the work for the master plan, it's found that the worst case got it right, then all the things in Appendix D would indeed be necessary. That's why the word necessary is there rather than potentially necessary. If, though, in due course, when the transport assessments come in, it would turn out, as we strongly anticipate would be the case, that the worst case assessment was an excessive assessment, if you like, overly cautious, overly robust, assumptions made which haven't turned out to be appropriate, and therefore that some lesser package of interventions is necessary and justified, to which we can seek contributions under Regulation 122 of the SIL regs, and that would be the way it works. So the intention is, on the basis of the work that's been done, these are the necessary interventions. We strongly anticipate that in due course, when more detailed work is done, the list will be shorter and different. But that's the way in which the policy works. And you know why we've done this. We've done this because of the position, particularly of national highways, and you know what the resulting effect of our policy and our Appendix D approach is in relation to that very, very important consultee. As for some of the more detailed points that have been made, let me just see if I've swept them up. I know that there was a lot of agitation to my left when it was said that there had been some response from TFGN that no public transport improvements were proposed. I don't know who wants to deal with that.
Yeah, not true. Appendix D lists a number of public transport measures stroke interventions which are classified as being necessary. They're towards the bottom of the necessary list, but for clarity and speed, public transport measures, Carrington to Stretford via Urmston corridor, access to Altrincham package, access to Sale package, and upgrading extension of the existing bus services, including bus priority measures, real-time information. So there are quite a number of public transport interventions that have been included in the transport interventions and that have been viability tested.
And just on that viability point, it was suggested on behalf of United Utilities that the package of works in the list in Appendix D haven't been the subject of the viability work. Well, that was the whole point of the revised viability assessment tables, which have been submitted as part of OD 5.3. You'll recall we had all this out earlier on in this process, and the costings have all been taken into account in the revised viability work, which is why some of the categorisation status of some of the allocations has changed. Not this one, though. So just moving on, item 17, where it says provide an east-west corridor, was contrasted with number 19, which is facilitate. But I think there's a very deliberate reasoning behind the different wording, because we do want the east-west strategic sustainable corridor to be provided as part of the bringing forward of applications on the site which add up to the allocation, the master planned allocation, whereas for number 19 you've heard that road is perceived to be brought forward via planning application, etc., and we're looking for it to be facilitated rather than delivered by the applicants of various parcels on the allocation side. Number 16 was a point of detail about the Red Brook. I must admit, I'll leave that to those who have a better grasp of the detail compared to me. So number 16, there was a request that the reference to overcoming barriers such as the Red Brook should come out. Why is it there in the first place?
Because the reason is the reference is because integration of this area with the land to the north is considered really important, and I think recollections probably differ about the appeal conclusions on this point, because this was a key issue for the council at that particular Section 78 appeal, and the appeal was dismissed for a variety of reasons, to be fair, but certainly if this land is to come forward, we consider that it should integrate with the areas to the north, and connectivity is central to that for all the reasons about regeneration and community benefits and all the rest of it. So it seems to me you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't have this land being allocated without the rationale for its allocation, which is supporting a wider regeneration piece. So we do feel that's important. Thank you.
Okay. That's a brief response.
Yeah, the only point I think it's not been picked up there is this idea that, and I'll say how I see it, there's a couple of criticisms that the removal of the list of interventions from the policy means that the plan doesn't include or doesn't make it clear what infrastructure is required. I assume the position is, as I understand it, that Appendix D is the list of infrastructure that is required. until such point as it's concluded it isn't.
Exactly, that's the point. On the worst case assessment, the list of works which are necessary are as an Appendix D, and they have the same status as if they'd all been written out copiously for each allocation in the allocation policy, because Appendix D would be part of the plan. But I want to stress, as I've stressed previously, you know, you've wrapped it all up in your sentence there, and unless and until it's proved otherwise, you know, the expectation is that as the work has been done on such, and it's to our minds, you know, extremely cautious approach, the expectation is that the list will turn out to be a shorter and different list in due course. But if the worst case turns out to be the appropriate case, I don't think it will, but if it does, then the list is as in Appendix D. But it's clear.
Thanks, I think the issues about the public transport, whether or not is this, we do keep coming back to a little bit about the difference between what I assume it's the 2040 strategy you're talking about, delivery strategy, and what that is compared to what this plan is. And I think my understanding would be obviously the strategy is what the public sector is seeking to deliver. Of course, this is to do with what might be coming out of plan applications and so on, and what might be delivered as part of that plan application. I can see why there would be some divergence there. Again, from my point of view, I'm looking at what this plan says they're going to do and what's in Appendix D for now, and all those lists of things that talk about it. So I understand your position that you don't necessarily believe it will happen. That's not, you know, I think that's where the confusion might come. I don't know, did you have one quick point you want to make before
One
I'd like
very
to move
quick
on.
point. The transport assessment that will determine what's needed in Appendix D, when will that be done? Will it be done once at the beginning, once this allocation gets approval? Because if so, why wasn't it done as evidence to include in this?
So I'll answer that. Obviously,
Yeah.
there's there is evidence relating to obviously locality assessments, and the modelling that's been done is what's fed into this. It's generally accepted, I think, that the level and type of evidence you have for a planning application is different to a allocation. So it's, you know, there's a different element. So I wouldn't necessarily expect a TA and that level of detail to be on for an allocation per se. Obviously, someone submitted that, fine, but it's not necessarily what I would be expecting. And it isn't the norm, I think, for a planning application to be of this sort of scale to be accompanied by a TA. Even if there'd been a TA with this in the form of what you're talking about, there'd still be a requirement probably a requirement for another one when application come in. That's just how that's the evidence that would be expected.
My concern would be that the cumulative impact of additional
but that
applications.
TAs do take into account cumulative impact.
But if you put in a planning application at the beginning of the process,
Well, the allocation is giving the clue as to what is expected in the area. My understanding is that a fair reflection?
but if you put in a planning application in 5 years' time or further because this is a 16-year plan, then whereas people in the early phases might not have to fund certain things.
Well, this is what we come back to the phasing and delivery strategy as well.
Okay.
So I think there is. I mean, I understand the points, but I think I think in fairness, there are the policies are in place to try and. Again, whether you agree with them in principle or not is there, but I think the policy is set out. You've got a policy requiring a master plan and a phasing delivery strategy. You've got policies requiring transport assessments to deliver, and your policies requiring the mitigation. So I think the policies are there.
I think the policies are there. I just don't think certainty's there for the developers at all, because you don't know whether you're going to have to fund these if you are a person that's submitting a planning application in the latter years of the...
With respect, that's what policies are for, to tell people what they've got to do. So they've got to assess these things, and the council obviously has to consider all of this when it comes in. And, you know, the cumulative impacts, long-term expectations are all, you know, have to be taken into account. So I take the point, but I think, you know, I'm comfortable knowing, you know, you may disagree, but I understand. Right, I want to move on then to, we'll carry on. We got through the transport, onto community facilities. And again, I think I'm going to take these in blocks. So community facilities, the first criterion 21 is about we've got a different, again, well, submitted was provide a new local centre or a new centre comprising provide a new local centre with convenient shopping facilities and services providing up to about 2,500 square metres of net retail floor space. And now we've got some suggested changes, which is changing from create to provide to create, comprising a range of small shops up to 2,500 square metres of net retail in the East Partington development area. Development of this scale requiring local facilities, I think I understand the rationale for that, so I've got no particular points. I mean, in Simply Wedge, we debated whether I think in that case it was 3,000, in this case it's 2,500, where that figure came from and why you think it's necessary to be that specific.
So in terms of that, it's just a reflection of the fact that most local centres within Trafford are roughly 2,500 square metres in size, so it's just reflective of the average size across Trafford.
And the change that you've suggested obviously takes away that potential unintended consequence that I raised on Simply Wedge about large scale, 2,500 square metre supermarket coming in. Anything?
Yes, it's correct. The introduction of comprising of a small range of shops, a range of small shops, does away with addresses that particular issue.
Okay. And 22, providing new neighbourhood centres at Carrington Village and Sale West, providing local service and community centres. Again, there's no size threshold there or any description. Is there any particular reason for that? Is it fairly how would you know what you know what a local centre is under 21 because you've set it out, but under 22 it's not as clear?
That's because in Trafford we don't necessarily have an existing baseline of what a neighbourhood centre comprises, either in terms of scale, size or number of shops. It varies from place to place. It could be a parade of 4 or 5 shops in one area and a fragmented parade of, well, I say parade, 2 shops interspersed with a residential unit or a house somewhere else. So there isn't really a threshold or an indicative floor space amount there.
Okay. Just making sure that the description of the local centre and neighbourhood centre isn't effectively the same, and just in case you could end up with a 2,500 square metre neighbourhood centre, but I'll probably take that one away with me and think about it. We're on to under 23. This is where we raise the issue of education. Let me get my specific questions on this one. So the policy would require, as submitted, provide and contribute to the provision of additional primary and secondary school places, with extensions being required to primary and secondary schools in Partington and Sale West. You're suggesting a change that just talks about making appropriate contributions to the provision, and the reference to extension has been removed. Can you just explain?
Because we don't consider it to be appropriate to be as prescriptive as the policy as originally worded. So, obviously one has to ensure that there are the additional primary and secondary school places which will be required. So that's why we've got make appropriate contributions to provision of. We don't think it's appropriate at this stage to say you should do that in a particular way. So that's why. I mean, given the longevity of the timescales for proposals coming forward on this site, I mean, potentially beyond the planned period even. That's why we've made this more flexible, less prescriptive, but the underlying objective obviously is still here. That's to say there's got to be the additional primary and secondary school places. We're just not saying at this stage you've got to do it in this particular way.
I think you'll have heard today, it's been put to me by several people already that obviously school places is problematic in the area, and I think maybe even suggestion that it wouldn't be able to deliver those places. Is there any response to that?
So obviously we've spoken to our colleagues in education on this particular point, and whilst the development gives rise to or generates a sufficient number of pupils to require a new primary school, there hasn't been enough evidence to give us an indication as exactly how much and where secondary school places would be required. So the policy as worded provides us that flexibility to address that either through the planning application process or through the master plan process as details become more specific. So from that point of view, our colleagues in education are satisfied that we've given them enough wiggle room in order to provide what they need in order to meet the needs of the education.
But the phrase "make appropriate contributions" or "provide and contribute to the provision of additional primary sectors" that could involve the new primary school.
Precisely, it provides that flexibility long term for us, for the council to either extend existing primary schools, provide a new primary school, and similarly so for secondary school places. It provides us that flexibility in order to determine that at the appropriate time.
And obviously, I'm guessing the difference in costs between a new primary school and a contribution or land or these other things, how has that been factored in? Is the viability assessment factored in your standard, if you like, contribution?
Yeah, it's been factored in on a pupil place basis, and I think it comes out to a total of, I want to say, 13 million pounds worth of contributions would be required on the numbers of pupils that are likely to be generated, and whether that's a whole new school or extensions to existing ones, that's unknown at this point.
But your colleagues are content that solutions can be provided?
Yes, they are, and that's been factored into the viability assessment.
Okay. Comment, sorry, there is one more criterion under community facilities, which is a reference to health facilities, which has been suggested to be removed. Is that because it's thematic?
Yes.
Okay, any comments on those 21 to 24? Yes, Ms. Eagling. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got quite a lot to say, really. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll try and make it as brief as possible. I'm just trying to flick through. You obviously read my representation. I just want to recap that the topic paper says that New Carrington allocation will require 680 primary and 486 secondary places. And I did some investigation, some work on that using ONS figures and so on. And it seemed to be a significant underestimation, and I'm sure you read my comments on that. I have since verified the figures that I was looking at using the 2021 census figures, and I'm still looking at a total of around about 2,370 new places that will be required across school places, as opposed to just over 1,000, 1,100 to 1,200 put forward by Trafford. Now, I'm more confused about where they're getting their figures from, because if you use the formula that they've come up, that they've said that they've used, which is a yield rate of 3 pupils per year group per 100 homes for both primary and secondary, if you look at their figures and work in reverse, they're saying that they're actually going to, it equates to about 3,240 dwellings or houses that are going to be built in New Carrington, whereas we know that the paper actually, or the topic paper says that they're going to be building 5,000. So there's a lot of discrepancies within their figures. And like I say, I'm going to try and make it as brief as possible. I don't want to dwell on it. I can dwell on it for a long time. I want to go back to this grey area, the SL5. In their core strategy, they said that this is going back to 2012, on-site provision or contribution towards a 2-form primary school would be required. And this was based on 1,000, let me just remember now, is it 1,560 homes? Yeah, 1,560 houses were being proposed to be built then. And at that point, they said they needed a primary school of 420 places. We're now building 5,000 homes, and they're saying they need primary places of 680. So it doesn't make any sense. Now, if we looked at their calculations, New Carrington would require, well, I've done lots and lots of different calculations, but in essence, the figures don't stack up. If we look at the actual figures for the old 2012, and we compare that with that's based on 1,560 houses, and we scale it up to 5,000, it would actually mean that based upon the figures that they calculated back in 2012, they would need places for let me just see. 1,357 primary places. So if we based it upon their calculations from 2012 and scaled it up from 1,560 to 5,000, that's 1,357 primary places alone, not even secondary places. That would require 2 primary schools. Now, in 2012, they said that this one primary school was going to cost them, I think, in the region of 7 to 8 million. So 2 schools is going to be in the region, based upon 2012 costs, 16 million. Now, if we index that to 2023 figures, if we use indexing, which I've used UK building cost indices, that would actually come out now, a cost of 2 primary schools of 22.9 million. And that's just primary schools alone. We're not talking secondary schools here. So I'm just wondering, where are these primary schools going to go on the allocation? I know that they mentioned that they were going to put it in the district centre, but you couldn't put 2 primary schools in the district centre. The other thing about where they're going to put them is in this district centre. If you look at that district centre where it's actually located, which is in Partington East, that is outside the catchment of Carrington Village, which means that Carrington Village will have no primary school at all, you know, in that catchment area of Carrington Village. So all the primary school children would have to travel to, you know, another primary school. So there's a massive issue there. So there's a cost involved. There's the figures don't stack up. There's where is the land going to be for these schools, and that's just primary schools alone. Now, Trafford's own strategic risk register has said that there's massive issues, and it says the surge of in-year application. This is based on their risk register for 22-23, the most recent one. The surge of in-year applications in 2021 from families newly resident in Trafford continues to have an impact on primary places and is starting to create pressures in secondary school sector as children move up. In years 1, 3, 4, 5 and 6, every school in Sale East and Sale West is full, and additional children have been admitted above the published admission number. This means that there are now insufficient places in these year groups in Sale. But it's not just happening in Sale, it's happening across the board, it's having a knock-on effect as well across the whole of Trafford. So I don't think that we have the capacity to school the number of students that are going to be generated as a result of this allocation. The allocation is far too big to cope with the infrastructure that's there, school-wise, as well as infrastructure in every other way as well. I mean, I've got a lot of other stuff here that I know, figures that I could read out. I'm sorry, I'm a mathematician, and you know, I could go on and read out loads of figures. I've done lots of calculations. I think
I've got the point.
Yeah.
That you,
yeah.
So I don't think I need any more figures.
Yeah, I do think, and there's also on the secondary school, there's talk about, as you know, Trafford is a selective system. We have the 11 plus. The government are no longer building grammar schools, so the stress is going to be on the secondary schools. Now, a lot of people move into Trafford because of the selective system, and they want their children to go to grammar schools, so there's going to be an issue there as well. But in this in Trafford's the risk report, it said that there's 179 Trafford children in Aldringham and Sale could not be allocated any places in their preferred schools, in other words, their local schools, and had to be allocated places in the nearest school, you know, where there was a vacancy. So at the end of the allocation, every secondary school in Trafford was full.
Okay, well, that's perhaps a good place to stop then, because I think I've got the point you're trying to make about capacity issues and location and viability, so thank you for that. Anybody else got any points on those 4 criteria? Before I hand back to Mr. Gokowski.
Where are we, the 4 criteria? I think the only one that I want to come back on is the last point about school places, really. And I mean, in relation to school places, all sorts of points made about figures and with a mathematician's background, but item 23 in the policy doesn't have any figures in it. It simply says make appropriate contributions to the provision of additional primary and secondary school places. So as and when planning applications come in, they'll be assessed on the basis of the evidence which is in place at that time. The Educational Authority will be consulted. I mean, whatever additional places are needed, are necessary, applying the relevant legal tests, will have to be paid for. And that's the top and bottom of it. It's not for this plan to say the number is X, because these things are fluid and change over time. And so they can't be set in stone now, nor should they be. So the approach that we've got is the right approach, with great respect. And we do not need, in order to make good the allocation, to have to deal with all of these points that have been raised, because this is not the right place to deal with them. We are satisfied that the approach that we've got in the plan will ensure that if, as and when this allocation is brought forward through applications, we've got in place a policy hook here which is strong enough to ensure that whatever school places are required are paid for and therefore provided. I don't, unless you really want one point, fair enough.
Just one small point in terms of, just for clarity, the assumptions that the education colleagues have made also doesn't take account of any one-bedroom properties, which equates on their assumptions about 30-odd% of the site. So in terms of why aren't 5,000 homes yielding as many children as you might expect, it has to be factored in that some of those have been assumed to be one-bedroom properties, which are unlikely to contain children.
Okay. Can I assume, obviously, some of this is permitted, I was going to say permitted development, but not, it's been consented. So issues around education would have been factored into agreements for those permitted schemes?
For existing schemes that have gone through the system and have been approved, yes, that they will already have been factored in, accounted for, and made appropriate contributions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on then to matters of Greenbelt, which criteria 25, 26 and 27. I think we've covered most of these factors. 25, provide a significant green corridor through the site which remains in Greenbelt. Well, that's a statement, seemingly statement of, in fact, there is an element of Greenbelt remaining in the site. I note the reference to publicly accessible green infrastructure, that relates back to a change. I think it's been put in most places to differentiate between different meanings of accessible, isn't it? So, but nothing particularly, I don't think I have to say on that. Just double check. No. 26 is about creating, or where necessary, strengthening boundaries to ensure they're defensible using existing landscape features where appropriate. Again, that's a change, but well, it's a change in wording, but not a change in approach, where the policy was to create defensible green boundaries. Again, that's not a new idea. And then 27, making compensatory improvements. And again, this is a fairly standard approach now, where reference is made to national policy about making provision of compensatory improvements. I have no questions on that, but yes, I remember you did have a point about 27, didn't you, Mr. Redrow?
Yes, please, sir. It was nothing to do with your accent. I was reading elsewhere. We've got an issue with this in a nearby local authority. My reading of paragraph 142 of the NPPF is that authorities will provide strategies for compensation for greenbelt release rather than applicants. The wording of this policy appears to put the emphasis on applicants to figure out how they will provide compensatory improvements to both environmental quality and accessibility of remaining greenbelt. In the first instance, so I wanted to understand if it is just individual developments which are involving the removal of greenbelt, which is what my reading of the GMCA's response to your action points week 4, its response to IN 21, at paragraph 1.17, it says development which involves the removal of land from the greenbelt, including allocations proposed in the plan. That, to me, seems to read that if my development is the thing removing something from the greenbelt, I will need to provide compensatory improvements. That's a point of clarification, sir. or is it the whole allocation in New Carrington that would need to, every application would need to contribute? And if so, my problem here is that there's a difficulty in how effective this policy will be, where there are sites that have no access to the Greenbelt, no stake in the Greenbelt, no other land available in the Greenbelt, without a separate entity to contribute towards. How would someone fulfil their obligation under Part 27?
Okay, thank you. Friends, Carrington Moss.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. The significant green corridor, I think we mentioned in our representation, has a number of businesses, commercial businesses and sports organisations that are not publicly accessible. And of course, the new roads that are going to be constructed will also impact accessibility, because they'll not only fracture the existing public rights of way, but they'll also deter users, and they'll impact circular routes that are currently in use. So I just think we need to recognise that significant green corridor is in parts not green and it's not accessible. And then on the boundaries, I think this policy, Criteria 26, has been quite weakened by the changes. So I disagree with those changes. Either defensible greenbelt boundaries are a requirement or they're not. So, I think it should be very clear that the greenbelt boundaries need to be defensible, not somebody determining whether it's necessary. And then finally on the mitigation, I'm a bit concerned about mitigation improvements being done in the vicinity of the site rather than on the site, because the people who are going to be significantly affected by the development won't benefit. And a number of the, we welcome this long list of mitigations, but and we're not suggesting that they're not done, even if they're not in the allocation area, but we do want to make the point that a number of them are not going to benefit the people who are going to be impacted by this development here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so where are we? Number 20, taking them in order. 25, significant green corridor suggestion made that, considerable parts of it aren't or wouldn't be green and aren't or wouldn't be publicly accessible. The overall green corridor we would see as being significant green and publicly accessible. The fact that it's not all characterised in that way doesn't defeat the point of the criterion number 25. As for 26, it's been said that it's been weakened. Well, it's been changed because, as far as we're concerned, a number of the resulting greenbelt boundaries would be perfectly clear and don't need to be strengthened. But we do recognise that in some instances, and we had in mind, I think, particularly the United Utilities plot, so to speak, it would be sensible to have this clause here. So that's why it's there. As for number 27, make provision for compensatory improvements, a couple of points. Yes, the expectation is that those who would make provision for compensatory improvements would be those bringing forward development on land that's been released from the Greenbelt, as opposed to from developers bringing forward development on land which has never been in the Greenbelt, if you like, which has not been removed from the Greenbelt as part of the allocation. As for where those improvements might be, we've got that. When we've got the cross-reference policy G2, we've got a study which shows a long list of potential improvements. Your first port of call, one would imagine, would be the retained green belt within the allocation itself for compensatory improvements. And the idea is that, you know, contributions would be made towards schemes to achieve compensatory improvements on green belt within, as the policy says, within and or in the vicinity of the allocation. And as far as we're concerned, that's entirely consistent with paragraph 142 of the framework. I know a different view has been expressed, but our position is that what we have here is consistent with the framework. Obviously, we'll leave you to consider this, but you'll recall that this clause, 27, and similar clauses like it elsewhere have been driven by an observation that was made by you and your colleagues in one of your written notes to us.
Mr. Beckman, did you have a point?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, it's just a comment on the strengthening of boundaries. And again, I'd revert back to the site in Warburton, or sites in Warburton. The existing boundary is a rather poor hedgerow. The premise appears to be that it would be strengthened as and when the housing goes in. Surely we should be looking at the possibility of putting in advance planting so that the screening is there when the housing goes in. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at that housing for 20 years waiting for the trees to mature to screen it.
Okay, thank you. I think there's I think about it in the context, think of the delivery, again, not quite, but master plan, delivery strategy and phasing of things. But it is a point that often comes up about when mitigation should be put in place and so on. So understood, points understood, thank you. I'm going to then move on to the green infrastructure, and I think say taking them in a block works for me. But I'm going to stick to. I've got no particular points that I want to raise about 28, 29. I think is you suggested removing that, but I think it's been moved somewhere else. So we'll pick up on any points about that when we get to those points. 30. Again, this is obviously you've got a. It's a general policy about open space within the allocation area. Again, that's a fairly normal requirement. I have nothing to say about that. 31. Yes, obviously 31. There is an issue potentially being raised about the justification for the strategic green spaces at Sale West and whether how they have been identified. Just like to explain the thinking on those, why they're specifically highlighted.
So in terms of why we've identified two areas of strategic green space, rather than either retain them in the green belt or remove them for another purpose. I mean, principally, this was a judgment call with regards to sort of placemaking and making sure that we have robust and or as robust as possible and defensible permanent boundaries on the ground. Without them, the green belt, the boundaries are potentially fairly weak and fairly fragmented and indecisive. And ultimately, it was a placemaking judgment call with regards to softening the edge of what of a substantial amount of development in the area and making that read as well as best as possible in the context of the surrounding greenbelt and countryside area.
And how does it fit into your open space requirements sort of thing? Is it more than would be required through normal open space requirements, or is it different too?
Yeah, I was just going to add that it's also about what's there at the moment. So there's quite mature woodland on those two sites, and parts of them are identified as priority habitat as well. So there's kind of that angle to why we specifically identified those areas.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll just. I know there's a point potentially come up, but no, that's the last one, isn't it? So, okay, so that United Utilities then.
Thank you, sir. In terms of this strategic green space, there's 2 points. One is why are they identified in the first place? The particular strategic green space that affects my client's land is on land that was previously a sewage works, has been substantially filled with various material is managed by my client to try and prevent access to that land. It isn't of particular nature conservation value in terms of the core of it, and we don't know why it has been identified as a strategic green space. It's not a green space now. It's largely inaccessible because of the way that it's managed, because of the risk to people falling down holes or falling over. My client doesn't want the liability of that being well used, which is why it's managed in the way that it is. Now, there's a separate point in the sense that the GMCA are making the plan indicative, that's their express purpose, and the express purpose is then for the master planning exercise to define areas of open space, presumably, and to deal with these sorts of matters about how the site might be laid out. Obviously, this is protecting something that is identified on an indicative plan. So it's in effect making it a non-indicative plan. It's giving weight to something that is shown on an indicative basis. So effectively, it's seeking to establish the precise boundaries of those strategic green spaces. It's protecting those strategic green spaces when they're not strategic green spaces now. They're not identified in the current local plan as green space. And we effectively think that this criterion should just be deleted. The matter should be left to the master planning exercise.
Okay, thank you. Wayne Estates, your point?
Thank you, sir. Very similar points, and I agree with what's been said. Just to add that we've done a lot of work looking at master planning the site, and as part of that, considering factors such as achieving a 10% biodiversity net gain. There are unquestionably some parts within those areas that won't be developed through any master plan, but we believe there are parts which actually can be acceptably developed. So I think we'd agree in terms of this criteria, we don't see the need for the criteria for them to be identified on the plan, and we think that it can be dealt with via the master planning process and in considering all the other policy requirements. Thank you.
Thanks, and Luke and Friends of Carrickmore.
Yeah, we actually agree with this policy, and we'd like to see similar green spaces identified in Partington, for example, because we think it's important that this sort of land is protected from development proposals. And this land includes the Man United Reserve, which is not currently formally designated as an SBI, but we'd like to see it designated in that way. And we'd also like to see access to that site limited so that it can support nature's recovery. So it'd be nice to see that strengthened a little bit. Although the Sale West Link Road does appear to go through that reserve and through the woodland, which will fell a considerable number of trees. And I think it is important that we do specifically protect these areas, because it's clear we currently have a planning application on a site of biological importance, and we do have trees being felled across the Carrington Moss, to the point that the Forestry Commission have put a notice on some trees that says, please cease felling. So, and these are mature trees that are being cut down in quite large numbers. So it is important that we retain this policy, and hopefully some thought will be given to strengthening it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You to come back on?
Anything you particularly want to add in relation to these?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Friends of Carrington Moss actually have kind of made the point very well, really. These are important for the amenity value for local residents. And bear in mind, talked about nearby estates and the value of improved recreation and, the opportunity for enhancement. So the concept is, yes, you will have development, but alongside that, you will have pockets mainly of woodland, which, to be honest, are subject to access. I heard what Mr. Pemberton said, but frankly, people are using it. They are in these areas, and this is an opportunity, as we see it, for alongside the development, you would see areas of enhancement, perhaps much better management, and therefore that is of value to the local community, and we feel that aligns with other provisions of the plan that have those objectives as well. So we do see it as necessary, and it's about finding the right, I suppose, policy approach to achieve that. Clearly, originally we thought, well, should we keep it in the green belt? We've pulled it back because of boundary issues, but because of that, we do feel a policy is necessary. Thank you.
What about this more practical, sort of, if you like, practical point about how it would work? You've got this, a policy plan or picture 11 point, whatever it is, shows these areas that may I say it's a suggestion to become indicative. It's not necessarily given, but it may become indicative, and therefore, but then you have a policy which effectively says, no, actually, it's these areas. I mean, is that? Would it be? Could you have the same aspiration to deliver open space in that area without actually saying, well, showing the lines on the map?
I mean, yes, ultimately...
Deal with it through the master plan, basically.
Yeah, deal with it in the master plan. I mean, the extreme alternative would be to propose to put them back in the green belt to protect them from development, but that, as we discussed earlier, doesn't necessarily give us the robust and permanent boundaries that we want. And I suppose the other point to bear in mind is that the reason we've identified these two specific parcels in particular as strategic green open spaces is because they are significantly larger than the amount of open space and green space that we've accounted for in the net developable area of the identified indicative development parcels within the rest of the site. So these are two quite large parcels that provide quite a significant benefit in that area. But in terms of identifying them, then yes, be the master plan, which would specifically set out the boundaries and locations of those two.
But of course, precisely these sorts of issues, sir, that as to why we prepared that map in the first place. So I think you quite properly asked, why have we done this? And it is issues such as this as to try and provide that clarity over which areas we are referring to. So I think we'll leave it in your hands, sir, as to how we deal with it. But this is an example of why we've gone down this route in the first place.
Okay, quickly, please.
Just a very quick point. The United Utilities land is the land of the willow tit, which is one of the most endangered birds in the country. It's a red-listed bird, and it is breeding and feeding on the UU land. I don't think the reserve is actually the green space is the same bit of the UU land that is enclosed and prevents access. That's another piece of land, but it is important space for breeding red-listed birds.
Okay, thanks. I've been to the site. These are the kinds of things. If I do decide to go back and look again, these are the I can take these on board when I go and see it again. Yeah, we've been going for about an hour. I mean, I know we want to get on, and I know we all want to go home, but I think we have also been going for an hour and a half. I think it might be sensible to have a 10-minute comfort break so everyone can stretch legs. And then we'll come back at it reinvigorated at 20 to 6 and whip through the final 30 criteria. Thank you. one. Don't apologise. I'm early, so. Right, but I think everyone's back now, so I will make a start. We think we got on to matters of natural environment, which are criteria 32 through to 36, with a new one slotted in relation to peat. So I think just my general opening gambit on most of the natural environment issues through my allocation, the allocation I've been leading on, is my first port of call is to ask about the evidence in relation to biodiversity issues and assets, and whether or not, of course, A, there's sufficient justification to justify the allocation, and B, sufficient comfort there's a reasonable prospect the development can go ahead without unacceptable impacts. I'll just note in this case, when I look at the evidence base, there's no preliminary environmental assessment in this one, so you might just want to explain where the evidence has come from on that.
If you just bear with us for a moment, so we're just locating our note on this.
Yeah, so there's no kind of single document that we can point to on ecology, but what we've done is, obviously, as we've learnt today, there's a lot of planning applications that have already been submitted on the site. So we've based the ecology work in the master plan on the evidence that's been submitted as part of planning applications. And then we've also received quite a lot of information from GMEU, which is informed part of the master planning as well. And then I think we've had some information submitted by the landowners at various stages of the PFE process as well.
So collectively, what's that told you about the constraints? Broadly, I don't need a list, a full list.
So I think broadly, while it's recognised that obviously as an open and green space that is largely natural in its makeup, yes, it has some biological and ecological benefits and is naturally, pardon the pun, of some value. There are, but there aren't significant swathes of protected species, either of fauna or flora, throughout the site. That there are a couple of areas where that have raised issue on a couple of sites with regards to protected species, but there is also some information that, obviously, for obvious reasons, we're not allowed to go into in terms of the specifics in the public domain. But largely across the site, there's nothing of any significant restrictive statutory protected species that aren't fully capable of being any impacts on them being mitigated through either the planning application process or indeed through a future master planning process.
Okay, thank you. Criterion 32 is, if you like, again, one of these criteria where there's different ways that different allocations have addressed the points, but it is a protect and enhance the natural environment assets. So you're seeking to, obviously, recognise the assets that exist and protect them in accordance with other policies. Just noting this one, and again, you've listed some of the SBIs and some of the local nature conservation sites. You've suggested removing reference to the triple SI. Is that because it's not in the site?
Precisely, it's not within the red edge of the site.
Okay. And again, labour point, I am aware of allocations where there are triple SIs on the edge of the site outside where the references remain. So again, that's, I think, a point for me and for us rather to consider about how that, but presumably, because it's in the plan already, if that was to stay in, that wouldn't cause you any concern.
No, that's right. It's easily addressed either way, to be honest. Whatever decision is made on the point of principle, it's easy to address.
And obviously, presumably, obviously no concern that development could impact on triple SI unacceptably.
For the reasons we've explained, that's right.
Okay, so that's 32. The new criterion that's been suggested about and is relating specifically to peat. I know there was some criticism from various sources that the policy, rather reason justification, referred to peat. The policy didn't, so I suspect that obviously this is to seek to address that point. This wording, I think, looks suspiciously like the wording that was used in the Salford policies, which we have not, in my action points on those, I've not commented on those because I think I want to see all of this in the round before we come back. But So whether or not that wording is appropriate is something I'm happy to hear comments about. I suppose the point about minimise the loss of carbon storage function is what does that mean, and could that actually mean you minimise it? How? And if an application were to come in where, you know, how would you measure or determine whether it had been minimised? Is a sort of practical point. I don't know if you can give any thought to that.
I think as was alluded to earlier by Wayne Estates experts, it is incredibly hard to numerically justify and evidence exactly how much carbon is either being emitted or stored in various bits and pieces. So from a practical point of view, that's not something that we would be seeking to do. In terms of minimising the loss of the carbon storage function, it's more about making sure that efforts to either wetland recreation or some sort that can lock in any of the carbon that is being released via those measures are achieved, but that also that we explore other options, that the plan doesn't preclude any other alternative options or innovative measures or engineering solutions which may or may not be possible. It just leaves the door ajar with regards to what those final minimisation techniques and measures might be.
Okay, I think we'll see what people want to say about this, but there is wording. We've got to think about whether this is an appropriate form of words. Criterion 33, I think, is again, this is where your mitigation. I think about restoration, creation of areas of wetland within the site, commensurate with high potential in the area, and your reference here to the local nature recovery network and now GPG2. So this is where what I talked about earlier, I guess, where it could be mitigated. Is this, so in the creation of areas of wetland, is this sort of the restoration point?
Yes, it's one of the options which has always been on the cards or on the table with regards to the site. Yes.
Okay. The next point is I suppose this the retaining, creating, and enhanced wildlife corridors, stepping stone heights. That's moved from the other point, but so presumably you just felt that it's a reasonable point, but it's more suitably located naturally. It's not really a main mod. It's just a moving things. I don't think I've got anything particularly about that point. 34 is, again, this is a fairly standard point about, there was a standard sort of policy, a lot of the allocations related to biodiversity net gain, quite often being suggested to be removed because it's, presumably because it's picked up as a thematic point. I understand that. I don't think there's any suggestion that you're trying to not deliver biodiversity net gain, it's just where it sits in the plan.
Correct, that's correct.
And then 35, we're talking. It's again specifically about protecting and enhancing, if that's possible, the habitats and corridors along Cinderland Brook, the River Mersey and the Manchester Canal as part of the catchment base approach. Again, I see you've removed reference to seek good status as required under the North West River Management Plan. I think again we've talked about that before. It's about this issue about referring to other documents which aren't part of the development plan, whether it's necessary or not. So I guess you're picking up that point.
Again, that's correct.
Yes, okay. I mean, obviously, protect and enhance might be something. There's often some discussions when people are talking about this sort of policy, which conserve and enhance, or preserve, conserve or enhance is what's whether it's possible to enhance in this case. If it's possible to enhance, then that's perfectly fine.
It is considered to be possible to enhance because this is seeking to improve the existing water quality. So, yeah.
Okay. And 36 is a reference to the habitat regulation assessment. Again, those appeared in several of the allocations and have been suggested to be removed because of other changes elsewhere. So again, I've got no questions on that. Make sure I've not missed anything. Okay, I think I understand the GMCA position. I'll go around. Friends of Carrington Moss, you want to start us off?
Yes, I would challenge the suggestion that there are not significant swathes of protected species on the moss. I think it's important that if there's going to be a reliance on information that's not been shared, by the way. No evidence has been provided of what has been suggested there, that other experts are asked to provide inputs, as well as developer ecologists, etc. Because I think there isn't a clear understanding of the ecology and biodiversity on the site. And I think it's difficult to enhance assets of any type if you don't have a baseline to move from. And there isn't a published baseline here. In terms of the new criteria about minimising the loss of carbon storage, I think there are calculations that are available that could be used to identify an estimate of the carbon emissions and what could be benefited from the restoration of the peat. What I'd like to add there is to minimise the loss of carbon storage function of peat and tree loss, if that's possible, because obviously there is a carbon sequestration value to trees as well. Sorry, if I can just go to the next one, which is the ecosystem services. The reason justification, paragraph 11.341, we believe that should be in the policy rather than the RJ, and we don't agree with the changes which significantly weaken it. There's a number of changes which have been made to that RJ that weaken the sentiment. Under the in that policy 33, be supported by ecological surveys, we'd like the word independent to be introduced there. So independent ecological surveys. There has been a lack of evidence in this area, and we know that a natural capital account has been produced at district level, and we're just wondering why that hasn't been introduced as evidence in the plan. Because, as I say, I think it's difficult to enhance what you haven't got a measurement or a baseline for. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. Wildlife Trust.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll try and be quick with this because we've kind of...
I know if you've got a statement, if you could try and summarise...
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, essentially you've hit the nail on the head really with your opening question, in that there's not really... Well, there is no evidence that we have seen in line with good practice guidance, to highlight ecology on this site. It's completely inappropriate to rely on piecemeal information to inform conclusions about a wider site. That wouldn't be accepted in the planning system, and it wouldn't be expected at this level either, to be quite frank. We talked about looking at the site holistically from a greenbelt perspective before, but it hasn't been done for ecology, which, sums it up really, doesn't it? But as a result of that, it's not clear how the conclusions drawn in the topic paper or the master plan were arrived at, or whether the resulting development requirements in the policy are based on sound or proportionate evidence. So, as well as the designated sites listed in the policy, we're assuming that biodiversity assets also includes protected and priority habitats and species as well. As I said, the presence of them hasn't been robustly established across the site. Without establishing that presence or absence, how can you go on to say whether or not protecting them as an asset is feasible? So, for example, OD19, which we discussed before, has raised the possibility of the presence of Annex 1 habitat on site, the loss of which is unavoidable if the current allocation is pursued. So that would, in effect, mean that Clause 32 is ineffective in securing sustainable development. We've obviously provided a response to IN28 on this, so I'm not going to go into all the details of that because that heavily relates a lot to this allocation. One additional point that I did just want to point out, though, was that I did spot another inconsistency in the IA, in that JPA 33 obviously requires any development to avoid designated sites for nature conservation. However, we know that around 40% of the wetland at Carrington Moss SBI is going to be lost, as highlighted in OD 19. So that is not highlighted anywhere in the IA. In actual fact, the IA concludes only very positive effects are anticipated in respect of avoiding damage to or destruction of designated wildlife sites, habitats and species. Yeah, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously, yeah, we've the deadline, I think, for those comments on is Friday. So we're going to have to see what we do with those. I know you've submitted yours, but yeah. Okay. Mr. Beckman.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just very briefly, just to echo my colleague's comments, I would suggest that the word enhance is a bit like the word robust that was coined earlier on. I would suggest it should be substituted by should surely be managed appropriately for the encouragement of wildlife, or similar phrasing. I think enhance doesn't really mean very much. If you take the advice of people like the Woodland Trust in respect of ancient woodland, they're recommending a 30-metre minimum belt of new planting. So there's an awful lot involved, and I do think it needs further investigation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. United Utilities?
So just a quick observation, really, and something for you to take away. The two additional criterion under the old criterion 33 are very generic, especially the last one. I'd have thought it would have been a thematic policy.
Okay, well, yeah, these points are all fair enough. Okay, whether to be thematic or otherwise is something we have to deal with at some point. But, Wayne Estates, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just briefly, I think Mr. Easton's going to come in and make some detailed points about the wording of the additional policy wording, the additional part of the policy that's come in relation to peats, but just in relation to the query about the ecological work that's been undertaken. I think clearly we heard from the council, and we can confirm, obviously, a significant amount of ecological work has been undertaken over the years in relation to the various planning applications, and that's an ongoing process that continues to be, and there is presently being work undertaken. I think just to add that we have undertaken a preliminary ecological assessment in 2021, and there is reference to that, and there's a summary of that in the ecology topic paper, which was appended at Appendix CR6 of our Regulation 19 representations. So that sets out a brief summary of the work that was undertaken and the habitats that were present and the protected and priority species. I think clearly so with this site there are significant areas of land within it and indeed outside of it, because Wayne Estates controls the River Mersey corridor land to the north, which is being used for ecological compensation on current schemes as well. We're very confident, and we've done work, that a 10% biodiversity net gain can be comfortably achieved, and for that reason we have no objection or issue with those particular policy requirements. So I hope that provides some further context.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So it's just in relation to the new requirement as to peat. Don't have a fundamental problem with it, save that the way in which we read it, particularly where it says avoid adverse impacts on the hydrology of undeveloped areas of the allocation, which could facilitate the restoration of peat. That raises, I would suggest, a presumption that certain areas could be restored. You've heard from our experts already today that we don't think that is possible, but we think the answer to that question is to add after which could facilitate the restoration of peat, subject to a prior assessment as to whether peat can feasibly be restored in those areas. Now, detailed work's been carried out. Clearly more work will be carried out at the application stage. If it reveals that certain areas can be restored, they will be restored. If it reveals that they can't, then that's covered by the policy. That was it.
Thank you. Are they new points? Okay, you go. See, Wildlife Trust first.
Yeah, it's just on the PEA. I was just wondering if that was included in the supporting documents and the evidence, and if it was undertaken over the full allocation site. I didn't quite catch where it was. Sorry, where you said it was.
It's in the I'm going to speak answer for you. It's a representation. It's Regulation 19 representations, I think. Believe so. It's attached to that. So I suggest you. I'm not going to get into a discussion about ways. By all means, go and look at it. But anyway, CPRA.
Yeah, it was just making the point about the functioning link. The area of this site is the only green link up to the River Mersey to the north. It's closed off at the eastern edge. So for any wildlife movement throughout Trafford, Carrington, through to the River Mersey floodplain, there are a number of sites of biological heritage, triple SIs. It's a very verdant, vibrant green space, and there is a danger of where you narrow the width to 1,000 kilometres, really restricting. We don't know what the baseline is, and it's true. I think we haven't had access to the information that's been mentioned today, so we're hearing it for the first time, which gives us a difficulty. But that's the main point. It's the functional linkage to an important part of green space. Effectively, if you close that, narrow the gap, you are going to potentially cut that area off. Particularly given, as has been mentioned a number of times, that an awful lot of the green space is cut off, not just from the public, but from kind of wildlife access because of the barriers to movement. Thank you.
Is that something, again, cognizant that you don't want to see any of the development, but is something that can be addressed through the policy where we've got lots of policies that relate to mitigations and the design and layout and landscaping or whatever? Is this something that could be mitigated to an extent in your mind, if not altogether?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with my colleague insofar as I think protect and enhance is a good way of phrasing it, but I think it's true to say it at the wider scale across the allocation, we don't know the ecological value. So it really is important to get to grips with that, and not just through the land promoters' evidence, but through having some independent scrutiny on the baseline of ecology.
Okay. Okay. Come back on those points.
Just very briefly. Sorry, so just very briefly, you've had an overview of the information that we've relied on. It isn't simply information that's been provided from or on behalf of promoters and or developers of the site or parts of it, although, nothing wrong with relying on the work that's been submitted and assessed. We've also, as was indicated, had advice from GMEU, as was explained earlier on, you know who they are. As for various suggested changes to the policies, we're content with the language that we've put forward. Your advice is in due course. Anyone I will just comment on is known from Mr. Easton's suggestion of some added words at the end of the peat clause, and they seem to be perfectly sensible words in my book. Yes. Yeah. I mean, if it isn't feasible, then it's not feasible. So it would be wrong to require it. If it is feasible, then fair enough.
Okay. Thank you. Obviously, the point about the wider point about the ecological evidence, we've got a paper, we've got papers, no doubt, to look at in the fullness of time. So we'll decide if we need to do anything about that.
Absolutely. So no, thank you very much. And if you do by what means you would do that? Yes.
Yes, we'd obviously let you know. So I'm going to move on to landscape matters. The three criteria under landscape, 37. I've got no question about 37. It speaks for itself, I think. 38. The change, you've added a bit more detail in relation to this. But try to add some local specificity, or is this moved from somewhere? Oh, sorry, 38. Did I say 38?
This is to ensure that we refer to the relevant landscape character, as we've had this debate before,
Yes.
haven't we, as to whether one should or shouldn't do that. So I think that probably the way the debate's leaning is that one should, so we have.
Okay, again, yeah, that's been picked up before. I suppose the point would be, what are the special qualities and sensitivities of the key characteristics of the Warburton Carrington mosses? But I've got
You read the assessment and you'll find out.
Yes, we don't want to go into that now. And 39, again, this is provide appropriate landscape buffers across site. This is, I think, a point Mr. Beckman's referring to, where it talks about the appropriate substantial landscape buffer on the southern boundary of the Warburton Lane development parcel to mitigate impact on rural landscapes south of the allocation. I don't think whether it says area or not is a main modification, but leave that. Yeah, so I don't think I had any particular points on the landscape bits. I know others may. So, Mr. Beckman, did you?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just to clarify on 38, I would suggest it should read characteristics of the Warburton Deer Park and Warburton Mosses landscape character areas, because clearly the Deer Park is entirely different to the mossland.
Okay, thank you. I'll see whether we can come back. I'll stay on this side just for now, friends. Carrington Moss.
Yeah, just a quickie. Just not understanding how we can retain important landscape views if we've got 22-metre high warehouses in an area that currently has open landscape features. So just ask you to consider that. The other point maybe is, at the moment, from the perspective of red-listed birds and protected wildlife, it's currently a very dark, intrinsically dark landscape, which benefits those species, and that dark landscape will be significantly impacted by the proposed developments. So we do have a number of endangered birds, wildlife here.
Thank you. And Redrow.
Thank you, sir. Happy with the majority of wording of Part 38 of the policy. I think it's right that we respond to the special qualities and sensitivities of key characteristics of the landscape character areas noted. We do have an objection to the inclusion of Warburton Deer Park. In the first instance, it's a former deer park rather than the deer park, but it's not. It isn't of any special landscape character or any particular sensitivity. That was a point covered in the appeal which we've referenced before, sir. It does have some historic significance as a non-designated asset, but that is covered in Part 43.
Sorry, is this a new point?
Yeah, just to say we very strongly disagree with that last point. The archaeological assessment or historic assessment of the deer park that was previously undertaken only related to about 2/3 of the full extent of the deer park, and didn't extend to some of the buildings and the settings of those buildings within the deer park. So I would suggest that it really should be reassessed at some point in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim, say?
Just very briefly, the character areas which are referred to in number 38 are the correct character areas from the assessment that's been carried out. We've used the titles of those areas. Whether someone else doing the work would have entitled them something different is interesting, but they are the right designations or the right titles for those areas. Otherwise, we're content with what's been put forward. You'll consider the points which have been made.
Okay, yes, so obviously I've got your points, so I can take them away with me. So design, this is 40 to 42. Again, design is generally sort of normal things. I've no question on 40. I see there's insertion of the word heritage, and okay. tell me why if need be, but it's relatively minor. And then new criterion about delivery to high quality residential units. Seems quite a general point. Is this something actually has been moved? It's been moved from earlier on, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it incorporates changes that were in the previous criterion 3 and parts of criterion 6, and has moved them to a more appropriate place and rejigged them slightly.
I mean, it's a fairly generic phrasing there, so I've got no particular point on it. It's just, I guess it's going to fall into that category of thematic versus non-thematic.
That's right, and it's you'll know as we've moved around the allocations and the authorities, some have said, no, fair enough, it's a thematic point, we rely on the thematic policies, and others have said, no, we really want to say something about this, even if it is pretty general and thematic. So you'll give us guidance on this in due course.
And similarly, I think, and presumably it was all for the same reasoning that 41 has been suggested to be removed. I've got no comment on that at the moment. 42, I think, again, I've got no points. I mean, no question for me. I understand what you're trying to achieve there. Mr. Beckman, is that your sign's up? Oh, thank you.
On very quickly on the rejigged criteria after 40, in terms of the importance of that, we would quite like to keep that, because it is various parts of the site. Integration with existing local communities and the landscape is quite important from a Carrington perspective, and they might not necessarily be picked up in the same way in the thematic ones. That's why that's there, because they were covered off in quite a bit of detail in previous criterions 3 and 6.
Okay, thank you. I think where there's generally my view, such as it is at the moment at 6:10, is if there's some reason for it to be in, if there's some local reason for being, then I think that's fair enough. Okay. So historic environment. 43 and 44. 43, well, the first port of call is obviously whether or not there is sufficient evidence to be content that there's no unacceptable impact on heritage assets in the area.
And there are, because of the assessment work that we've carried out, we consider that you could bring forward the allocation without causing unacceptable degrees of harm to heritage. In any event, as you know, in heritage cases, one weighs the public benefit against the heritage impacts. But we're satisfied that we've got enough here to tell us there isn't a showstopper. And we've rejigged the wording here in to make it similar to the wording which you've seen in other instances.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I assume really the point of 43 is the same. Exactly. It's the detailed wording is different, and again we've got to go away and think about how all of these different ways of addressing it. I think I understand the point. On 44, the archaeology, again, this came up yesterday. A few archaeological assessment policies had been removed because they were sort of in the thematic mode, but then there was actually reference in historic assessment that there were local reasons for keeping it, and I suggest this might be the same here. There are so the topic just talk about finds from all kinds of areas.
And we've got, but here in the revamped 43, we've introduced references to archaeological features and potential. So we've sought to pick up 44 and drop the key parts of it into 43, if that makes any sense.
Okay. No, fair point. Any comments on historic environment stuff, Mr. Beckman?
Yes, thank you, sir. Again, I revert back to what I'd said previously. I do think that really the impact on the whole of the village of Warburton needs to be looked at. It's an unusual, surviving and largely medieval landscape, the entire village. So there is an impact on the whole village, not just on part of the deer park adjacent to the proposed development.
So your suggestion, if it was notwithstanding what you might think about the development, but if the policy were to change, it should refer to Warburton as a whole.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take that.
Thank you.
Take that into account. Thank you. I'm going to move on. Getting there. Utilities, environment protection, climate change. I'm going to take these in the round. So this is criteria 45 through to 54. No, well, sorry, it is through to 54. Is it? Yes. So 45.
Because the minerals is tacked on the end,
yes,
so it is 45 to 54. Yeah. That's right.
45, 46, 47, and 48 are all referring to things which are covered by and possibly covered. I'm assuming covered because if we had this at Timperley Wedge, it's the same argument that this is all covered by policies JPS 2 and 3 more adequately and clearly than here. So there's no point repeating it.
And we've sweated about the wording of those policies. Obviously, we await your final report on the wording, but But yes, that's right. So they're covered elsewhere. They're covered in the way in which they should be covered elsewhere, subject to your report, obviously. And so you don't need to do some sort of, I don't know, reiteration or part reiteration or, you know, inaccurate reiteration of what's in the thematic policies.
There's no suggestion here that there's any weakening, as it's been referred to, because
no.
it's actually pretty much repeating.
Exactly.
So I've got no points on that. 49 relates to flood risk.
Yeah.
I've obviously seen reference in the again evidence base to flood risk issues. It's been referred to today about flooding, but the SFRA suggests there are some areas in flood zone 2 and 3, but they may well be in areas which are not to be outside the developable area or not to be developed.
Exactly.
And so not necessarily a major issue. So this is it's a generic policy, but there are issues on the site, so I can understand why you would want to address
That's the
flood
point.
risk.
Otherwise, we would have just left it to the thematics. But no, that's the reason why it's here, and it's rolled in with the master plan and delivery strategy.
And the text that you're suggesting to delete from 49 is that, which I think I may refer to an action point earlier about superfluous stuff about
That's
detail.
right.
So,
That's right.
So I've got no more points on that. 50 is surface water again. Is that a generic point? So it's coming. It's not that you're not going to deal with surface water and issues, but they're dealt with through other policies. It's more
generic. It's generic. That's right, sir.
51 water supply again. I assume the same.
Indeed.
Yeah. 52 contamination. So the policy requires land contamination issues to be addressed and to ensure there are no unacceptable risks to human health and water environment. So, presumably, we started from a starting point. The fact you've got a policy on this, you recognise there may be some issues,
Absolutely.
but what you've got is, again, there's a reasonable prospect that these issues can be resolved.
Yes, from the work that's already been done that was referred to in a different context much earlier on today. That's right, sir. 53, which is about noise mitigation. Again, a fairly standard approach. You've suggested removing air quality. Is that because there's no AQMA in the area? Is that?
Yes, there is a very small air quality management area.
So perhaps
on the A6144.
So would it be appropriate to not remove that wording then?
Well, I think this is one of those. What are the mitigation strategies that we could do other than beyond what the policy seeks to do in terms of diversify transport modes away from the private car. So in terms of it being an effective element of the policy, this was something which we thought perhaps in hindsight wasn't really that effective in by itself.
In reference to HS2 is a...
Because they've taken the Goulburn link out currently.
Yes, I assumed it was no longer relevant. Okay. The wastewater treatment works is an interesting one. So I'm sure United Utilities may have a point about this. So I've taken 54 as being, should an application come in to improve the wastewater treatment works, then the policy would look at it favourably. But rather than as part of the development, there is a requirement to deliver improvements. Is that the right approach?
Yeah, it's more a case of if there was an application which came forward to make improvements to the wastewater treatment works, that would be favourable.
So it's not a development requirement.
It's not a we expect contributions to it. No.
And okay. And then minerals. I'm not going to say anything about minerals. I think we've said enough about minerals. So okay. On the utility, and all of those wider issues that go around, I think actually I'll start with United Utilities this time. I'll start on the right-hand side.
Thank you, sir.
You're putting a slightly different hat on with this one.
I'm going to put my different hat on, yes. Just dealing with criterion 49, I don't have a problem in principle with what I think it's trying to do. The last sentence that's been added on, which says which forms part of master plan stroke delivery strategy, brackets criterion 1, I don't think the form of words is the clearest. I presume what it's saying is that it will form part of the master plan exercise. So I think if we could insert which will form, singular, part of the master plan, that shorter form of words is clearer.
Thank you.
In terms of criterion 53, the issue of air quality is of some concern to my client, not least because the criterion refers to the existing operational wastewater treatment works. Now, United Utilities acknowledge that that does cause some air quality issues, not in the sense that there's odour that emanates from the site, not to the extent that they think there's a problem in terms of an environmental driver at this moment in time, but they would sort of suggest that air quality will remain an issue for development in the vicinity of the wastewater treatment works. That includes their own land as well as other land that is in the sort of prevailing wind direction. And whilst they don't think that there is a fundamental constraint, they've done odour analysis around the existing operations, so that they don't believe there's a fundamental constraint, but there may be matters that need to be taken into account in due course, whether in the master planning process or through the consideration of individual applications. So they would request that air quality remains in that criterion. And just providing some background in terms of criterion 54, the existing wastewater treatment works, it serves only part of the site. There are actually 3 wastewater treatment works that serve the site, from my recollection. Sale wastewater treatment works and also Davyhulme via pumped system. So there will need to be investment probably in Altrincham wastewater treatment works, just for environmental drivers based on its existing catchment. There is also a probability or possibility that one or other of those wastewater treatment works will need improvement or infrastructure improvement, capacity improvements to facilitate this development. So we do welcome this criterion because whilst the NPAPF allows infrastructure in the green belt, United Utilities are concerned that this at least acknowledges the fact that there will need to be some investment potentially in infrastructure in the green belt to serve this development.
Okay, thank you very much. And are you suggesting that, because obviously my clarification point was that this is not requiring contributions, it wouldn't be a requirement for contributions, it was something utilities would be delivering themselves?
Yes, it's not envisaged at this moment in time that there's a requirement for any contributions, it's just that it'll be dealt with through their AMP programme.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to start at the end and come back. So, Lorraine Eagling, thank you.
Yes, with matter 53, I disagree with the deletion of air quality mitigation. I do think that is important because there's still air quality issues, whether or not the transport system becomes electrified or not. I also think that there should be an insertion of light pollution as well. There will be an issue with light pollution, as already pointed out. We have Shell Pool, for example, which is a large site for migrating birds, and light pollution will have a massive effect on them. So I do think light pollution should be something that's in that as well.
Okay, thank you. And I will note that has been included in some and others for reasons, but I'll take the point. Thank you. Mr. Beckman.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick note in respect of HS2. I've spoken to them on numerous occasions. Despite parliamentary instruction, Minister's statement, Sir Graham Brady's letter about it being cancelled, they're saying it will not be cancelled until 2025. And for the moment, they're still hoping that it will go ahead. And safeguarded land will be retained for some time to come.
Okay, thank you. Friends, Carys-Moss.
Just picking up on the policy 53 perspective, it's a significant weakening from the core strategy policy on pollution, which is at L5.3, if you like to look at it when you're looking at the core strategy, which says development that has the potential to cause adverse pollution of air, light, water or ground, or noise or vibration will not be permitted unless it can be demonstrated that adequate mitigation measures can be put in place. I think this is important, particularly given the level of industrial and warehousing planned in Carrington, and there are already complaints about the vibration pollution. It's already been mentioned about air, light, etc. The other quick point is just to mention, please don't weaken any aspect of the flooding policies, because there is a huge issue. This site does collect a lot of water for much of the year. So we'd be very concerned about weakening of the flooding policies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, obviously, when we come to thinking about what stays indoors, I don't think the intention is to be weakened. We will have a look at that, see if that's an unintended consequence. Maybe. What I think, obviously, the point generally is it's covered somewhere else, probably better. Indeed, without checking the appendix to see if that policy you referred to is superseded or not, that policy would apply as well as it stands. So that's fair enough. So, anything you wish to come back on, Mr. Kukowski?
Very briefly, the little tweak suggested by United Utilities to 49 seems perfectly sensible. Otherwise, we consider that all the various issues are covered by thematic policies. We don't think, vis-a-vis United Utilities' point about odour, I think, rather than air quality, we don't think that that's a major enough issue to warrant a specific reference in the allocation policy. That's our view anyway. So, and it, there's a thematic policy. Yeah. So we'll leave you to consider the points.
Okay, and I think the other points for me anyway. We've made it to the end of development requirements, everybody. Congratulations. Can we get viability done in 15 minutes?
So, yes? Sorry, sir. Can I just raise a
We nearly got to the end of development requirements.
Well, we have. I've just got one really quick point on the reason justification. And it's
fair enough.
11.322.
Yes.
So there's a new requirement, says in determining the final development quantum, up-to-date advice from the HSE taken into account. I know that reason justification is subservient to the policy, but what we don't want to happen is there to be a conflict between the policy, which has specific quantums of development, and an apparent reason justification, which could potentially cut down the amount of development which comes forward. So our suggestion is simply get rid of the final development quantum and replace it with in determining any planning application, up-to-date evidence, etc., which seems to me the intent of the policy in any event.
We take the point.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, you respond to that. Are there any other...
We take the point, yeah.
Okay. Are there any other... Sorry, I remiss of me not to go through, because obviously some of the changes to the reason justification are largely consequential. So I've not gone through them because we said in our action points that there will be need for consequential changes. But if there are any substantive points anybody wishes to raise, the one's already been raised about the environmental issues in 11.3. That one. I made a note. Don't worry. So I can look at that at my leisure. But other than that, okay. So if we think we can do viability then in the next 10 minutes or so. I mean, a lot of viability issues I think have been generally raised in principle anyway. So I'm understanding of the points in the main, if I get the right notes. So, well, in fact, we'll start off. So my understanding is that this is in the base or first sensitivity test, this site was not deemed viable in your test, and then but with reduced affordable housing, which we talked about, and an increase in sales values, that produces a positive residual value of 66 million. If I get the figures wrong, apologies, 66 million,
right.
Sufficient to accommodate transport costs of 56 million.
Absolutely.
And then still that puts it into the category 1 site, which is, in your parlance, that's as a viable site. Is that correct?
That is correct. And then we've had the further sensitivity testing, as you know, which is recorded in OD 5.3 and page 8 of the update document. But we still end up in the same category, and that's sensitivity test number 2.
Okay. And just to confirm, because there've been some, and you've answered this, but just so everyone's clear. There's been some suggestion, obviously, there's been discussion about certain costs haven't been included and some have and some haven't. As far as you're concerned, all of the costs that are set out in the policy, if you like, have been factored into the viability assessment.
Yes, that's right, and there's a huge allowance for what are called exceptional development costs in the work that's been done, and obviously this is all, you know, dealing with it being in as far as we're concerned in that sensitivity test in category 1, were it in category 2, 3, or 4, you know, we would still have a case. You know, we'd still make a case for the allocation, of course, and as you know, we have active promotion of the site, which in itself speaks volumes, you know, across the room here. So,
I think I might see if there are comments on, because I obviously understand your position. I've not got. We know where we stand with what you're saying. Some concerns were raised, I think, on this side of the room from perhaps people who are still here about the viability assessment. So rather than me try to summarise that, if there are those concerns anyone wishes to raise, now would be a good time. Looking particularly at Red Row, because you raised it.
Thank you, sir. No, it's not a viability concern. We don't have viability concerns if the plan requests what it tested in its viability assessment.
Yes, I mean, to be fair, my note here is that, I mean, maybe I misinterpret. I've got a note saying I had trouble reconciling sort of the conclusion. I think you did conclude, in fairness, that you consider the site to be deliverable and viable, but you had these issues about untested costs, and I was perhaps reconciling those two entities, but I understand. So yes, I understand. I'm not going to open that can of worms again. I think I've got it from today and other days. United Utilities.
So I think partly might have been myself, and it was my reading of the response note and the update of the viability position for the allocations, which seemed to me to account for additional works to a motorway junction at the end of Carrington Spur. Is it junction 8? I can't remember. I should know. I live near there. I wasn't sure if it took account of all of the other works that were in Appendix D of the updated policy, which talks about a whole bunch of other junctions that might or might not need improvement and infrastructure improvement funded by this development.
I think on that point, obviously, what I will have to, you know, I've got the GMCA position is it has that information's before me. I can go and review that and see if there are any, and I can always come back and ask for written confirmation if need be in the fullness of time. Wildlife Trust.
Thank you. It's just a brief point. So as I understand it, there's going to be two scenarios really, and this is a point about peat again, so I do apologise about this, but either the peat is going to be extracted to facilitate development, or the peat is going to be left in situ and developed on. So, you know, both those scenarios, as I can see it, would bear costs outside the scope of normal development. So we're just basically keen to understand how that's been accounted for, or if it has been accounted for in the viability assessment. So scenario 1, there'd be costs associated with extraction, treatment, infilling, any carbon offsetting that might be required. Or scenario 2, as we heard earlier, the complexities of novel construction techniques, you know, they might bear costs as well. So either way, you know, there might be a reasonable prospect that it might not be, you know, viably delivered.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, fair point. I think there is a question of whether those novel, I think a good way of putting it, novel construction techniques have been factored in, or is there enough headroom to address it? Francis Carrington Moss.
Yeah, just a couple of points. Firstly, the numbers in the viability assessment, we seem to be suggesting that this is based on 3,846 dwellings. I don't know where that number comes from, and 103,365 metres square employment space. I don't know where that number comes from, because neither of them accord with the numbers in the New Carrington topic paper or other documents which have various numbers, which, you know, the different documents seem to pick different numbers. I think some of the decisions on the viability are particularly optimistic given today's scenario. So increasing the sales price by 10%, for example, is that practical? I mean, I'd ask that. especially given the squeeze on finances and the amount of industrial and warehousing in the facility and the level of traffic that's going to be coming through. And then just one final point. At the Timpley Wedge hearing, I think it was Mr Tucker talked about Donald Rumsfeld's comments about the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. And I think there were a lot of unknown unknowns at Carrington. And I wonder whether sufficient contingency has been built in for those unknown unknowns. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr Beckman.
Yes, sir. Just to add to my colleague from the Wildlife Trust list of issues, I think the likelihood of contamination is going to be potentially a large cost as well, another contingency which really should be added in. Thank you.
Thank you. And Doreen Eagling. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. When I worked back from Trafford's figures for the schools using their formula worked in reverse, it works out that according to their calculations, 33% of the dwellings that are going to be built are one-bedroomed, whereas on here, flats are at 12%, is it? And a terrace at 24%. I imagine a terrace...
so when you say on here, you're talking about the viability assessment?
On the viability,
yeah, okay.
Sorry, on the viability assessment, yeah. Flats are at 12%, terraces at 24%. I don't, unless the terrace houses are all one-bedroomed, which I doubt, the figures don't match up. And also, on the actual final figure, on the viability, the figure that they've put set aside for education doesn't seem adequate based upon the figures that I've calculated.
Yeah, obviously I've got that point. I mean, it was 13 million versus 22 million for primary. That was primary, wasn't it? 22 million, so I've got that. Okay. I think I'm not expecting GMCA to come and explain all the individual differences in figures. I will review those figures and see if there's anything I feel I need to come back on, because I think that's simple at this point, unless it's some kind of really obvious answer. But I think I can do that. It's before me. Oh, sorry, Wayne Estates. I've missed you.
Well, sorry, sir. It was just in relation to whether you wanted any comments from us in relation to the costs related to peat.
It'd be helpful, I suppose.
Okay. I mean, I don't think that what Mr. Wilton was talking about earlier we would describe as novel construction techniques. I mean, I think we're primarily looking at leaving the peat in situ, so things such as pile foundations in relation to commercial development, stabilisation of existing peat. I think it'd be very hard to quantify that, because clearly what we are saying through the process is there'll be further consideration of that through the master plan process. Now, in terms of the mitigation, again, those are things that, 10% biodiversity net gain is costed through the policy, and we fully expect that there'll be a great deal of crossover between peat mitigation and achieving a 10% biodiversity net gain. Clearly, feasibility of peat, its restoration, that needs to be considered further, and that's part of the agreed change to the policy wording that we discussed today. So we think it's adequately covered, sir.
Thank you. I think it actually is. So the other point that was going through my mind when Wildlife Trust was talking about that was the costs associated with biodiversity net gain in a peat in the peat context, and again, whether that was abnormal, if you like, in any way, or was it something that was achievable under normal expectations for BNG?
Well, I think in terms of our biodiversity net gain strategy, and obviously I'm involved in a lot of detailed work on this in terms of the planning applications that we've currently submitted and are working up, is to have a biodiversity net gain strategy that actually suits the ground conditions. So you create habitats which are, areas of wet woodland, scrapes and so on that are actually suited to the peat. And so, for us, actually, we largely consider that, where the mitigation will come actually will achieve many of those policy objectives.
Thank you. Some boards are up. Are they new points? Is that one at the end? Is that a new? No. CPRE. Yeah.
It was 2 points. One, £66 million for a development of the scale that it is. It's peanuts. It's absolutely paltry. It's a very marginal sum for the infrastructure that's on that list, Appendix D. So, in terms of confidence of, it's not a massive.
I think the 66 million is after the. That's what's left. That's the.
But that's what I mean. Even as a contingency.
No, I think that's the value after the money's been spent, for want of a better term. The 66 million is the residual values. That's what's, if you like, for. Am I right? Is that what my
understanding? It says total developer contributions on the sheet,
right.
So maybe
okay.
I'm...
Right.
It might be a misunderstanding, yeah. But nevertheless, in terms of scaling, if you, to me, it's a very small sum. And the other point that was raised earlier from the suggested text changes to the contributions on the Appendix D, so it's viability related. I'm a little bit concerned from my understanding that those developments that have Grampian conditions are already in the bag, and a lot of these items are going to be expected to come forward through the remaining developments, meaning that those that aren't already at the table that could come later are going to bear the brunt of more of the infrastructure costs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, I'm going to pass over to you. Any final points you want to make?
Well, no, we're content if you find when you go away and think about this you need further assistance on this, and obviously you'll tell us that in writing and we'll respond in an appropriate way. I mean, there are vast allowances have been made here for exceptional development costs, almost to the tune of £200 million in scenario 2, with £188 million plus another 6.2 million on top of that. Plus, if there are any issues beyond that, then as we've said the other day, our expectation in accordance with the PPG would be that there would be an adjustment in the land value. As we said, yes, that's the normal expectation in the PPG. So, the landowners would get less than they otherwise would have got. We're not saying we're in that situation. We're just saying that's the advice in the PPG. So there are, we've done the work in the way which suits making a plan, and we're content with it. If you find that you have queries or uncertainties about it, you'll let us know.
Thank you. Any other points on viability? Any other points that in the 50 hours we've been here today, anyone wishes they haven't wished to make? Sorry, I hope that's a joke.
I just have one final point that I would urge you to look at, and that's the IA for Carrington. It's incredibly positive. There's lots of green on it. But for example, some of the comments say, and I'll just have to look at my the version on the computer because I just can't read it on the laptop. Just bear with me 1 second. It says, scoring has been increased from positive to very positive for consistency between allocation policies. I'm sorry, but, if that's the reason that we're making things very positive, that things are positive in here that...
Okay.
Anyway,
yeah, because we are going to get chucked out. So this is not it's not a new point per se. It's a point. I think we understand your general position and CPRE finally.
Yeah, it's just an overall point. You yourself made it a policy with 54 items now reduced to whatever. It begs the question as whether this is a sustainable allocation because of the amount of items that are going to have to be controlled through conditions at a later time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, everyone. I hope everyone's said what they wanted to say, and I appreciate your contributions and your patience. It's given me a hell of a lot to think about. So for those of you who are here tomorrow morning, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Get some sleep. And those of you I won't see again, thank you again for your time and your efforts today. Thank you.